Section 1 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Brown. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 1, Part 1, The Banquet of the Seven Wise Men. The seven: Solon, Bias, Thales, Anacharsis, Cleobulus, Pittacus, Chilo, Niloxenus, Eumetis, Alexidemus, Periander, Ardalus, Aesop, Cleodemus, Mnesiphilus, Cercius, Gorgias, Diocles. Diocles to Nicarchus. 1. No wonder, my friend Nicarchus, to find old truths so disguised, and the words and actions of men so grossly misrepresented and lamely delivered, seeing people are so disposed to give ear and credit to fictions of yesterday's standing. For there were not merely 7 present at that feast, as you were informed. There were more than double the number. I was there myself in person, and familiarly acquainted with Periander. My art had gained me his acquaintance. And Thales boarded at my house, at the request and upon the recommendation of Periander. Whoever then gave you that account of our feast did it very badly. It is plain he did it upon hearsay, and that he was not there among us. Now, since we are together and at leisure, and possibly we may not live to find an opportunity so convenient another time, I will, seeing you desire it, give you a faithful account of the whole proceedings at that meeting. 2. Periander had prepared a dinner for us, not in the town, but in a dining hall at Lechaeum, which stands close to the temple of Venus, to whom there was a sacrifice that day. For having neglected the duty ever since his mother died for love, he was resolved now to atone for the omission, being warned so to do by the dreams of Melissa. In order thereunto there was provided a rich chariot for every one of the guests. It was summer time, and every part of the way quite to the seaside was hardly passable, by reason of throngs of people and whole clouds of dust. As soon as Thales espied the chariot waiting at the door, he smilingly discharged it, and we walked through the fields to avoid the press and noise. There was in our company a third person, Niloxenus, a Naucratian, an eminent man, who was very intimately acquainted with Solon and Thales in Egypt. He had a message to deliver to Bias, and a letter sealed, the contents whereof he knew not, only he guessed it contained a second question to be resolved by Bias. And in case Bias undertook not to answer it, he had in commission to impart it to the wisest men in Greece. What a fortune is this, quoth Niloxenus, to find you all together. This paper, showing it us, I am bringing to the banquet. Thales replied, after his wonted smiling way, if it contains any hard question, away with it to Priene. Bias will resolve it with the same readiness he did your former problem. What problem was that? Quoth he. Why, saith Thales, a certain person sent him a beast for sacrifice with this command, that he should return him that part of the flesh which was best and worst. Our philosopher very gravely and wisely pulled out the tongue of the beast and sent it to the donor, which single act procured him the name and reputation of a very wise man. It was not this act alone that advanced him in the estimation of the world, quoth Niloxenus, but he joyfully embraces what you so carefully shun, the acquaintance and friendship of kings and great men. And whereas he honors you for divers great accomplishments, he particularly admires you for this invention, that with little labor and no help of any mathematical instrument, you took so truly the height of one of the pyramids for fixing your staff erect at the point of the shadow which the pyramid cast, two triangles being thus made by the tangent rays of the sun. You demonstrated that what proportion one shadow had to the other, such the pyramid bore to the stick. But as I said, you are accused of being a hater of kings, and certain back friends of yours have presented Amasis with a paper of yours stuffed with sentences reproachful to majesty, as for instance, being at a certain time asked by Malpagoras the Ionian what the most absurd thing was you had observed in your notice, you replied, an old king. Another time, in a dispute that happened in your company about the nature of beasts, you affirmed that of wild beasts, a king, of tame, a flatterer was the worst. Such apothegms must needs be unacceptable to kings, who pretend there is a vast difference between them and tyrants. This was Pittacus's reply to Merciless, and it was spoken in jest, quoth Thales. Nor was it an old king I said I should marvel at, but an old pilot. In this mistake, however, I am much of the youth's mind, who, throwing a stone at a bitch, hit his stepmother, adding, not so bad. I therefore esteemed Solon a very wise and good man, when I understood he refused empire. And if Pittacus had not taken upon himself a monarchy, he had never exclaimed, O ye gods, how hard a matter it is to be good! And Periander, however he seems to be sick of his father's disease, is yet to be commended that he gives ear to wholesome discourses, and converses only with wise and good men, rejecting the advice of Thrasybulus my countryman, who would have persuaded him to chop off the heads of his nobility. For a prince that chooses rather to govern slaves than freemen is like a foolish farmer, who throws his wheat and barley in the streets, to fill his barns with swarms of locusts and whole cages of birds. For government has one good thing to make amends for the many evils attending it, namely honor and glory, provided the ruler rules good men, because he's better than they, and great men seeming to be greater than they. But he that having ascended the throne minds only his own interest and ease, remitting all care and concern for the welfare of the subject, is fitter to tend sheep, or to drive horses, or to feed cattle, than to govern men of reason. But this stranger, continues he, has engaged us in a deal of impertinent chat, for we have neglected to speak or offer any discourse suitable to the occasion and end of our meeting. For doubtless it becomes the guest as well as the host to make preparation beforehand. It is reported that the Sybarites used to invite their neighbors' wives a whole 12-month before to their entertainments, that they might have convenient time to trim and adorn themselves. For my part, I am of opinion that he who would feast as he should ought to allow himself more time for preparation than they, it being a more difficult matter to compose the mind into an agreeable temper than to fit one's clothes for the outward ornament of the body. For a prudent man comes not hither only to fill his belly, as if he were to fill a bottle, but to be sometimes grave and serious, sometimes pleasant, sometimes to listen to others, and sometimes to speak himself what may benefit or divert the company, if the meeting is intended for any good use or purpose. For if the victuals be not good, men may let them alone, or if the wine be bad, men may use water. But for a weak-headed, impertinent, unmannerly, shallow fellow commoner, there is no cure. He mars all the mirth and music, and spoils the best entertainment in the world. And it will be no easy business to rid oneself of a sullen temper when once entertained, since we find diverse men affronted in their debauches have yet remembered the provocation to their dying day, the spite remaining like a surfeit arising from wrong done or anger conceived in drinking wine. Wherefore Chilo did very well and wisely, for when he was invited yesterday, he would not promise to come till he had a particular given him of all their names who were to meet him. For, quoth he, if my business calls me to sea, or I am pressed to serve my prince in his wars, there is a necessity upon me to rest contented with whatever company I fall into, though never so unsuitable to my quality or disagreeable to my nature and humor. But voluntarily and needlessly to associate myself with any riff-raff rabble would ill become any man pretending to but common discretion. The Egyptian skeleton, which they brought into their feasts and exposed to the view of their guests, with this advice, that they should not in their merriment forget they would shortly be themselves such as that was, though it was a sight not so acceptable as may be supposed, had yet this conveniency and use, to incite the spectators not to luxury and drunkenness, but to mutual love and friendship, persuading them not to protract a life in itself short and uncertain by a tedious course of wickedness. 3. In discourses of this kind we spent our time, by the way, and were now come to the house. Here Thales would not be washed, for he had but a while before anointed himself, wherefore he took a round to view the horse race, and the wrestling place, and the grove upon the water side, which was neatly trimmed and beautified by Periander. This he did, not so much to satisfy his own curiosity, for he seldom or never admired anything he saw, but that he might not disoblige Periander or seem to overlook or despise the glory and magnificence of our host. Of the rest, every one, after he had anointed and washed himself, the servants introduced into a particular room, purposely fitted and prepared for the men. They were guided thither through a porch in which Anacharsis sat, and there was a certain young lady with him arranging his hair. This lady, stepping forward to welcome Thales, he saluted her most courteously, and smiling said, Madam, make the stranger fair and pleasant, so that, being, as he is, the mildest man in the world, he may not be fearful and hideous for us to look on. When I was curious to inquire who this lady was, whom Thales thus complimented, he said, Do you not yet know the wise and famous Eumetis? For so her father calls her, though others call her after her father's name, Cleobulina. Doubtless, saith Niloxenus, they call her by this name to commend her judgment and wit, and her reach into the more abstruse and recondite part of learning. For I have myself in Egypt seen and read some problems first started and discussed by her. Not so, saith Thales, for she plays with these as men do with cockle bones, and encounters boldly all she meets, without study or premeditation. She is a person of an admirable understanding, of a politic capacious mind, of a very obliging conversation, and one that by her rhetoric and the sweetness of her temper prevails upon her father to govern his subjects with the greatest mildness in the world. How popular she is appears, saith Niloxenus, plainly to any that observes her pleasant, innocent garb. But pray, continues he, wherefore is it that she shows such tenderness and affection to Anacharsis? Because, replied Thales, he is a temperate and learned man, who fully and freely makes known to her those mysterious ways of dieting and physicking the sick which are now in use among the Scythians, and I doubt not she now coaxes and courts the old gentleman at the rate you see, taking this opportunity to discourse with him and learn something of him. As we were come near the dining room, Alexidemus, the Milesian, a bastard son of Thrasybulus the tyrant, met us. He seemed to be disturbed, and in an angry tone muttered to himself some words which we could not distinctly hear. But espying Thales, and recovering himself out of his disorder, he complained how Periander had put an insufferable affront upon him. He would not permit me, saith he, to go to sea, though I earnestly importuned him, but he would press me to dine with him, and when I came as invited, he assigned me a seat unbecoming my person and character, Aeolians and islanders and others of inferior rank being placed above me, whence it is easy to infer how meanly he thinks of my father. And it is undeniable how this affront put upon me rebounds disgracefully in my parents' face. Say you so? Quoth Thales. Are you afraid lest the place lessen or diminish your honor and worth, as the Egyptians commonly hold the stars are magnified or lessened according to their higher or lower place and position? And are you more foolish than that Spartan, who, when the prefect of the music had appointed him to sit in the lowest seat in the choir, replied, This is prudently done, for this is the ready way to bring this seat into repute and esteem. It is a frivolous consideration, where or below whom we sit, and it is a wiser part to adapt ourselves to the judgment and humor of our right and left hand man and the rest of the company, that we may approve ourselves worthy of their friendship, when they find we take no pet at our host, but are rather pleased to be placed near such good company. And whosoever is disturbed upon the account of his place seems to be more angry with his neighbor than with his host, but certainly is very troublesome and nauseous to both. These are fine words and no more, quoth Alexidemus, for I observe you, the wisest of men, as ambitious as other men. And having said thus, he passed by us doggedly and trooped off. Thales, seeing us admiring the innocence of the man, declared he was a fellow naturally of a blockish, stupid disposition. For when he was a boy, he took a parcel of rich perfume that was presented to Thrasybulus, and poured it into a large bowl, and mixing it with a quantity of wine, he drank it off, and was ever hated for it. As Thales was talking after this fashion, in comes a servant, and tells us it was Periander's pleasure we would come in and inform him what we thought of a certain creature brought into his presence that instant, whether it were so born by chance, or were a prodigy and omen. Himself seeming mightily affected and concerned, for he judged his sacrifice polluted by it. At the same time he walked before us into a certain house adjoining to his garden wall, where we found a young beardless shepherd, tolerably handsome, who, having opened a leathern bag, produced and showed us a child born, as he averred, of a mare. His upper part, as far as his neck and his hands, was of human shape, and the rest of his body resembled a perfect horse. His cry was like that of a child newly born. As soon as Niloxenus saw it, he cried out, The gods deliver us, and away he fled as one sadly affrighted. But Thales eyed the shepherd a considerable while, and then smiling, for it was his way to jeer me perpetually about my art, says he, I doubt not, Diocles, but you have been all this time seeking for some expiatory offering, and intending to call to your aid those gods, whose province and work it is to avert evils from men, as if some great and grievous thing had happened. Why not, quoth I, for undoubtedly this prodigy portends sedition and war, and I fear the dire portents thereof may extend to myself, my wife, and my children, and prove all our ruin, since, before I have atoned for my former fault, the goddess gives us this second evidence in proof of her displeasure. Thales replied never a word, but laughing went out of the house. Periander, meeting him at the door, inquired what we thought of that creature. He dismissed me, and taking Periander by the hand, said, Whatever Diocles shall persuade you to do, do it at your best leisure. But I advise you either not to have such young men to keep your mares, or to give them leave to marry. When Periander heard him out, he seemed infinitely pleased, for he laughed outright, and hugging Thales in his arms, he kissed him. Then saith he, O Diocles, I am apt to think the worst is over, and what this prodigy portended is now at an end. For do you not apprehend what a loss we have sustained in the want of Alexidemus's good company at supper? For when we entered the house, Thales, raising his voice, inquired where it was his worship refused to be placed, which being shown him, he set himself in that very place, and prayed us to sit down by him, and said, I would gladly give any money to have an opportunity to sit and eat with Ardalus. This Ardalus was a Troezenian by birth, by profession a minstrel, and a priest of the Ardalian Muses, whose temple old Ardalus had founded and dedicated. Here Aesop, who was sent from Croesus to visit Periander, and withal to consult the oracle at Delphi, sitting by and beneath Solon upon a low stool, told the company this fable. A Lydian mule, viewing his own picture in a river, and admiring the bigness and beauty of his body, raises his crest, he waxes proud, resolving to imitate the horse in his gait and running, but presently, recollecting his extraction, how that his father was but an ass at best, he stops his career and checks his own haughtiness and bravery. Chilo replied, after his short laconic way, You are slow, and yet try to run in imitation of your mule. Amidst these discourses in comes Melissa, and sits her down by Periander. Eumetis followed, and came in as we were at supper. Then Thales calls to me. I sat down above Bias. Why do you not make Bias acquainted with the problems sent him from the king by Niloxenus this second time, that he may soberly and warily weigh them? Bias answered, I have been already scared with that news. I have known that Bacchus is otherwise a powerful god, and for his wisdom is termed Lucius, that is, the interpreter. Therefore I shall undertake it when my belly is full of wine. Thus they jested and reparteed and played one upon another all the while they sat at table, observing the unwonted frugality of Periander at this time. I considered with myself that the entertainment of wise and good men is a piece of good husbandry, and that so far from enhancing a man's expenses in truth, it serves to save charge, the charge, to wit, of costly foreign unguents and junkets, and the waste of the richest wines, which Periander's state and greatness required him every day in his ordinary treats to expend. Such costly provisions were useless here, and Periander's wisdom appeared in his frugality. Moreover, his lady had laid aside her richer habit, and appeared in an ordinary, but a very becoming dress. 5. Supper now ended, and Melissa having distributed the garlands, we offered sacrifice, and when the minstrel had played us a tune or two, she withdrew. Then Ardalus inquired of Anacharsis if there were women fiddlers at Scythia. He suddenly and smartly replied, There are no vines there. Ardalus asked a second question, whether the Scythians had any gods among them. Yes, quoth Anacharsis, and they understand what men say to them. Nor are the Scythians of the Grecian opinion, however these last may be the better orators, that the gods are better pleased with the sounds of flutes and pipes than with the voice of men. My friend, saith Aesop, what would you say if you saw our present pipe makers throw away the bones of fawns and hind calves, to use those of asses, affirming they yield the sweeter and more melodious sound? Whereupon Cleobulina made one of her riddles about the Phrygian flute, in regard to the sound, and wondered that an ass, a gross animal and no lover of music, should yet afford bones so fit for harmony. Therefore it is doubtless, quoth Niloxenus, that the people of Busiris accuse us Naucratians of folly for using pipes made of asses' bones, it being an insufferable fault in any of them to listen to the flute or cornet the sound thereof being, as they esteem it, so like the braying of an ass. And you know an ass is hateful to the Egyptians, on account of Typhon. 6. There happening here a short silence, Periander, observing Niloxenus, willing but not daring to speak, said, I cannot but commend the civility of those magistrates who give audience first to strangers and afterwards to their own citizens. Wherefore I judge it convenient that we inhabitants and neighbors should proceed no farther at present in our discourse, and that now attention be given to those royal propositions sent us from Egypt, which the worthy Niloxenus is commissioned to deliver to Bias, who desires that he and we may scan and examine them together. And Bias said, For where or in what company would a man more joyfully adventure to give his opinion than here, in this? And since it is his Majesty's pleasure that I should give my judgment first in obedience to his commands, I will do so, and afterwards they shall come to every one of you in order. Then Niloxenus delivered the paper to Bias, who broke up the seal and commanded it to be read in all their hearing. The contents were these: Amasis, the king of Egypt, to Bias, the wisest of the Grecians, greeting. There is a contest between my brother of Ethiopia and myself about wisdom, and being baffled in divers other particulars, he now demands of me a thing absurd and impracticable, for he requires me to drink up the ocean dry. If I be able to read this his riddle, divers cities and towns now in his possession are to be annexed to my kingdom. But if I cannot resolve this hard sentence, and give him the right meaning thereof, he requires of me my right to all the towns bordering upon Elephantina. Consider with speed the premises, and let me receive your thoughts by Niloxenus. Pray lose no time. If in anything I can be serviceable to your city or friends, you may commend me. Farewell. Bias, having perused and for a little time meditated upon the letter, and whispering Cleobulus in the ear, he sat by him, exclaimed, What a narration is here, O Niloxenus! Will Amasis, who governs so many men, and is seized of so many flourishing territories, drink up the ocean for the gain of a few paltry beggarly villages? Niloxenus replied with a smile, Consider, good sir, what is to be done, if he will obey. Why then, said Bias, let Amasis require the Ethiopian king to stop the streams which from all parts flow, and empty themselves in the ocean, until he have drunk out the whole remainder. For I conceive he means the present waters, not those which shall flow into it hereafter. Niloxenus was so overjoyed at this answer that he could not contain himself. He hugged and kissed the author, and the whole company liked his opinion admirably well. And Chilo, laughing, desired Niloxenus to get aboard immediately before the sea was consumed, and tell his master he should mind more how to render his government sweet and potable to his people than how to swallow such a quantity of salt water. For Bias, he told him, understands these things very well, and knows how to oblige your lord with very useful instructions, which, if he vouchsafe to attend, he shall no more need a golden basin to wash his feet, to gain respect from his subjects. All will love and honor him for his virtue, though he were 10,000 times more hateful to them than he is. It were well and worthily done, quoth Periander, if all of us did pay him our first fruits in this kind by the pole. As Homer said, such a course would bring him an accession of profit greater than the whole profit of the voyage, besides being of no little use to ourselves. 7. To this point it is fit that Solon should first speak, quoth Chilo, not only because he is the eldest in the company, and therefore sits uppermost at table, but because he governs and gives laws to the amplest and most complete and flourishing republic in the world, that of Athens. Here Niloxenus whispered me in the ear, O Diocles, saith he, how many reports fly about and are believed, and how some men delight in lies, which they either feign of their own heads, or most greedily swallow from the mouths of others. In Egypt I heard it reported how Chilo had renounced all friendship and correspondence with Solon, because he maintained the mutability of laws. A ridiculous fiction, quoth I, for then he and we must have renounced Lycurgus, who changed the laws and indeed the whole government of Sparta. Solon, pausing a while, gave his opinion in these words: I conceive that monarch, whether king or tyrant, were infinitely to be commended who would exchange his monarchy for a commonwealth. Bias subjoined, and who would be first and foremost in conforming to the laws of his country. Thales added, I reckon that prince happy who, being old, dies in his bed a natural death. Fourthly, Anacharsis, if he alone be a wise man. Fifthly, Cleobulus said, if he trusted none of his courtiers. Sixthly, Pittacus spake thus, if he could cause his subjects to have fear not of him but for him. Lastly, Chilo concluded thus, a magistrate ought to have thoughts, purposes, and resolutions not mean and earthly, but divine and immortal. When all had given in their judgments upon this point, we requested Periander he would condescend to give the company the satisfaction to let them know his thoughts upon the same head, disorder and discontent appearing in his countenance. He said, these opinions are enough to scare any wise man from affecting empire. These things, saith Aesop, after his fault-finding way, ought rather to have been discussed privately among ourselves, lest we be accounted anti-monarchical, while we desire to be esteemed friends and loyal counselors. Solon, gently clapping him upon the shoulder and smiling, answered, do you not perceive that any one would make a king more moderate and a tyrant more favorable, who should persuade him that it is better not to reign than to reign? Then we must believe you before the oracle delivered unto you, quoth Aesop, which pronounced that city happy that heard but one crier. Yes, quoth Solon, and Athens, though now a commonwealth, hath but one crier and one magistrate, and that is the law, though the government be democratical. But you, my friend, have been so accustomed to the croaking of ravens and the prating of jays, that you do not hear your own voice, for you maintain it to be the happiness of a city to be under the command of one man, and yet account it the praise of a feast if liberty is allowed to every man to speak his mind freely upon what subject he pleases. But you have not prohibited your servants' drunkenness, as you have forbidden them to love or to use dry ointments. Solon laughed at this, but Cleodorus the physician said, to use dry ointment is like talking when a man is drenched with wine. Both are very pleasant. Therefore, saith Chilo, it concerns men the more carefully to avoid it. Aesop proceeds, Thales seemed to imply that he should soon grow old. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Banquet of the Seven Wise Men, Part 2. 8. Periander said, laughing, we suffer deservedly, for, before we have perfected our animadversations and remarks upon the latter, we are fallen upon disputes so strangely foreign to the matter under consideration. And therefore I pray, Niloxenus, read out the remainder of your lord's letter, and slip not this opportunity to receive what satisfaction all that are present shall be able to give you. The comment of the king of Ethiopia, says Niloxenus, is no more and no less than, to use Archilochus's phrase, a broken scutely. That is, the meaning is inscrutable and cannot be found out. But your friend Amasis was more gentle and civil in his queries, for he commanded him only to resolve him what was most ancient, most beautiful, greatest, wisest, most common, and withal, and what was most profitable, most pernicious, most strong, and most easy. Did he resolve and answer every one of these questions? He did, quoth Niloxenus. And do you judge of his answers and the soundness thereof? And it is my prince's purpose not to misrepresent his responses, and condemn unjustly what he saith well. So, where he finds him under a mistake, not to suffer that to pass without correction. His answers to the foresaid questions I will read to you. What is most ancient? Time. What is greatest? The world. What is wisest? Truth. What is most beautiful? The light. What is most common? Death. What is most profitable? God. What is most pernicious? An evil genius. What is strongest? Fortune. What is most easy? That which is pleasant. 9. When Niloxenus had read out these answers, there was a short silence among them. By and by Thales desires Niloxenus to inform him if Amasis approved of these answers. Niloxenus said he liked some and disliked others. There is not one of them right and sound, quoth Thales, but all are full of wretched folly and ignorance. As for instance, how can that be most ancient whereof part is past, part is now present, and part is yet to come? Every man knows it is younger than ourselves and our actions. As to his answer that truth is the most wise thing, it is as incongruous as if he had affirmed the light to be an eye. If he judged the light to be the most beautiful, how could he overlook the sun? As to his solutions concerning the gods and evil geniuses, they are full of presumption and peril. What he saith of Fortune is void of sense, for her inconstancy and fickleness proceeds from want of strength and power. Nor is death the most common thing. The living are still at liberty, it hath no arrested them. But lest we can be censured as having a faculty to find fault only, we will lay down our opinions of these things, and compare them with those of the Ethiopian. And I offer myself first, if Niloxenus pleases, to deliver my opinion on every one singly. And I will relate both questions and answers in that method and order in which they were sent to Ethiopia and read to us. What is most ancient? Thales answered, God, for he had no beginning. What is greatest? Place. The world contains all other things. This surrounds and contains the world. What is most beautiful? The world, for whatever is framed artificially and methodically is a part of it. What is most wise? Time, for it has found out some things already, it will find out the rest in due time. What is most common? Hope, for they that want other things are masters of this. What is most profitable? Virtue, for by a right managery of other things she makes them all beneficial and advantageous. What is most pernicious? Vice, for it depraves the best things we enjoy. What is most strong? Necessity, for this alone is insuperable. What is most easy? That which is most agreeable to nature, for pleasures themselves are sometimes tedious and nauseating. All the consult approved of Thales's solutions. Then Cleodemus said, My friend Niloxenus, it becomes kings to propound and resolve such questions, but the insolence of that barbarian who would have Amasis drink the sea would have been better fitted by such a smart reprimand as Pittacus gave Aliates, who sent an imperious letter to the Lesbians. He made him no answer, except to bid him spend his time in eating his hot bread and onions. Periander here assumed the discourse, and said, It was the manner of the ancient Grecians heretofore, O Cleodemus, to propound doubts to one another. And it hath been told us that the most famous and eminent poets once met at the grave of Amphidamas in Chalcis. This Amphidamas was a leading citizen, one that had perpetual wars with the Eretrians, and at last lost his life in one of the battles fought for the possession of the Lelatine plain. Now, because the writings of those poets were composed in verse, and so made the argument more knotty and the decision more difficult, and the great names of the antagonists, Homer and Hesiod, whose excellence was so well known, made the umpires timorous and shy to determine. They therefore betook themselves of these sorts of questions, and Homer, says Lucius, propounded this riddle: Tell me, O Muse, what never was, and never yet shall be. Hesiod answered readily and extempore in this wise: When steeds with something hove to win the prize shall run amain, and at thumb of mighty Jove their chariots break in twain. For this reply he was infinitely commended, and won the tripod. Pray tell me, quoth Cleodemus, what difference there is between these riddles and those of Eumetis, which she frames and mends to recreate herself with as much pleasure as other virgins make nets and girdles. They may be fit to offer and puzzle women withal, but for men to beat their brains to find out their mystery will be mighty ridiculous. Eumetis looked like one that had a great mind to reply, but her modesty would not permit her, for her face was filled with blushes. But Aesop in her vindication asked, Is it not much more ridiculous that all present cannot resolve the riddle she propounded to us before supper? This was as follows: A man I saw, who by his fire did set a piece of brass fast to a man, so that it seemed to him it welded was. Can you tell me, said he, how to construe this, and what the sense of it may be? No, said Cleodemus, nor do I care to know what it means. And yet, quoth Aesop, no man understands this thing better and practises it more judiciously and successfully than yourself. If you deny it, I have my witnesses ready, for there are you cupping glasses. Cleodemus laughed outright, for of all the physicians in his time, none used cupping glasses like him, he being a person that by his frequent and fortunate application thereof brought them first into request in the world. 11. Mnesiphilus the Athenian, a friend and favorite of Solon, said, O Periander, our discourse, as our wine, ought to be distributed not accordingly to our power or priority, but freely and equally, as in a popular state. For what hath been already discoursed concerning kingdoms and empires signifies little to us who live in a democracy. Wherefore I judge it convenient that every one of you, beginning with Solon, should freely and impartially declare his sense of a popular state. The motion pleased all the company. Then saith Solon, My friend Mnesiphilus, you heard, together with the rest of this good company, my opinion concerning republics, but since you are willing to hear it again, I hold that city or state happy, and most likely to remain democratic, in which those that are not personally injured are yet as forward to question and correct wrongdoers as that person who is more immediately wronged. Bias added, where all fear the law as they fear a tyrant. Thirdly, Thales said, where the citizens are neither too rich nor too poor. Fourthly, Anacharsis said, where, though in all other respects they are equal, yet virtuous men are advanced and vicious persons degraded. Fifthly, Cleobulus said, where the rulers fear reproof and shame more than the law. Sixthly, Pittacus said, where bad men are prohibited from ruling, and good men from not ruling. Chilo, pausing a little while, determined that the best and most durable state was where the subject minded the law most and the orators least. Periander concluded with his opinion that all of them would best approve that democracy which came next and was likest to an aristocracy. 12. When they had ended this discourse, I begged they would condescend to direct me how to govern a house, for they were few who had cities and kingdoms to govern, compared with those who had houses and families to manage. Aesop laughed and said, I hope you except Anacharsis out of your number, for having no house, he glories because he can be contented with a chariot only. As they say, the sun is whirled about from one end of the heavens to the other in his chariot. Therefore, saith Anacharsis, he alone, or he principally, is most free among the gods, and ever at his own liberty and dispose. He governs all, and is governed and subject to none, but he rides and reigns. And you know not how magnificent and capacious his chariot is. If you did, you would not thus floutingly compare it with our Scythian chariots. For you seem, in my apprehension, to call these coverings made of wood and mud houses, as if you should call the shell and not the living creature a snail. Therefore you laughed when Solon told you how, when he viewed Croesus's place, and found it richly and gloriously furnished, and yet could not yield, he lived happily until he had tried the inward and invisible state of his mind. For man's felicity consists not in the outward and visible favors and blessings of fortune, but in the inward and unseen perfections and riches of the mind. And you seem to have forgot your own fable of the fox, who, contending with the leopard, as to which was beset with more colours and spots, and having referred the matter in controversy to the arbitration of an empire, desired him to consider not so much the outside as the inside. For, saith he, I have more various and different fetches and tricks in my mind than he has marks or spots in his body. You regard only the handiwork of carpenters and masons and stone cutters, and call this a house, not what one hath within, his children, his wife, his friends and attendants, with whom, if a man lived in an emmet's bed or a bird's nest, enjoying in common the ordinary comforts of life, this man may be affirmed to live a happy and a fortunate life. This is the answer I purpose to return Aesop, quoth Anacharsis, and I tender it to Diocles as my share in this discourse. Only let the rest give in their opinions, if they please. Solon thought that house most happy where the estate was got without injustice, kept without distrust, and spent without repentance. Bias said that house is happy where the master does freely and voluntarily at home what the law compels him to do abroad. Thales held that house most happy where the master had most leisure and respite from business. Cleobulus said that in which the master is more beloved than feared. Pittacus said that is most happy where superfluities are not required and necessaries are not wanting. Chilo added that house is most happy where the master rules as a monarch in his kingdom, and he proceeded, when a certain Lacedaemonian desired Lycurgus to establish a democracy in the city, go you, friend, replied he, and try the experiment first in your own house. 13. When they had all given in their opinions upon this point, Eumetis and Melissa withdrew. Then Periander called for a large bowl full of wine, and drank to Chilo, and Chilo likewise drank to Bias. Ardalus then standing up called to Aesop and said, Will you not hand the cup to your friends at this end of the table, when you behold those persons there swilling up all that good liquor, and imparting none to us here, as if the cup were that of Bethiclus? But this cup, quoth Aesop, is no public cup. It hath stood so long by Solon's trenchard. Then Pittacus called to Mnesiphilus. Why, said he, does not Solon drink, but act in contradiction to his own verses? I love that ruby god, whose blessings flow in tides, to recreate my thirsty maw. Venus I court, the Muses I adore, who give us wine and pleasures evermore. Anacharsis subjoined, He fears your severe law, my friend Pittacus, wherein you decreed the drunkard a double punishment. You seem, said Pittacus, a little to fear the penalty, who have adventured heretofore, and now again before my face, to break that law and to demand a crown for the reward of your debauch. Why not, quoth Anacharsis, when there is a reward promised to the hardest drinker? Why should I not demand my reward, having drunk down all my fellows? Or inform me of any other end men drive at in drinking much wine, but to be drunk? Pittacus laughed at this reply, and Aesop told them this fable. The wolf, seeing a parcel of shepherds in their both feeding upon a lamb, approaching near them, What a bustle and noise and uproar would you have made, said he, if I had but done what you do? Chilo said, Aesop hath very justly revenged himself upon us, who a while ago stopped his mouth. Now he observes how we prevented Mnesiphilus's discourse, when the question was put why Solon did not drink up his wine. Mnesiphilus then spake to this effect. I know this to be the opinion of Solon, that in every art and faculty, divine and human, the work which is done is more desired than the instrument wherewith it is done, and the end than the means conducing to that end. As, for instance, a weaver thinks a cloak or coat more properly his work than the ordering of his shuttles or the diverse motions of his beams. A smith minds the soldering of his irons and the sharpening of the axe more than those little things preparatory to these main matters, as the kindling of the coals and getting ready the stone dust. Yet farther, a carpenter would justly blame us if we should affirm it is not his work to build houses or ships, but to bore holes or to make mortar. And the Muses will be implacably incensed with him that should say their business is only to make harps, pipes, and such musical instruments, not the institution and correction of manners and the government of those men's passions who are lovers of singing and masters of music. And agreeably copulation is not the work of Venus, nor is drunkenness that of Bacchus, but love and friendship, affection and familiarity, which are begot and improved by the means of these. Solon terms these works divine, and he professes he loves and now prosecutes them in his cleaning years as vigorously as ever in his youthful days. Then mutual love between man and wife is the work of Venus. The greatness of the pleasure affecting their bodies mixes and melts their very souls. Divers others, having little or no acquaintance before, have yet contracted a firm and lasting friendship over a glass of wine, which like fire softened and melted their tempers, and disposed them for a happy union. But in such a company and of such men as Periander hath invited, there is no need of can and chalice, but the Muses themselves throwing a subject of discourse among you, as it were a sober cup, wherein is contained much of delight and drollery, and seriousness too, do hereby provoke, nourish, and increase friendship among you, suffering the can to rest quietly upon the bowel, contrary to the rede which Hesiod gives for those who have more skill for carousing than for discoursing. Though all the rest with stated rules we bound, unmixed, unmeasured, are the goblets crowned. For it was the old Greek way, as Homer here tells us, to drink one to another in course and order. So Ajax gave a share of his meat to his next neighbor. When Mnesiphilus had discoursed after this manner, in comes Chersias the poet, whom Periander had lately pardoned and received into favor upon Chilo's meditation. Saith Chersias, Does not Jupiter distribute to the gods their proportion and dividend sparingly and severally, as Agamemnon did to his commanders when his guests drank to one another? If, O Chersias, quoth Cleodemus, as you narrate, certain doves bring him his ambrosia every meal, flying with a world of hardship through the rocks called Plancte, or wandering, can you blame him for his sparingness and frugality, and dealing out to his guests by measure? 14. I am satisfied, quoth Chersias, and since we are fallen upon our old discourse of housekeeping, which of the company can remember what remains to be said thereof? There remains, if I mistake not, to show what that measure is which may content any man. Cleobulus answered, the law has prescribed a measure for wise men. But as touching fools, I will tell you a story I once heard my mother relate to my brother. On a certain time the moon begged of her mother a coat that would fit her. How can that be done? quoth the mother, for sometimes you are a fool, sometimes the one half of you seems lost and perished, sometimes only a pair of horns appear. So, my Chersias, to the desires of a foolish immoderate man no certain measure can be fitted. For, according to the ebbing and flowings of his lust and appetite, and the frequent or seldom casualties that befall him, accordingly his necessities ebb or flow, not unlike Aesop's dog, who, being pinched and ready to starve with cold in winter, was of mind to build himself a house. But when the summer came on, he lay all along upon the ground, and stretching himself in the sun, thought himself monstrous big, and thought it a needless thing, and besides no small piece of work, to build him a house proportionable to that bulk and bigness. And do you not observe, O Chersias, continues he, many poor men, how one while they pinch their bellies, upon what short commons they live, how sparing and niggardly and miserable they are? And another while you may observe the same men as distrustful and covetous withal, as if the plenty of city and country, the riches of king and kingdom, were not sufficient to preserve them from want and beggary. When Chersias had concluded his discourse, Cleodemus began thus: We see you that are wise men possessing these outward goods after an unequal manner. Good sweet sir, answered Cleobulus, the law weaver like hath distributed to every man a fitting, decent, adequate proportion, and in your profession your reason does what the law does here. When you feed or diet or physic your patient, you give not an equal quantity to all, but what you judge to be convenient for each in his circumstances. Adelus inquires, I pray what law compels our friend and Solon's host, Epimenides, to abstain from all other victuals, and to content himself with a little composition of his own, which the Greeks call alimos, hunger relieving. This he takes into his mouth and chews, and eats neither dinner nor supper. This instance obliged the whole company to be a little while silent, until Thales in a jesting way replied, that Epimenides did very wisely, for hereby he saved the trouble and charge of grinding and boiling his food, as Pittacus did. I myself sojourning at Lesbos overheard my landlady, as she was very busy at her handmill, singing as she used to do at her work: Grind mill, for even Pittacus, the prince of great Mytilene, grinds. Άλλη μίλα άλλη, και γαρ Πίτακος αλλή, μεγάλας Mytilanas βασίλευον, quoth Solon Audulus. I wonder you have not read the law of Epimenides' frugality in Hesiod's writings, who prescribes him and others this spare diet. For he was the person that gratified Epimenides with the seeds of this nutriment, when he directed him to inquire how great benefit men might receive by mallows and asphodel. Do you believe, said Periander, that Hesiod meant this literally, or rather that, being himself a great admirer of parsimony, he hereby intended to exhort men to use a mean and spare diet, as most helpful and pleasant? For the chewing of mallows is very wholesome, and the stalk of asphodel is very luscious, but this expeller of hunger and thirst I take to be rather physic than natural food, consisting of honey and I know not what barbarian cheese, and of many and costly seeds fetched from foreign parts. If to make up this composition so many ingredients were requisite, and so difficult to come by, and so expensive, Hesiod might as well have kept his breath to cool his pottage, and never blessed the world with the discovery. And yet I admire how your host, when he went to perform the great purification for the Delians not long since, could overlook the monuments and patterns of the first element which the people brought into the temple, and among other cheap fruits such as grow of themselves, the mallows and the asphodel, the usefulness and innocency whereof Hesiod seemed in his work to magnify. Not only that, quoth Anacharsis, but he affirms both plants to be great restoratives. You are in the right, quoth Cleodemus, for it is evident Hesiod was no ordinary physician, who could discourse so learnedly and judiciously of diet, of the nature of wines, and of the virtue of waters and baths, and of women the proper times for procreation, and the site and position of infants in the womb, insomuch that, as I take it, Aesop deserves much more the name of Hesiod's scholar and disciple than Epimenides, whose great and excellent wisdom the fable of the nightingale and hawk demonstrates. But I will gladly hear Solon's opinion in this matter, for having sojourned long at Athens, and being familiarly acquainted with Epimenides, it is more than probable he might learn of him the grounds upon which he accustomed himself to so spare a diet. 15. To what purpose, said Solon, should I trouble him or myself to make enquiry in a matter so plain? For if it be a blessing next to the greatest to need little victuals, then it is the greatest felicity to need none at all. If I may have leave to deliver my opinion, quoth Cleodemus, I must profess myself of a different judgment, especially now we sit at table. For as soon as the meat is taken away, we have removed what belongs to those gods that are the patrons of friendship and hospitality. As upon the removal of the earth, quoth Thales, there must needs follow an universal confusion of all things, so in forbidding men meat, there must needs follow the dispersion and dissolution of the family, the sacred fire, the cups, the feasts, and the entertainments, which are the principal and most innocent diversions of mankind. And so all the comforts of society are at the end. For to men of business some recreation is necessary, and the preparation and use of victuals conduces much thereunto. Again, to be without victuals will tend to the destruction of husbandry, for want whereof the earth will soon be overgrown with weeds, and through the sloth of man overflowed with waters. And together with this, all arts will fail which are supported and encouraged hereby. Nay, more, take away hospitality and the use of victuals, and the worship and honor of the gods will sink and perish. The sun will have but small, and the moon yet smaller reverence, if they afford men only light and heat. And who will build an altar or offer sacrifice to Jupiter Pluvius, or to Ceres the patroness of husbandmen, or to Neptune the preserver of plants and trees? Or how can Bacchus be any longer termed the donor of all good things, if men make no farther use of the good things he gives? What shall men sacrifice? What first fruit shall they offer? In short, the subversion and confusion of the greatest blessings attend this opinion. Promiscuously and indefatigably to pursue all sorts of pleasures I own to be brutish, and to avoid all with a suitable aversion equally blockish. Let the mind then freely enjoy such pleasures as are agreeable to its nature and temper. But for the body there is certainly no pleasure more harmless and commendable and fitting than that which springs from a plentiful table, which is granted by all men. For, placing this in the middle, men converse with one another and share in the provision. As to the pleasures of the bed, men use these in the dark, reputing the use thereof no less shameful and beastly than the total disuse of the pleasures of the table. Cleodemus having finished this long harangue, I began to this effect: You omit one thing, my friend, how they that decry food decry sleep too, and they that declaim against sleep declaim against dreams in the same breath, and so destroy the primitive and ancient way of divination. Add to this that our whole life will be of one form and fashion, and our soul enclosed in a body to no purpose, many and those the principal parts thereof are naturally so formed and fashioned as to be organs of nutriment. So the tongue, the teeth, the stomach, and the liver, whereof none are idle, none framed for other use, so that whosoever hath no need of nutriment has no need of his body, that is, in other words, no man hath any need of himself, for every man hath a body of his own. This I have thought fit to offer in vindication of our bellies. If Solon or any other has anything to object to what I have said, I am willing to hear him. End of Section 2 of the Morals, Volume 2, The Banquet of the Seven Wise Men.
Section 3 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. The Banquet of the Seven Wise Men, Part 3. 16. Yea, doubtless, replies Solon, or we may be reputed more injudicious than the Egyptians. For when any person dies among them, they open him and show him so dissected to the sun. His guts they throw into the river. To the remaining parts they allow a decent burial, for they think the body now pure and clean. And to speak truly, they are the foulest parts of the body, and like that lower hell crammed with dead carcasses, and at the same time flowing with offensive rivers, such as flame with fire and are disturbed with tempests. No live creature feeds upon another living creature, but we first take away their lives, and in that action we do them great wrong. For as much as whatsoever is transmuted and turned into another loseth the nature which it had before, and is corrupted that it may become nourishment to the others. Now the very plants have life in them. That is clear and manifest, for we perceive they grow and spread. But to abstain from eating flesh, as they say Orpheus of old did, is more a pretense than a real avoiding of an injury proceeding from the just use of meat. One way there is, and but one way, whereby a man may avoid offense, namely, by being contented with his own, not coveting what belongs to his neighbor. But if a man's circumstances be such and so hard that he cannot subsist without wronging another man, the fault is God's, not his. The case being such with some persons, I would fain learn if it be not advisable to destroy, at the same time with injustice, these instruments of injustice, the belly, stomach, and liver, which have no sense of justice or appetite to honesty, and therefore may be fitly compared to your cook's implements, his knives and his cauldrons, or to a baker's chimney and bins and kneading tubs. Verily, one may observe the souls of some men confined to their bodies, as to a house of correction, barely to do the drudgery and to serve the necessities thereof. It was our own case but even now. While we minded our meat and our bellies, we had neither eyes to see nor ears to hear. But now the table is taken away, we are free to discourse among ourselves and to enjoy one another. And now our bellies are full, we have nothing else to do or care for. And if this condition and state wherein we at present are would last our whole life, we having no wants to fear nor riches to covet, for a desire of superfluities attends a desire of necessaries, would not our lives be much more comfortable and life itself much more desirable? Yea, but Cleodemus stiffly maintains the necessity of eating and drinking, else we shall want tables and cups, and shall not be able to sacrifice to Ceres and Proserpina. By a parity of reason there is a necessity there should be contentions and wars, that men may have bulwarks and citadels and fortifications by land, fleets and navies abroad at sea, and that having slain hundreds we may offer sacrifices, called hecatomphomia, after the Messenian manner. By this reason we shall find men grudging their own health, for, they will say, there will be no need of down or feather beds unless they are sick. And so those healing gods, and particularly Asclepius, will be vast sufferers, for they will infallibly lose so many fat and rich sacrifices yearly. Nay, the art of chirurgery will perish, and all those ingenious instruments that have been invented for the cure of man will lie by useless and insignificant. And what great difference is there between this and that? For meat is a medicine against hunger, and such as keep a regular diet are said to cure themselves. I mean such as use meat, not for wantonness, but of necessity. For it is plain, the prejudices we receive by feeding far surmount the pleasures. And the pleasure of eating fills a very little place in our bodies and a very little time. But why should I trouble you or myself with a catalogue of the many vexations which attend that man who is necessitated to provide for a family, and the many difficulties which distract him in his undertaking? For my part, I verily believe Homer had an eye to this very thing, when, to prove the immortality of the gods, he made use of this very argument, that they were such because they used no victuals. For not the bread of man their life sustains, nor wine's inflaming juice supplies their veins. Intimating meat to be the cause of death as well as the means of sustaining and supporting life. From hence proceed divers fatal distempers, caused much more by fullness than by fasting, and to digest what we have eaten proves frequently a harder matter than to provide and procure what we eat. And when we solicitously inquire beforehand what we should do or how we should employ ourselves if we had not such care and business to take up our time, that is, if Danaus's daughters should trouble their heads to know what they should do if they had no sieves to fill with water, we drudge and toil for necessaries for the want of better and nobler business. As slaves then who have gained their freedom do now and then those drudgeries and discharge those servile employments and offices for their own benefit which they undertook heretofore for their master's advantage, so the mind of man, which at present is enslaved to the body and the service thereof, when once it becomes free from this slavery, will take care of itself and spend its time in contemplation of truth without distraction or disturbance. Such were our discourses upon this head, O Nicarchus. 17. And before Solon had fully finished, in came Gorgias, Periander's brother, who was just returned from the Tenarium, whither he had been sent by the advice of the oracle to sacrifice to Neptune and to conduct a deputation. Upon his entrance we welcomed him home, and Periander, having among the rest saluted him, Gorgias sat by him upon a bed and privately whispered something to his brother which we could not hear. Periander by his various gestures and motions discovered different affectations. Sometimes he seemed sad and melancholic, by and by disturbed and angry; frequently he looked as doubtful and distrustful men used to do. A while after he lifts up his eyes, as is usual of men in amaze. At last recovering himself, saith he, I have a mind to impart to you the contents of this embassy, but I scarce do it, remembering Thales's aphorism, how things impossible or incredible are to be concealed, and only things credible and probable are to be related. Bias answered, I crave leave to explain Thales's saying. We may distrust enemies, even though they speak things credible, and trust friends, even though they relate things incredible. And I suppose by enemies he meant vicious men and foolish, and by friends wise and good men. Then, brother Gorgias, quoth Periander, I pray relate the whole story particularly. 18. Gorgias, in obedience to his brother's command, began his story thus. When we had fasted now for 3 days and offered sacrifice upon each of those days, we were all resolved to sit upon the third night and spend it in pastime and dancing. The moon shone very bright upon the water, and the sea was exceeding calm and still. This we saw, for we sported ourselves upon the shore. Being thus taken up, all of a sudden we espied a wonderful spectacle off at sea, making with incredible expedition to the adjoining promontory. The violence of the motion made the sea foam again, and the noise was so loud that the whole company forsook their sport and ran together toward the place, admiring what the matter should be. Before we could make a full discovery of the whole, the motion was so rapid, we perceived divers dolphins, some swimming in a ring or circle, others hastening amain to that part of the shore which was most smooth, and others following afar, and as it were bringing up the rear. In the middle there was a certain heap which we could perceive above the water, but we could not distinctly apprehend what it was, till drawing near the shore we saw all the dolphins flocking together, and having made near the land they safely surrendered their charge, and left out of danger a man breathing and shaking himself. They returned to the promontory, and there seemed to rejoice more than before, for this was their fortunate undertaking. Divers in the company were affrighted and ran away. Myself and a few more took courage, and went on to see and satisfy ourselves what this unusual matter might be. And there we found and instantly knew our old acquaintance Arion the musician, who told us his name. He wore that very garment he used when he strove for mastery. We brought him into our tent, and found he had received no damage in his passage, save only a little lassitude by the violence of the motion. He told us the whole story of his adventure, a story incredible to all but such as saw it with their eyes. He told us how, when he had determined to leave Italy, being hastened away by Periander's letters, he went aboard a Corinthian merchantman then in port and ready to sail. Being off at sea with the winds favorable, he observed the seamen bent to ruin him, and the master of the vessel told him as much, and that they purposed to execute their design upon him that very night. In this distress, the poor man, as if inspired by his good genius, girds about him his heretofore victorious, now his funeral cloak, with a brave resolution to compose and sing his own epitaph, as the swans, when they apprehend the approaches of death, are reported to do. Being thus habited, he told the seamen he was minded to commit the protection of himself and his fellow passengers to the providence of the gods in a Pythian song. Then standing upon the poop, near the side of the vessel, and having invoked the help and assistance of all the sea gods, he strikes up briskly and sings to his harp. Before he had half finished his carol the sun set, and he could discern Peloponnesus before him. The seamen thought it tedious to tarry for the night, wherefore they resolved to murder him immediately, to which purpose they unsheathed their swords. Seeing this, and beholding the master standing with his face covered, he leaped into the sea as far as he could. But before his body sank he found himself supported by dolphins. At first he was surprised with care and trouble, but by and by, finding himself marching forward with much ease and security, and observing a whole shoal of dolphins flocking about him, and joyfully contending which should appear most forward and serviceable in his preservation, and discerning the vessel at a considerable distance behind, he apprehended the nimbleness of his porters. Then, and not till then, his fears forsook him, and he professed he was neither so fearful of death nor desirous of life as he was full of ambitious desire to reach the haven of safety, that he might show to all men that he stood in the grace and favor of the gods, and that he might himself believe more firmly than ever before in their being and goodness. In his passage, as he lifted up his eyes toward heaven, and beheld the stars glittering and twinkling, and the moon full and glorious, and the sea calm all about her as she seemed to rise out of it, and yielding him, as it were, a beaten track, he declared, he thought God's justice had more eyes than one, and that with these many eyes the gods beheld what was acted here below both by sea and land. With such contemplations he performed his voyage less anxiously, which much abated the tediousness thereof, and was a comfort and refreshment to him in his solitude and danger. At last, arriving near the promontory, which was both steep and high, and fearing danger in a straight course and direct line, they unanimously veered about, and making to the shore with a little compass for security, they delivered Arion to us in safety, so that he plainly perceived and with thanks acknowledged a providence. When Arion had finished this narrative of his escape, I asked him, quoth Gorgias, whither the ship was bound, and he told me for Corinth. But it would not be there very suddenly, for when he leaped out of the ship and was carried, as he conceived, about 500 furlongs, he perceived a calm, which must needs much retard their arrival who were aboard. Gorgias added, that having learned the names of the pilot and master and the colors of the ship, he immediately dispatched out ships and soldiers to examine all the ports, all this while keeping Arion concealed, lest the criminal should, upon notice of his deliverance, escape the pursuit of justice. This action happened very luckily, as if it were directed by the power of the gods, for as soon as he arrived at Corinth, news was brought him that the same ship was in port, and that his party had seized it and secured all the men, merchants, and others. Whereupon Periander commended Gorgias' discretion and zeal, desiring him to proceed and lose no time, but immediately to clap them in close prison, and to suffer none to come at them to give the least notice of Arion's miraculous escape. 19. Gentlemen, quoth Aesop, I remember you derided my dialogue of the daws and the crows, and now you can admire and believe as improbable a story of dolphins. You are mightily out, said I, for this is no new story which we believe, but it is recorded in the annals of Ino and Athamas above 1,000 years ago. These passages are supernatural, quoth Solon, and much above our reason. What befell Hesiod is of a lower kind, and more proper for our discourse, and if you have not heard of it before, it is worth your hearing. Hesiod was once entertained in the same house in Locris with a certain Milesian. In this his sojourning time it happened the gentleman's daughter was got with child by the Milesian, which being discovered, the whole family concluded Hesiod, if not guilty, must be privy to the fact. His innocence was but a weak fence against their jealousy and aspersions, and therefore, rashly censuring him guilty, the brothers of the woman waylaid him in his return home and slew him and his companion Troilus near the temple of the Nemean Jove in Locris. Their carcasses they threw into the sea. That of Troilus was carried into the river Daphnis, and rested upon a certain rock compassed with waters, just above the surface of the sea, which rock bears his name to this day. The body of Hesiod was no sooner fallen upon the surface of the water, but a company of dolphins received it and conveyed it to Rhium in Molycria. It happened the Locrians were assembled at Rhium that day to feast and make merry, according to the custom which continues still among them. As soon as they perceived a carcass floating, or rather swimming towards them, they hastened, not without admiration, to see what it was, and knowing the body to be Hesiod's, they instantly resolved to find out the murderers. It proved an easy discovery. After conviction, they threw them headlong alive into the sea, and ordered their houses to be demolished to the very foundations. The body they buried in the grove of the temple of Jove, that no foreigner might find it out. The reason of this act was that the Orchomenians had searched far and near for it at the instigation of the oracle, who promised them the greatest felicity if they could get the bones of Hesiod and bury them in their city. Now, if dolphins are so favorable to dead men, it is very probable they have a strong affection for the living, especially for such as delight in music, whether vocal or instrumental. And this we know undoubtedly, that these creatures delight infinitely in music. They love it, and if any man sings or plays as he sails along in fair weather, they will quietly swim by the side of the ship and listen till the music is ended. When children bathe in water and sport themselves, you shall have a parcel of them flock together and sport and swim by them. And they may do it the more securely, since it is a breach of the law of nature to hurt them. You never heard of any man that fishes for them purposely or hurts them wilfully, unless falling into the nets they spoil the sport, and so, like naughty children, are corrected for their misdemeanors. I very well remember the Lesbians told me how a maid of their town was preserved from drowning by them. 20. It was a very true story, quoth Pittacus, and there are divers still alive who will attest it if need be. The builders or founders of Lesbos were commanded by the oracle to sail till they came to a haven called Messageum. There they should sacrifice a bull to Neptune, and for the honor of Amphitrite and the sea nymphs they should offer a virgin. The principal persons in this colony were 7 in number. The 8th one was Aeschylus by name, and appointed head of the rest by the oracle himself, and he was a bachelor. A daughter of one of the 7 was to be sacrificed, but who it should be was to be decided by lot, and the lot fell upon Smintheus' sister. Her they dressed most richly, and so apparelled they conveyed her in abundance of state to the waterside, and having composed a prayer for her, they were now ready to throw her overboard. There was in the company a certain ingenuous young gentleman whose name was Enalus. He was desperately in love with this young lady, and his love prompted him to endeavor all he could for her preservation, or at least to perish in the attempt. In the very moment she was to be cast away, he clasps her in his arms and throws himself and her together into the sea. Shortly after there was a flying report, they were both conveyed safe to land. A while after Enalus was seen at Lesbos, who gave out they were preserved by dolphins. I could tell you stories more incredible than these, such as would amuse some and please others, but it is impossible to command men's faith. The sea was so tempestuous and rough, the people were afraid to come too near the waters when Enalus arrived. A number of polypuses followed him even to Neptune's temple, the biggest and strongest of which carried a great stone. This Enalus dedicated, and this stone is therefore called Enalus to this day. To be short and to speak all in a few words, he that knows how to distinguish between the impossible and the unusual, to make a difference between the unlikely and the absurd, to be neither too credulous nor too distrustful, he hath learned your lesson. Do not overdo. 21. Anacharsis, after all this discourse, spake to thus purpose: Since Thales has inserted the being of a soul in all the principal and most noble parts of the universe, it is no wonder that the most commendable acts are governed by an overruling power. For as the body is the organ of the soul, so the soul is an instrument in the hand of God. Now as the body has many motions of its own proceeding from itself, but the best and most from the soul, so the soul acts some things by its own power, but in most things it is subordinate to the will and power of God, whose glorious instrument it is. To me it seems highly unreasonable, and I should be but too apt to censure the wisdom of the gods if I were convinced, that they use fire and water, and wind and clouds and rain for the preservation and welfare of some and for the detriment and destruction of others, while at the same time they make no use of living creatures that are doubtless more serviceable to their ends than bows are to the Scythians, or harps or pipes to the Greeks. Chersias the poet broke off this discourse, and told the company of divers that were miraculously preserved, to his certain knowledge, and more particularly of Cypselus, Periander's father, who being newly born, his adversary sent a party of bloody fellows to murder him. They found the child in his nurse's arms, and seeing him smile innocently upon them, they had not the heart to hurt him, and so departed. But presently recalling themselves and considering the peremptoriness of their orders, they returned and searched for him, but they could not find him, for his mother had hid him very carefully in a chest. When he came to years of discretion, and understood the greatness of his former danger and deliverance, he consecrated a chapel at Delphi to Apollo, by whose care he conceived himself preserved from crying in that critical time, and by his cries from betraying his own life. Pittacus, addressing his discourse to Periander, said: It is well done of Chersias to make mention of that chapel, for this brings to my mind a question I several times purposed to ask you, but still forgot, namely, to what intent all those frogs were carved upon the palm tree before the door, and how they affect neither the deity nor the dedicator? Periander remitted him to Chersias for the answer, as a person better versed in these matters, for he was present when Cypselus consecrated the chapel. But Chersias, smiling, would not satisfy them until they resolved him the meaning of these aphorisms: Do not overdo. Know thyself. But particularly and principally this, which had scared divers from wedlock and others from suretyship and others from speaking at all: Promise and you are ruined. What need we to explain to you these, when you yourself have so mightily magnified Aesop's comment upon each of them? Aesop replied: When Chersias is disposed to jest with me in these subjects, and to jest in earnest, he is pleased to father such sayings and sentences upon Homer, who, bringing in Hector furiously flying upon others, yet at another time represents him as flying from Ajax, son of Telamon, an argument that Hector knew himself. And Homer made Ulysses approve the saying Do not overdo, when he besought his friend Diomedes not to command him too much, nor yet to censure him too much. And for suretyship he exposes it as a matter unsafe, nay, highly dangerous, saying that to be bound for idle and wicked men is full of hazard. To confirm this, Chersias reported how Jupiter had thrown 8 headlong out of heaven, because she was by when he made the promise about the birth of Hercules, whereby he was circumvented. Here Solon interrupted: I am of this mind, that we now give ear to the most wise Homer. But now the night extends her awful shade, the goddess parts you, be the night obeyed. If it please the company then, let us sacrifice to the Muses, to Neptune, and to Amphitrite, and so bid each adieu for the night. This was the conclusion of that meeting, my dear Nicarchus. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a Young Man ought to hear Poems, Part 1. 1. It may be allowed to be a question fit for the determination of those concerning whom Cato said, their palates are more sensitive than their hearts, whether that saying of Philoxenus the poet be true or no: the most savory flesh is that which is no flesh, and fish that is no fish. Yet this to me, Marcus Sedatus, is out of question, that those precepts of philosophy which seem not to be delivered with a designed gravity, such as becomes philosophers, take most with persons that are very young, and meet with a more ready acceptance and compliance from them. Whence it is that they do not only read through Aesop's fables, and the fictions of poets, and the Abaris of Heraclides, and Ariston's Lyco, but they also read such doctrines as relate to the souls of men, if something fabulous be mixed with them, with an excess of pleasure that borders on enthusiasm. Wherefore we are not only to govern their appetites in the delights of eating and drinking, but also, and much more, to inure them to a like temperance in reading and hearing, that, while they make use of pleasure as a sauce, they may pursue that which is wholesome and profitable in those things which they read. For neither can a city be secure if but one gate be left open to receive the enemy, though all the rest be shut, nor a young man safe, though he be sufficiently fortified against the assaults of all other pleasures, whilst he is without any guard against those of the ear. Yea, the nearer the commerce is betwixt the delights of that sense and those of the mind and reason, by so much the more, when he lies open on that side, is he apt to be debauched and corrupted thereby. Seeing therefore that we cannot, and perhaps would not if we could, debar young men of the size of my Scholaris and thy Cleander altogether from the reading of poets, yet let us keep the stricter guard upon them, as those who need a guide to direct them in their reading more than in their walks. Upon which consideration I find myself disposed to send thee at present in writing that discourse concerning poetry which I had lately an occasion to deliver by word of mouth, that, when thou hast read it over thyself, thou mayest also make such use of it, if thou judgest it may be serviceable to that purpose, as those which are engaged to drink hard do of amethysts, or preservatives against drunkenness, that is, that thou mayest communicate it to Cleander, to prepossess him therewith, seeing he is naturally endowed with a brisk, piercing, and daring wit, and therefore more prone to be inveigled by that sort of study. They say of the fish called polypus that his head in one respect is very good, but in another very naughty food. Because though it be very luscious to eat, yet it is thought to disturb the fancy with frightful and confused dreams. And the like observation may be made concerning poetry, that it affords sweet and withal wholesome nourishment to the minds of young men, but yet it contains likewise no less matter of disturbance and emotion to them that want a right conduct in the study thereof. For of it also, as well as of Egypt, may it be said that, to those who will use it, it is over fertile and luxuriant field, medicines and poisons intermixed doth yield. For therein love with soft passions and rich language dressed oft steals the heart out of the ingenuous breast. And indeed such only are endangered thereby, for the charms of that act ordinarily affect not those that are downright sots and naturally incapable of learning. Wherefore, when Simonides was asked why of all men he could not deceive the Thessalians, his answer was, because they are not so well bred as to be capable of being cajoled by me. And Gorgias used to call tragical poems cheats, wherein he that did cheat was juster than he that did not cheat, and he that was cheated was wiser than he that was not cheated. It deserves therefore our consideration, whether we shall put young men into Epicurus's boat, wherein, having their ears stopped with wax, as those of the men of Ithaca were, that they shall be obliged to sail by and not so much as touch at poetry, or rather keep a guard on them, so as to oblige their judgments by principles of right reason to use it aright, and preserve them from being seduced to their hurt by that which affords them so much delight. For neither did Lycurgus, the valiant son of Dryas, as Homer calls him, act like a man of sound reason in the course which he took to reform his people that were much inclined to drunkenness, by travelling up and down to destroy all the vines in the country, whereas he should have ordered that every vine should have a well of water near it, that, as Plato saith, the drunken deity might be reduced to temperance by a sober one. For water mixed with wine takes away the hurtful spirits, while it leaves the useful ones in it. Neither should we cut down or destroy the Muses' vine, poetry, but where we perceive it luxuriates and grows wild through an ungoverned appetite of applause, there ought we to prune away or keep under the fabulous and theatrical branches thereof. And where we find any of the graces linked to any of the Muses, that is, where the lusciousness and tempting charms of language are not altogether barren and unprofitable, there let us bring in philosophy to incorporate with it. For as, where the mandrake grows near the vine and so communicates something of its force thereto, the wine that is made of its grapes makes the sleep of those that drink it more refreshing, so doth the tempering poetry with the principles of philosophy, and allaying their roughness with its fictions, render the study of them more easy and the relish of them more grateful to young learners. Wherefore those that would give their minds to philosophical studies are not obliged to avoid poetry altogether, but rather to prepare themselves for philosophy by poems, accustoming themselves to search for and embrace that which may profit in that which pleaseth them, and rejecting and discarding that wherein they find nothing of this nature. For this discrimination is the first step to learning. And when this is attained, then, according to what Sophocles saith, to have begun well what we do intend gives hope and prospect of as good an end. 2. Let us therefore in the first place possess those whom we initiate in the study of poetry with this notion, as one which they ought always to have at hand, that 'tis frequently the poet's guise to intermingle truth with lies, which they do sometimes with and sometimes against their wills. They do it with their wills, because they find strict truth too rigid to comply with that sweetness and gracefulness of expression, which most are taken with, so readily as fiction doth. For real truth, though it disgust never so much, must be told as it is, without alteration. But that which is feigned in a discourse can easily yield and shift its garb from the distasteful to that which is more pleasing. And indeed, neither the measures nor the tropes, nor the grandeur of words, nor the aptness of metaphors, nor the harmony of the composition gives such a degree of elegance and gracefulness to a poem as a well-ordered and artificial fiction doth. But as in pictures the colors are more delightful to the eye than the lines, because those give them a nearer resemblance to the persons they were made for, and render them the more apt to deceive the beholder, So in poems we are more apt to be smitten and fall in love with a probable fiction than with the greatest accuracy that can be observed in measures and phrases, where there is nothing fabulous or fictitious joined with it. Wherefore Socrates, being induced by some dreams to attempt something in poetry, and finding himself unapt, by reason that he had all his lifetime been the champion of a severe truth, to hammer out of his own invention a likely fiction, made choice of Aesop's fables to turn into verse, as judging nothing to be true poetry that had in it nothing of falsehood. For though we have known some sacrifices performed without pipes and dances, yet we own no poetry which is utterly destitute of fable and fiction. Whence the verses of Empedocles and Parmenides, the Therasia of Nicander, and the sentences of Theognis, are rather to be accounted speeches than poems, which, that they might not walk contemptibly on foot, have borrowed from poetry the chariot of verse, to convey them the more creditably through the world. Whensoever therefore any thing is spoken in poems by any noted and eminently famous man, concerning gods, or daemons, or virtue, that is absurd or harsh, he that takes such sayings for truths is thereby misled in his apprehension and corrupted with an erroneous opinion. But he that constantly keeps in his mind and maintains as his principle that the witchcraft of poetry consists in fiction, he that can at all turns accost it in this language: Riddle of art, like which no sphinx beguiles, whose face on one side frowns while the other smiles. Why cheatest thou with pretence to make us wise, and bidst sage precepts in a fool's disguise? Such a one, I say, will take no harm by it, nor admit from it any absurd thing into his belief. But when he meets in poetry with expressions of Neptune's rending the earth to pieces and discovers the infernal regions, he will be able to check his fears of the reality of any such accident. And he will rebuke himself for his anger against Apollo for the chief commander of the Greeks, whom at a banquet while he sings his praise, and speaks him fair, yet treacherously he slays. Yea, he will repress his tears for Achilles and Agamemnon, while they are represented as mourning after their death, and stretching forth their limber and feeble hands to express their desire to live again. And if at any time the charms of poetry transport him into any disquieting passions, he will quickly say to himself, as Homer very elegantly, considering the propension of women to listen after fables, says in his Nicaea, or relation of the state of the dead: But from the dark dominions speed thy way, and climb the steep ascent to upper day. To thy chaste bride the wondrous story tell, the woes, the horrors, and the laws of hell. Such things as I have touched upon are those by which poets willingly feign. But more there are which they do not feign, but believing them themselves as their own proper judgments, they put fictitious colors upon them to ingratiate them to us. As when Homer says of Jupiter: Jove lifts the golden balances that show the fates of mortal men and things below. Here each contending hero's lot he tries, and weighs with equal hand their destinies. Low sinks the scale surcharged with Hector's fate, heavy with death it sinks, and hell receives the weight. To this fable Aeschylus hath accommodated a whole tragedy, which he calls Psychostasia, wherein he introduceth Thetis and Aurora standing by Jupiter's balances, and deprecating each of them the death of her son engaged in a duel. Now there is no man but sees that this fable is a creature of the poet's fancy, designed to delight or scare the reader. But this other passage, Great Jove is made the treasurer of wars, and this other also, When a god means a noble house to raise, he frames one rather than he'll want a cause. These passages, I say, express the judgment of belief of poets, who thereby discover and suggest to us the ignorant or mistaken apprehensions they had of the deities. Moreover, almost every one knows nowadays that the portentous fancies and contrivances of stories concerning the state of the dead are accommodated to popular apprehensions; that the spectres and phantasms of burning rivers and horrid regions and terrible tortures expressed by frightful names are all mixed with fable and fiction, as poison with food; and that neither Homer nor Pindar nor Sophocles ever believed themselves when they wrote at this rate: There endless floods of shady darkness stream From vast caves where mother Night doth teem, and there ghosts o'er the vast ocean's waves did glide By the Leucadian promontory's side, and there from the unfathomed gulf the infernal lake Through narrow straits recurring tides doth make. And yet as many of them as deplore death as a lamentable thing, or the want of burial after death as a calamitous condition, are wont to break out into expressions of this nature: O pass not by, my friend, nor leave me here Without a grave, and on that grave a tear. And Then to the ghost the mournful soul did fly, sore grieved in midst of youth and strength to die. And again, "'Tis sweet to see the light. Oh, spare me then till I arrive at the usual age of men, nor force my unfledged soul from hence to know the doleful state of dismal shades below." These, I say, are the speeches of men persuaded of these things as being possessed by erroneous opinions, and therefore they touch us the more nearly and torment us inwardly, because we ourselves are full of the same impotent passion from which they were uttered. To fortify us therefore against expressions of this nature, let this principle continually ring in our ears, that poetry is not at all solicitous to keep to the strict measure of truth. And indeed, as to what that truth in these matters is, even those men themselves who make it their only study to learn and search it out, confess that they can hardly discover any certain footsteps to guide them in that enquiry. Let us therefore have these verses of Empedocles in this case at hand. No sight of man so clear, no ear so quick, no mind so piercing, that is not here to seek. As also those of Xenophanes. The truth about the gods and world no man e'er was or shall be that determine can. And lastly, that passage concerning Socrates and Plato, where he by the solemnity of an oath disclaims all knowledge of those things. For those who perceive that the searching into such matters makes the heads of philosophers themselves giddy, cannot but be the less inclined to regard what the poets say concerning them. 3. And we shall fix our young men yet the more if, when we enter him in the poets, we first describe poetry to him, and tell him that it is an imitating art, and doth in many respects correspond to painting, not only acquainting him with that common saying, that poetry is vocal painting, and painting silent poetry, but teaching him moreover that when we see a lizard or an ape or the face of a Thersites in a picture, we are surprised with pleasure and wonder at it, not because of any beauty in the things, but for the likeness of the draught. For it is repugnant to the nature of that which is itself foul to be at the same time fair, and therefore it is the imitation, be the thing imitated beautiful or ugly, that, in case it do express it to the life, is commended. And on the contrary, if the imitation make a foul thing to appear fair, it is dispraised, because it observes not decency and likeness. Now some painters there are that paint uncomely actions, as Timotheus drew Medea killing her children, Theon Orestes murdering his mother, and Parrhasius Ulysses counterfeiting madness. Yea, Chaerephanes expressed in picture the unchaste converse of women with men. Now in such cases a young man is to be familiarly acquainted with this notion, that when men praise such pictures, they praise not the actions represented, but only the painter's art, which doth so lively express what was designed in them. Wherefore in like manner, seeing poetry many times describes by imitation foul actions and unseemly passions and manners, the young student must not in such descriptions, although performed never so artificially and commendably, believe all that is said as true or embrace it as good, but give it its due commendation so far only as it suits the subject treated of. For as, when we hear the grunting of hogs and the shrieking of pulleys and the rustling of the wind and the roaring of seas, we are, it may be, disturbed and displeased. And yet when we hear any one imitating these or the like noises handsomely, as Parmenio did that of a hog and Theodorus that of a pulley, we are well pleased. And as we avoid, as an unpleasing spectacle, the sight of sick persons and of a lazar full of ulcers, and yet are delighted to be spectators of the Philoctetes of Aristophane and the Jocasta of Solonian, wherein such wasting and dying persons are well acted, so must the young scholar, when he reads in a poem of Thersites the buffoon, or Sisyphus the whoremaster, of Batrachus the bawd speaking or doing anything, so praise the artificial managery of the poet, adapting the expressions to the persons, as withal to look on the discourses and actions so expressed as odious and abominable. For the goodness of things themselves differs much from the goodness of the imitation of them, the goodness of the latter consisting only in propriety and aptness to represent the former. Whence to foul actions foul expressions are most suitable and proper. As the shoes of Daimonides the cripple, which when he had lost them he wished might suit the feet of him that stole them, were but unhandsome shoes, but yet fit for the man they were made for, so we may say of such expressions as these: 'Tis worth the while an unjust act to own, when it sets him that does it on a throne. Get the repute of just for a disguise, and in it do all things whence gain might rise. A talent dowry! Could I close my eyes, and sleep, or live, if thee I should despise? And should I not in hell tormented be, could I be guilty of profaning thee? These, it is true, are wicked as well as false speeches, but yet are decent enough in the mouth of an Eteocles, an Ixion, and an old griping usurer. If therefore we mind our children that the poets write not such things as praising and approving them, but do really account them base and vicious, and therefore accommodate such speeches to base and vicious persons, they will never be damnified by them from the esteem they have of the poets in whom they meet with them. But, on the contrary, the suspicions insinuated into them of the persons will render the words and actions ascribed to them suspected for evil, because proceeding from such evil men. And of this nature is Homer's representation of Paris, when he describes him running out of battle into Helen's bed. For in that he attributes no such indecent act to any other, but only to that incontinent and adulterous person, he evidently declares that he intends that relation to import a disgrace and reproach to such intemperance. 4. In such passages therefore we are carefully to observe whether or not the poet himself do anywhere give any intimation that he dislikes the things he makes such persons say, which in the prologue to his Thais Manander does in these words: Therefore my muse describe me now a whore, fair, bold, and furnished with a nimble tongue, one that ne'er scruples to do lovers wrong, that always craves and denied shuts her door, that truly loves no man, yet for her ends affection true to every man pretends. But Homer of all the poets does it best, for he doth beforehand, as it were, bespeak dislike of the evil things and approbation of the good things he utters. Of the latter take these instances: He readily did the occasion take, and sweet and comfortable words he spake. By him he stood, and with soft speeches quelled the wrath which in his heated bosom swelled. And for the former, he so performs it as in a manner solemnly to forbid us to use or heed such speeches as those he mentions as being foolish and wicked. For example, being to tell us how uncivilly Agamemnon treated the priest, he premises these words of his own: Not so Atrides, he with kingly pride repulsed the sacred sire, and thus replied, intimating the insolency and unbecomingness of his answer. And when he attributes this passionate speech to Achilles: O monster mixed of insolence and fear, thou dog in forehead and in heart a deer, he accompanies it with this censure: Nor yet the rage his boiling breast forsook, which thus redoubling on Atrides broke. For it was unlikely that speaking in such anger he should observe any rules of decency. And he passeth like censures on actions, as on Achilles' foul usage of Hector's carcass: Gloomy, he said, and horrible to view, before the bier the bleeding Hector threw. And in like manner he doth very decently shut up relations of things said or done by adding some sentence wherein he declares his judgment of them. As when he personates some of the gods, saying, on the occasion of the adultery of Mars and Venus discovered by Vulcan's artifice: See the swift god o'ertaken by the lame, thus ill acts prosper not, but end in shame. And thus concerning Hector's insolent boasting he says: With such big words his mind proud Hector eased, but venerable Juno he displeased. And when he speaks of Pandarus's shooting he adds: He heard, and madly at the motion pleased, his polished bow with hasty rashness seized. Now these verbal intimations of the minds and judgments of poets are not difficult to be understood by any one that will heedfully observe them. But besides these, they give us other hints from actions. As Euripides reported, when some blamed him for bringing such an impious and flagitious villain as Ixion upon the stage, to have given this answer: But yet I brought him not off till I had fastened him to a torturing wheel. This same way of teaching by mute actions is to be found in Homer also, affording us useful contemplations upon those very fables which are usually most disliked in him. These some men offer force to, that they may reduce them to allegories, which the ancients called Iaponia, and tell us that Venus committing adultery with Mars, discovered by the sun, is to be understood thus: that when the star called Venus is in conjunction with that which hath the name of Mars, bastardly births are produced, and by the sun's rising and discovering them they are not concealed. So will they have Juno's dressing herself so accurately to tempt Jupiter, and her making use of the girdle of Venus to inflame his love, to be nothing else but the purification of that part of the air which draweth nearest to the nature of fire. as if we were not told the meaning of those fables far better by the poet himself. For he teacheth us in that of Venus, if we heed it, that light music and wanton songs and discourses which suggest to men obscene fancies debauch their manners, and incline them to an unmanly way of living in luxury and wantonness, of continually haunting the company of women, and of being given to fashions that their garb may please, hot baths and couches where they loll at ease. And therefore also he brings in Ulysses directing the musician thus: Leave this and sing the horse out of whose womb the gallant knights that conquered Troy did come. Evidently teaching us that poets and musicians ought to receive the arguments of their songs from sober and understanding men. And in the other fable of Juno he excellently shows that the conversation of women with men and the favors they receive from them procured by sorcery, witchcraft, or other unlawful arts, are not only short, unstable, and soon cloying, but also in the issue easily turned to loathing and displeasure, when once the pleasure is over. For so Jupiter there threatens Juno when he tells her: Hear this, remember, and our fury dread, nor pull the unwilling vengeance on thy head, lest arts and blandishments successless prove thy soft deceits and well dissembled love. For the fiction and representation of evil acts, when it withal acquaints us with the shame and damage befalling the doers, hurts not but rather profits him that reads them. For which end philosophers make use of examples for our instruction and correction out of historical collections, and poets do the very same thing, but with this difference, that they invent fabulous examples themselves. There was one Melanethius, who, whether in jest or earnest he said it matters not much, affirmed that the city of Athens owed its preservation to the dissensions and factions that were among the orators, giving withal this reason for his assertion, that thereby they were kept from inclining all of them to one side, so that by means of the differences among those statesmen there were always some that drew the saw the right way for the defeating of destructive counsels. And thus it is too in the contradictions among poets, which, by lessening the credit of what they say, render them the less powerful to do mischief, and therefore when comparing one saying with another we discover their contrariety, we ought to adhere to the better side. As in these instances: The gods, my son, deceive poor men oft times. 'Tis easy, sir, on God to lay our crimes. 'Tis comfort to thee to be rich, is't not? No, sir, 'tis bad to be a wealthy sot. Die rather than such toilsome pains to take. To call God's service toil's a foul mistake. Such contrarieties as these are easily solved, if, as I said, we teach youth to judge aright and to give the better saying preference. But if we chance to meet with any absurd passages without any others at their heels to confute them, we are then to overthrow them with such as others elsewhere are to be found in the author. Nor must we be offended with the poet or grieved at him, but only at the speeches themselves, which he utters either according to the vulgar manner of speaking, or, it may be, but in drollery. So, when thou readest Homer of gods thrown out of heaven headlong by another, or gods wounded by men in quarrelling and brawling with each other, thou mayest readily, if thou wilt, say to him: Sure thy invention here was sorely out, or thou hast said far better things, no doubt. Yea, and thou dost so elsewhere and according as thou thinkest, to wit, in these passages of thine: The gods removed from all that men doth grieve, a quiet and contented life do live. Herein the immortal gods, for ever blest, feel endless joys and undisturbed rest. The gods, who have themselves no cause to grieve, for wretched man a web of sorrow weave. For these argue sound and true opinions of the gods, but those other were only feigned to raise passions in men. Again, when Euripides speaks at this rate: The gods are better than we men by far, and yet by them we oft deceived are, we may do well to quote him elsewhere against himself, where he says better: If gods do wrong, surely no gods there are. So also when Pindar saith bitterly and keenly: No law forbids us any thing to do, whereby a mischief may befall a foe. Tell him: But Pindar, thou thyself sayest elsewhere: The pleasure which injurious acts attends always in bitter consequences ends. And when Sophocles speaks thus: Sweet is the gain wherein to lie and cheat, adds the repute of wit to what we get. Tell him: But we have heard thee say far otherwise: When the account's cast up, the gain's but poor, which by a lying tongue augments the store. And as to what he saith of riches, to wit: Wealth, where it minds to go, meets with no stay, for where it finds not, it can make a way. Many fair offers doth the poor let go, and lose his prize because his purse is low. The fair tongue makes, where wealth can purchase it, the foul face beautiful, the fool a wit. Here the reader may set in opposition divers other sayings of the same author. For example, from honor poverty doth not debar, where poor men virtuous and deserving are. Whate'er fools think, a man is ne'er the worse, if he be wise, though with an empty purse. The comfort which he gets who wealth enjoys, the vexing care by which 'tis kept destroys. And Menander also somewhere magnifies a voluptuous life, and inflames the minds of vain persons with these amorous strains. The glorious sun no living thing doth see, but what's a slave to love as well as we. But yet elsewhere, on the other side, he fastens on us, and pulls us back to the love of virtue, and checks the rage of lust, when he says thus: The life that is dishonorably spent, be it ne'er so pleasant, yields no true content. For these lines are contrary to the former, as they are also better and more profitable, so that by comparing them considerately one cannot but either be inclined to the better side, or at least flag in the belief of the worst. But now, supposing that any of the poets themselves afford no such correcting passages to solve what they have said amiss, it will then be advisable to confront them with the contrary sayings of other famous men, and therewith to sway the scales of our judgment to the better side. As when Alexis tempts to debauchery in these verses: The wise man knows what of all things is best, whilst choosing pleasure he slights all the rest. He thinks life's joys complete in these three sorts: to drink and eat and follow wanton sports. And what besides seems to pretend to pleasure, if it betide him counts it over measure. We must remember that Socrates said the contrary, to wit, bad men live that they may eat and drink, whereas good men eat and drink that they may live. And against the man that wrote in this manner: He that designs to encounter with a knave, an equal stock of knavery must have. Seeing he herein advises us to follow other vicious examples, that of Diogenes may well be returned, who being asked by what means a man might revenge himself upon his enemy, answered, by becoming himself a good and honest man. And the same Diogenes may be quoted also against Sophocles, who, writing thus of the sacred mysteries, caused great grief and despair to multitudes of men. Most happy they whose eyes are blessed to see the mysteries which here contained be, before they die, for only they have joy in the other world, the rest all ills annoy. This passage being read to Diogenes, What then, says he, shall the condition of Patisian, the notorious robber, after death be better than that of Epaminondas, merely for his being initiated in these mysteries? In like manner, when one Timotheus in the theatre, in the praise of the goddess Diana, called her furious, raging, possessed, mad, Synesius presently cried out to him aloud, May thy daughter Timotheus be such a goddess. And witty also was that of Bion to Theognis, who said, One cannot say or do, if poor he be, his tongue is bound to the peace as well as he. How comes it to pass then, said he, Theognis, that thou thyself, being so poor, pratest and gratest our ears in this manner? End of Section 4. Section 5 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a Young Man ought to hear Poems, Part 2. 5. Nor are we to omit in our reading those hints which, from some other words or phrases bordering on those that offend us, may help to rectify our apprehensions. But as physicians use cantharides, believing that, though their bodies be deadly poison, yet their feet and wings are medicinal, and can even kill the poison of the flies themselves, so must we deal with poems. If any noun or verb near at hand may assist to the correction of any such saying, and preserve us from putting a bad construction upon it, we should take hold of it and employ it to assist a more favorable interpretation. As some do in reference to those verses of Homer: Sorrows and tears most commonly are seen to be the gods' rewards to wretched men. The gods who have no cause themselves to grieve, for wretched men a web of sorrow weave. For, they say, he says not of men simply, or of all men, that the gods weave for them the fatal web of a sorrowful life, but he affirms it only of foolish and imprudent men, whom, because their vices make them such, he therefore calls wretched and miserable. 6. Another way whereby those passages which are suspicious in poets may be transferred to a better sense may be taken from the common use of words, which a young man ought indeed to be more exercised in than in the use of strange and obscure terms. For it will be a point of philology which it will not be unpleasant to him to understand, that when he meets with rigidani in a poet, that word signifies an evil death, for the Macedonians use the word banos to signify death. So the Aeolians call victory gotten by patient endurance of hardships chomoni, and the Dryopians call demons popi. But of all things it is most necessary, and no less profitable, if we design to receive profit and not hurt from the poets, that we understand how they make use of the names of gods, and also of the terms of evil and good, what they mean by fortune and fate, and whether these words be always taken by them in one and the same sense, or rather in various senses, as also many other words are. For so the word ichos sometimes signifies a material house, as into the high-roofed house, and sometimes estate, as my house is devoured. So the word viotos sometimes signifies life and sometimes wealth. And alin is sometimes taken for being uneasy and disquieted in mind, as in os epheth id alu apivisiato terito de ainos, and elsewhere for boasting and rejoicing, as in ialiis oti iron enkisas ton alitin. In like manner, thoasin signifies either to move, as in Euripides when he saith, Kitos thoasin ek et kan tikis alos, or to sit, as in Sophocles when he writes thus, Tinas poth edras tas de mos sasete, ichtheres cladonisen existenomi. It is elegant also when they adapt to the present matter, as grammarians teach, the use of words which are commonly of another signification. As here, neologin anin megali de anin fortia esthe. For here anin signifies to praise, instead of epanin, and to praise is used for to refuse. So in conversation it is common with us to say, Shalos ehi, it is well, i.e., no, I thank you, and to bid anything farewell, hyazin. By which forms of speech we refuse a thing which we do not want, or receive it not, but still with a civil compliment. So also some say that Proserpina is called epeni in the notion of pasatiti, to be deprecated, because death is by all men shunned. And the like distinction of words we ought to observe also in things more weighty and serious. To begin with the gods, we should teach our youth that poets, when they use the name of gods, sometimes mean properly the divine beings so called, but other whiles understand by those names certain powers of which the gods are the donors and authors, they having first led us into the use of them by their own practice. As when Archilochus prays, King Vulcan, hear thy suppliant, and grant that which thou'rt wont to give and I to want. It is plain that he means the god himself whom he invokes. But when elsewhere he bewails the drowning of his sister's husband, who had not obtained lawful burial, and says, Had Vulcan his fair limbs to ashes turned, I for his loss had with less passion mourned, he gives the name of Vulcan to the fire and not to the deity. And again Euripides when he says, No, by great Jove I swear, enthroned on high, and bloody Mars, means the gods themselves who bear those names. But when Sophocles saith, Blind Mars doth mortal men's affairs confound, as the swine's snout doth quite deface the ground, we are called to understand the word Mars to denote not the god so called, but war. And by the same word we are to understand also weapons made of hardened brass in those verses of Homer. These are the gallant men whose noble blood keen Mars did shed with swift Scamander's flood. Wherefore, in conformity to the instances given, we must conceive and bear in mind that by the names of Jupiter also sometimes they mean the god himself, sometimes fortune, and oftentimes also fate. For when they say, Great Jupiter, who from the lofty hill of Ida governest all the world at will, that wrath which hurled to Pluto's gloomy realm the souls of mighty chiefs, such was the sovereign doom, and such the will of Jove. For who, but who himself too fondly loves, dares lay his wisdom in the scale with Jove's? They understand Jupiter himself. But when they ascribe the event of all things done to Jupiter as the cause, saying of him, many brave souls to hell Achilles sent, and Jove's design accomplished in the event, they mean by Jove no more but fate. For the poet doth not conceive that God contrives mischief against mankind, but he soundly declares the mere necessity of the things themselves, to wit, that prosperity and victory are destined by fate to cities and armies and commanders who govern themselves with sobriety, but if they give way to passions and commit errors, thereby dividing and crumbling themselves into factions, as those of whom the poet speaks did, they do unhandsome actions, and thereby create great disturbances, such as are attended with sad consequences. For to all unadvised acts in fine the fates unhappy issues do assign. But when Hesiod brings in Prometheus, thus counselling his brother Epimetheus, Brother, if Jove to thee a present make, take heed that from his hands thou nothing take, he useth the name of Jove to express Fortune, for he calls the good things which come by her, such as riches and marriages and empires, and indeed all external things, the enjoyment whereof is unprofitable to them who know not how to use them well, the gifts of Jove. And therefore he adviseth Epimetheus, an ill man and a fool withal, to stand in fear of and to guard himself from prosperity, as that which would be hurtful and destructive to him. Again, where he saith, Reproach thou not a man for being poor, his poverty's God's gift as is thy store, he calls that which befalls men by fortune God's gift, and intimates that it is an unworthy thing to reproach any man for that poverty which he falls into by fortune, whereas poverty is then only a matter of disgrace and reproach when it is attendant on sloth and idleness, or wantonness and prodigality. For, before the name of fortune was used, they knew there was a powerful cause, which moved irregularly and unlimitedly, and with such a force that no human reason could avoid it, and this cause they called by the names of gods. So we are wont to call diverse things and qualities and discourses, and even men themselves, divine. And thus may we rectify many such sayings concerning Jupiter as would otherwise seem very absurd ; as these for instance, Before Jove's door 2 fatal hogsheads, filled with human fortunes, good and bad luck yield. Of violated oaths Jove took no care, but spitefully both parties crushed by war. To Greeks and Trojans both this was the rise of mischief suitable to Jove's device. These passages we are to interpret as spoken concerning fortune or fate, of the causality of both which no account can be given by us, nor do their efforts fall under our power. But where anything is said of Jupiter that is suitable, rational, and probable, there we are to conceive that the names of that God is used properly. As in these instances. Through others' ranks he conquering did range, but shunned with Ajax any blows t' exchange. But Jove's displeasure on him he had brought, had he with one so much his better fought. For though great matters are Jove's special care, small things th' inferior demons trusted are. And other words there are which the poets remove and translate from their proper sense by accommodation to various things, which deserve also our serious notice. Such a one, for instance, is azeti, virtue. For because virtue does not only render men prudent, just, and good, both in their words and deeds, but also oftentimes purchaseth to them honor and power, therefore they call likewise these by that name. So we are wont to call both the olive tree and the fruit elea, and the oak tree and its acorn figos, communicating the name of the one to the other. Therefore, when our young man reads in the poet such passages as these, This law the immortal gods to us have set, that none arrive at virtue but by sweat. The adverse troops then did the Grecians stout by their mere virtue profligate and rout. If now the fates determined have our death, to virtue we'll consign our parting breath. Let him presently conceive that these things are spoken of that most excellent and divine habit in us, which we understand to be no other than right reason, or the highest attainment of the reasonable nature, and most agreeable to the constitution thereof. And again, when he reads this, Of virtue Jupiter to one gives more, and lessens when he lifts another's store, and this, Virtue and honor upon wealth attend, let him not sit down in an astonishing admiration of rich men, as if they were enabled by their wealth to purchase virtue, nor let him imagine that it is in the power of fortune to increase or lessen his own wisdom. But let him conceive that the poet by virtue meant either glory, or power, or prosperity, or something of like import. For poets use the same ambiguity also in the word (xahotes) evil, which sometimes in them properly signifies a wicked and malicious disposition of mind, as in that of Hesiod: evil is soon acquired, for everywhere there's plenty on't and tall men's dwellings near. And sometimes some evil accident or misfortune, as when Homer says, sore evils, when they haunt us in our prime, hasten old age on us before our time. So also in the word evdaimonia he would be sorely deceived who should imagine that, wheresoever he meets with it in poets, it means, as it does in philosophy, a perfect habitual enjoyment of all good things, or the leading a life every way agreeable to nature, and that they do not withal by the abuse of such words call rich men happy or blessed, and power or glory felicity. For though Homer rightly useth terms of that nature in this passage, though of such great estates I am possessed, yet with true inward joy I am not blessed, and Menander in this, so great's the state I am endowed withal, all say I'm rich, but none me happy call. Yet Euripides discourseth more confusedly and perplexedly when he writes after this manner: May I ne'er live that grievous blessed life. But tell me, man, why valuest thou so high the unjust beatitude of tyranny? Except, as I said, we allow him the use of these words in a metaphorical and abusive sense. But enough hath been spoken of these matters. 7. Nevertheless, this principle is not once only but often to be inculcated and pressed on young men, that poetry, when it undertakes a fictitious argument by way of imitation, though it make use of such ornament and illustration as suit the actions and manners treated of, yet disclaims not all likelihood of truth, seeing the force of imitation, in order to the persuading of men, lies in probability. Wherefore such imitation, as does not altogether shake hands with truth, carries along with it certain signs of virtue and vice mixed together in the actions which it doth represent. And of this nature is Homer's poetry, which totally bids adieu to Stoicism, the principles whereof will not admit any vice to come near where virtue is, nor virtue to have anything to do where any vice lodgeth, but affirms that he that is not a wise man can do nothing well, and he that is so can do nothing amiss. Thus they determine in the schools. But in human actions and the affairs of common life, the judgment of Euripides is verified, that virtue and vice ne'er separately exist, but in the same acts with each other twist. Next, it is to be observed that poetry, waiving the truth of things, does most labor to beautify its fictions with variety and multiplicity of contrivance. For variety bestows upon fable all that is pathetical, unusual, and surprising, and thereby makes it more taking and graceful. Whereas what is void of variety is unsuitable to the nature of fable, and so raiseth no passions at all. Upon which design of variety it is that the poets never represent the same persons always victorious or prosperous, or acting with the same constant tenor of virtue. Yea, even the Gods themselves, when they engage in human actions, are not represented as free from passions and errors, lest, for the want of some difficulties and cross passages, their poems should be destitute of that briskness which is requisite to move and astonish the minds of men. 8. These things therefore so standing, we should, when we enter a young man into the study of the poets, endeavor to free his mind from that degree of esteem of the good and great personages in them described as may incline him to think them to be mirrors of wisdom and justice, the chief of princes, and the exemplary measures of all virtue and goodness. For he will receive much prejudice if he shall approve and admire all that comes from such persons as great, if he dislikes nothing in them himself, nor will endure to hear others blame them, though for such words and actions as the following passages import. Oh, would to all the immortal powers above, Apollo, Pallas, and almighty Jove, that not one Trojan might be left alive, and not a Greek of all the races survive. Might only we the vast destruction shun, and only we destroy the accursed town. Her breast all gore with lamentable cries, the bleeding innocent Cassandra dies, murdered by Clytemnestra's faithless hand. Lie with thy father's whore, my mother said, that she the old man may loathe, and I obeyed. Of all the Gods, O Father Jove, there's none thus given to mischief but thyself alone. Our young man is to be taught not to commend such things as these, no, nor to show the nimbleness of his wit or subtlety in maintaining an argument by finding out plausible colors and pretenses to varnish over a bad matter. But we should teach him rather to judge that poetry is an imitation of the manners and lives of such men as are not perfectly pure and unblameable, but such as are tinctured with passions, misled by false opinions, and muffled with ignorance, though oftentimes they may, by the help of a good natural temper, change them for better qualities. For the young man's mind, being thus prepared and disposed, will receive no damage by such passages when he meets with them in poems, but will on the one side be elevated with rapture at those things which are well said or done, and on the other which will not entertain, but dislike those which are of a contrary character. But he that admires and is transported with everything, as having his judgment enslaved by the esteem he hath for the names of heroes, will be unawares wheedled into many evil things, and be guilty of the same folly with those who imitate the crookedness of Plato or the lisping of Aristotle. Neither must he carry himself timorously herein, nor, like a superstitious person in a temple, tremblingly adore all he meets with, but use himself to such confidence as may enable him openly to pronounce, this was ill or incongruously said, and that was bravely and gallantly spoken. For example, Achilles in Homer, being offended at the spinning out that war by delays, wherein he was desirous by feats of arms to purchase himself glory, calls the soldiers together when there was an epidemical disease among them. But having himself some smattering skill in physic, and perceiving after the 9th day, which useth to be decretory in such cases, that the disease was no usual one, nor proceeding from ordinary causes, when he stands up to speak, he waives applying himself to the soldiers, and addresseth himself as a counsellor to the general, thus: Why leave we not the fatal Trojan shore, and measure back the seas we crossed before? And he spake well, and with due moderation and decorum. But when the soothsayer Chalcas had told him that he feared the wrath of the most potent among the Grecians, after an oath that while he lived no man should lay violent hands on him, he adds, but not with like wisdom and moderation, not e'en the chief by whom our hosts are led, the King of kings, shall touch that sacred head. In which speech he declares his low opinion, or rather his contempt of his chief commander. And then, being farther provoked, he drew his weapon with a design to kill him, which attempt was neither good nor expedient. And therefore by and by he repented his rashness. He said, observant of the blue-eyed maid, Then in the sheath returned the shining blade. Wherein again he did rightly and worthily, in that, though he could not altogether quell his passion, yet he restrained and reduced it under the command of reason, before it brake forth into such an irreparable act of mischief. Again, even Agamemnon himself talks in that assembly ridiculously, but carries himself more gravely and more like a prince in a matter of Chryseis. For whereas Achilles, when his Briseis was taken away from him, in sullenness withdraws from all his friends, and in his tent his time lamenting spends, Agamemnon himself hands into the ship, delivers to her friends, and so sends from him the woman concerning whom a little before he declared that he loved her better than his wife, and in that action did nothing unbecoming or savoring of fond affection. Also Phoenix, when his father bitterly cursed him for having to do with one that was his own harlot, says, Him in my rage I purposed to have killed, but that my hand some god in kindness held, and minded me that Greeks would taunting say, Lo, here's the man that did his father slay. It is true that Aristarchus was afraid to permit these verses to stand in the poet, and therefore censured them to be expunged. But they were inserted by Homer very aptly to the occasion of Phoenix's instructing Achilles what a pernicious thing anger is, and what foul acts men do by its instigation, while they are capable neither of making use of their own reason nor of hearing the counsel of others. To which end he also introduceth Meleager, at first highly offended with his citizens, and afterwards pacified, justly therein reprehending disordered passions, and praising it as a good and profitable thing not to yield to them, but to resist and overcome them, and to repent when one hath been overcome by them. Now in these instances the difference is manifest. But where like a clear judgment cannot be passed, there we are to settle the young man's mind, thus, by way of distinction. If Nausicaa, having cast her eyes upon Ulysses, a stranger, and feeling the same passion for him as Calypso had before, did, as one that was ripe for a husband, out of wantonness talk with her maidens at this foolish rate, O Heaven, in my connubial hour decree this man my spouse, or such a spouse as he, she is blameworthy for her impudence and incontinence. But if, perceiving the man's breeding by his discourse, and admiring the prudence of his addresses, she rather wisheth to have such a one for a husband than a merchant or a dancing gallant of her fellow citizens, she is to be commended. And when Ulysses is represented as rejoicing at Penelope's jocular conversation with her wooers, and at their presenting her with rich garments and other ornaments, because she cunningly the fools cajoled, and bartered light words for their heavy gold, if that joy were occasioned by greediness and covetousness, he discovers himself to be a more sordid prostituter of his own wife than Poliager is wont to be represented on the stage to have been, of whom it is said, happy man he whose wife, like Capricorn, stores him with riches from a golden horn. But if through foresight he thought thereby to get them the more within his power, as being lulled asleep in security for the future by the hopes she gave them at present, this rejoicing, joined with confidence in his wife, was rational. Again, when he is brought in numbering the goods which the Phaeacians had set on shore together with himself and departed, if indeed, being himself left in such a solitude, so ignorant where he was, and having no security there for his own person, he is yet solicitous for his goods, lest the sly Phaeacians, when they stole to sea, had stolen some part of what they brought away. The covetousness of the man deserved in truth to be pitied, or rather abhorred. But if, as some say in his defence, being doubtful whether or no the place where he was landed were Ithaca, he made use of the just tale of his goods to infer thence the honesty of the Phaeacians, because it was not likely they would expose him in a strange place and leave him there with his goods by him untouched, so as to get nothing by their dishonesty, then he makes use of a very fit test for this purpose, and deserves commendation for his wisdom in that action. Some also there are who find fault with that passage of the putting him on the shore when he was asleep, if it really so happened, and they tell us that the people of Tuscany still have a traditional story among them concerning Ulysses, that he was naturally sleepy, and therefore a man whom many men could not freely converse with. But if his sleep was but feigned, and he made use of this pretense only of a natural infirmity, by counterfeiting a nap, to hide the strait he was in at the time in his thoughts, betwixt the shame of sending away the Phaeacians without giving them a friendly collation and hospitable gifts, and the fear he had of being discovered to his enemies by the treating such a company of men together, then they approve it. Now, by showing young men these things, we shall preserve them from being carried away to any corruption in their manners, and dispose them to the election and imitation of those that are good, as being before instructed readily to disapprove those and commend these. But this ought with the most care to be done in the reading of tragedies wherein probable and subtle speeches are made use of in the most foul and wicked actions. For that is not always true which Sophocles saith, that from naughty acts good words can ne'er proceed. For even he himself is wont to apply pleasant reasonings and plausible arguments to those manners and actions which are wicked or unbecoming. And in another of his fellow tragedians we may see even Phaedra herself represented as justifying her unlawful affection for Hippolytus by accusing Theseus of ill carriage toward her. And in his Troades he allows Helen the same liberty of speech against Hecuba, whom she judgeth to be more worthy of punishment than herself for her adultery, because she was the mother of Paris that tempted her thereto. A young man therefore must not be accustomed to think anything of that nature handsomely or wittily spoken, nor to be pleased with such colorable inventions, but rather more to abhor such words as tend to the defense of wanton acts than the very acts themselves. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a Young Man ought to hear Poems. Part 3. And lastly, it will be useful likewise to inquire into the cause why each thing is said. For so Cato, when he was a boy, though he was wont to be very observant of all his master's commands, yet withal used to ask the cause or reason why he so commanded. But poets are not to be obeyed as pedagogues and lawgivers are, except they have reason to back what they say, and that they will not want when they speak well. And if they speak ill, what they say will appear vain and frivolous. But nowadays most young men very briskly demand the reason for such trivial speeches as these, and inquire in what sense they are spoken. It bodes ill luck when vessels you set up to place the ladle on the mixing cup. Who from his chariot to another's leaps, seldom his seat without a combat keeps. But to those of greater moment they give credence without examination, as to those that follow. The boldest men are daunted oftentimes, when they're reproached for their parents' crimes. When any man is crushed by adverse fate, his spirit should be low as his estate. And yet such speeches relate to manners, and disquiet men's lives by begetting in them evil opinions and unworthy sentiments, except they have learned to return answer to each of them thus: Wherefore is it necessary that a man who is crushed by adverse fate should have a dejected spirit? Yea, what rather should he not struggle against fortune, and raise himself above the pressures of his low circumstances? Why, if I myself be a good and wise son of an evil and foolish father, does it not rather become me to bear myself confidently upon the account of my own virtue, than to be dejected and dispirited because of my father's defects? For he that can encounter such speeches, and oppose them after this manner, not yielding himself up to be overset with the blast of every saying, but approving that speech of Heraclitus, that whate'er is said, though void of sense and wit, the size of a fool's intellect doth fit, will reject many such things as falsely and idly spoken. These things, therefore, may be of use to preserve us from the hurt we might get by the study of poems. Now, as on a vine the fruit oftentimes lies shadowed and hidden under its large leaves and luxuriant branches, so in the poet's phrases and fictions that encompass them there are also many profitable and useful things concealed from the view of young men. This, however, ought not to be suffered. Nor should we be led away from things themselves thus, but rather adhere to such of them as tend to the promoting of virtue and the well forming of our manners. It will not be altogether useless, therefore, to treat briefly in the next place of passages of that nature, wherein I intend to touch only at some particulars, leaving all longer discourses, and the trimming up and furnishing them with a multitude of instances, to those who write more for show and ostentation. First, therefore, let our young man be taught to understand good and bad manners and persons, and from thence apply his mind to the words and deeds which the poet decently assigns to either of them. For example, Achilles, though in some wrath, speaks to Agamemnon thus decently: Nor, when we take a Trojan crown, can I With thee in spoils and splendid prizes vie. Whereas Thersites to the same person speaks reproachfully in this manner: 'Tis thine whate'er the warrior's breast inflames, The golden spoil, and thine the lovely dames. With all the wealth our wars and blood bestow, Thy tents are crowded, and thy chests o'erflow. Again, Achilles thus: Whene'er by Jove's decree our conquering powers Shall humble to the dust Troy's lofty towers. But Thersites thus: Whom I or some Greek else as captive bring. Again, Diomedes, when Agamemnon, taking a view of the army, spoke reproachfully to him, to his hard words forbore to make reply, for the respect he bare to majesty. Whereas Sthenelus, a man of small note, replies to him thus: Sir, when you know the truth, what need to lie? For with our fathers we for valor vie. Now the observation of such difference will teach the young man the decency of a modest and moderate temper, and the unbecoming nauseousness of the contrary vices of boasting and cracking of a man's own worth. And it is worth while also to take notice of the demeanour of Agamemnon in the same passage. For he passeth by Sthenelus unspoken to, but perceiving Ulysses to be offended, he neglects not him, but applies himself to answer him. Struck with his generous wrath, the king replies: For to have apologized to every one had been too servile and misbecoming the dignity of his person, whereas equally to have neglected every one had been an act of insolence and imprudence. And very handsome it is that Diomedes, though in the heat of the battle he answers the king only with silence, yet after the battle was overuseth more liberty towards him, speaking thus: You called me coward, sir, before the Greeks. It is expedient also to take notice of the different carriage of a wise man and of a soothsayer, popularly courting the multitude. For Chalcas very unseasonably makes no scruple to traduce the king before the people, as having been the cause of the pestilence that was befallen them. But Nestor, intending to bring in a discourse concerning the reconciling Achilles to him, that he might not seem to charge Agamemnon before the multitude with the miscarriage his passion had occasioned, only adviseth him thus: But thou, O king, to counsel call the old. Wise weighty counsels aid a state distressed, and such a monarch as can choose the best. Which done, accordingly after supper he sends his ambassadors. Now this speech of Nestor tended to the rectifying of what he had before done amiss, and that of Chalcas only to accuse and disparage him. There is likewise consideration to be had of the different manners of nations such as these. The Trojans enter into battle with loud outcries and great fierceness, but in the army of the Greeks, sedate and silent move the numerous bands, no sound, no whisper, but the chief's commands, those only heard, with awe the rest obey. For when soldiers are about to engage an enemy, the awe they stand in of their officers is an argument both of courage and obedience. For which purpose Plato teacheth us that we ought to inure ourselves to fear blame and disgrace more than labor and danger. And Cato was wont to say, that he liked men that were apt to blush better than those that looked pale. Moreover, there is a particular character to be noted of the men who undertake for any action. For Dolon thus promiseth: I'll pass through all their host in a disguise To their flagship, where she at anchor lies. But Diomedes promiseth nothing, but only tells them he shall fear the less if they send a companion with him. Whereby is intimated that discreet foresight is Grecian and civil, but rash confidence is barbarous and evil, and the former is therefore to be imitated, and the latter to be avoided. It is a matter too of no unprofitable consideration, how the minds of the Trojans and of Hector too were affected when he and Ajax were about to engage in a single combat. For Aeschylus, when upon one of the fighters at fisticuffs in the Isthmian games, receiving a blow on the face, there was made a great outcry among the people, said: What a thing is practice! See how the lookers on only cry out, but the man that received the stroke is silent. But when the poet tells us that the Greeks rejoiced when they saw Ajax in his glistering armor, but the Trojans' knees for very fear did quake, and even Hector's heart began to ache. Who is there that wonders not at this difference, when the heart of him that was to run the risk of the combat only beats inwardly, as if he were to undertake a mere wrestling or running match, but the very bodies of the spectators tremble and shake out of the kindness and fear which they had for their king? In the same poet we may observe the difference betwixt the humor of a coward and a valiant man. For Thersites against Achilles a great malice had, and wise Ulysses he did hate as bad. But Ajax is always represented as friendly to Achilles, and particularly he speaks thus to Hector concerning him: Hector, approach my arm, and singly know What strength thou hast, and what the Grecian foe. Achilles shuns the fight, yet some there are Not void of soul, and not unskilled in war. Wherein he insinuates the high commendation of that valiant man, and in what follows he speaks like handsome things of his fellow soldiers in general, thus: "Whole troops of heroes Greece has yet to boast, And sends thee one, a sample of her host;" wherein he doth not boast himself to be the only or the best champion, but one of those, among many others, who were fit to undertake that combat. What hath been said is sufficient upon the point of dissimilitudes, except we think fit to add this, that many of the Trojans came into the enemy's power alive, but none of the Grecians; and that many of the Trojans supplicated to their enemies, as, for instance, Adrastus, the sons of Antimachus, Lycaon, and even Hector himself entreats Achilles for a sepulture. But not one of these doth so, as judging it barbarous to supplicate to a foe in the field, and more Greek-like either, to conquer or die. But as, in the same plant, the bees feed on the flower, the goat on the bud, the hog on the root, and other living creatures on the seed and the fruit, so in reading of poems one man singleth out the historical part, another dwells upon the elegancy and fit disposal of words. As Aristophanes says of Euripides, "His gallant language runs so smooth and round, That I am ravished with th'harmonious sound." But others, to whom this part of my discourse is directed, mind only such things as are useful to the bettering of manners. And such we are to put in mind that it is an absurd thing, that those who delight in fables should not let anything slip them of the vain and extravagant stories they find in poets, and that those who affect language should pass by nothing that is elegantly and floridly expressed; and that only the lovers of honor and virtue, who apply themselves to the study of poems not for delight but for instruction's sake, should slightly and negligently observe what is spoken in them relating to valor, temperance, or justice. Of this nature is the following: "And stand we deedless, O eternal shame, Till Hector's arm involve the ships in flame. Haste, let us join, and combat side to side." For to see a man of the greatest wisdom in danger of being totally cut off with all those that take part with him, and yet affected less with fear of death than of shame and dishonor, must needs excite in a young man a passionate affection for virtue. And this joyed was the goddess, for she much did prize A man that was alike both just and wise, teacheth us to infer that the deity delights not in a rich or a proper or a strong man, but in one that is furnished with wisdom and justice. Again, when the same goddess (Minerva) saith that the reason why she did not desert or neglect Ulysses was that he was gentle, of ready wit, of prudent mind, she therein tells us that, of all things pertaining to us, nothing is dear to the gods and divine but our virtue, seeing like naturally delights in like. And seeing, moreover, that it both seemeth and really is a great thing to be able to moderate a man's anger, but a greater by far to guard a man's self beforehand by prudence, that he fall not into it, nor be surprised by it, therefore also such passages as tend that way are not slightly to be represented to the readers. For example, that Achilles himself, who was a man of no great forbearance, nor inclined to such meekness, yet warns Priam to be calm and not to provoke him, thus: "Move me no more," Achilles thus replies, While kindling anger sparkled in his eyes, "Nor seek by tears my steady soul to bend. To yield thy Hector I myself intend. Cease, lest, neglectful of high Jove's command, I show thee, king, thou tread'st on hostile land." And that he himself first washeth and decently covereth the body of Hector, and then puts it into a chariot, to prevent his father seeing it so unworthily mangled as it was, lest the unhappy sire, provoked to passion, once more rouse to ire the stern Pelides, and nor sacred age, Nor Jove's command should check the rising rage. For it is a piece of admirable prudence for a man so prone to anger, as being by nature hasty and furious, to understand himself so well as to set a guard upon his own inclinations, and by avoiding provocations, to keep his passion at due distance by the use of reason, lest he should be unawares surprised by it. And after the same manner must the man that is apt to be drunken forearm himself against that vice, and he that is given to wantonness against lust, as Agesilaus refused to receive a kiss from a beautiful person addressing to him, and Cyrus would not so much as endure to see Panthea. Whereas, on the contrary, those that are not virtuously bred are wont to gather fuel to inflame their passions, and voluntarily to abandon themselves to those temptations to which of themselves they are endangered. But Ulysses does not only restrain his own anger, but, perceiving by the discourse of his son Telemachus that through indignation conceived against such evil men he was greatly provoked, he blunts his passion too beforehand, and composeth him to calmness and patience thus: There if base scorn insult my reverend age, Bear it, my son, repress thy rising rage. If outraged, cease that outrage to repel, Bear it, my son, howe'er thy heart rebel. For as men are not wont to put bridles on their horses when they are running in full speed, but bring them bridled beforehand to the race, so do they use to preoccupy and predispose the minds of those persons with rational considerations to enable them to encounter passion, whom they perceive to be too mettlesome and unmanageable upon the sight of provoking objects. Furthermore, the young man is not altogether to neglect names themselves when he meets with them, though he is not obliged to give much heed to such idle descants as those of Cleanthes, who, while he professeth himself an interpreter, plays the trifler, as in these passages of Homer: Zeph Ethethen Methion, and Zephanathothonee. For he will needs read the last two of these words joined into one, and make them Anathothonee. For that the air evaporated from the earth by exhalation, Anathosis, is so called. Yea, and Chrysippus too, though he does not so trifle, yet is very jejune, while he hunts after improbable etymologies; as when he will need force the words, to import Jupiter's excellent faculty in speaking, and powerfulness to persuade thereby. But such things as these are fitter to be left to the examination of grammarians, and we are rather to insist upon such passages as are both profitable and persuasive. Such, for instance, as these: My early youth was bred to martial pains, My soul impels me to the embattled plains. How skilled he was in each obliging art, The mildest manners and the gentlest heart. For while the author tells us that fortitude may be taught, and that an obliging and graceful way of conversing with others is to be gotten by art and the use of reason, he exhorts us not to neglect the improvement of ourselves, but by observing our teacher's instructions to learn a becoming carriage, as knowing that clownishness and cowardice argue ill breeding and ignorance. And very suitable to what hath been said is that which is said of Jupiter and Neptune: Gods of one source, of one ethereal race, Alike divine, and heaven their native place. But Jove the greater, first born of the skies, And more than men or gods supremely wise. For the poet therein pronounceth wisdom to be the most divine and royal quality of all, as placing therein the greatest excellency of Jupiter himself, and judging all virtues else to be necessarily consequent thereunto. We are also to accustom a young man attentively to hear such things as these: Urge him with truth to frame his fair replies, And sure he will, for wisdom never lies. The praise of wisdom in thy youth obtained, An act so rash Antilochus has stained. Say, is it just, my friend, that Hector's ear from such a warrior such a speech should hear? I deemed thee once the wisest of thy kind, but ill this insult suits a prudent mind. These speeches teach us that it is beneath wise men to lie or to deal otherwise than fairly, even in games, or to blame other men without just cause. And when the poet attributes Pindarus's violation of the truce to his folly, he withal declares his judgment that a wise man will not be guilty of an unjust action. The like may we also infer concerning continence, taking our ground for it from these passages. For him Antea burned with lawless flame, and strove to tempt him from the paths of fame. In vain she tempted the relentless youth, endued with wisdom, sacred fear, and truth. At first with worthy shame and decent pride, the royal dame his lawless suit denied, for virtue's image yet possessed her mind. In which speeches the poet assigns wisdom to be the cause of continence. And when in exhortations made to encourage soldiers to fight, he speaks in this manner: What mean you, Lycians? Stand, oh stand for shame! Yet each reflect who prizes fame or breath, on endless infamy, on instant death. For lo, the fated time, the appointed shore, hark, the gates burst, the brazen barriers roar. He seems to intimate that continent men are valiant men, because they fear the shame of base actions, and can trample on pleasures and stand their ground in the greatest hazards. Whence Timotheus, in the play called Persae, takes occasion handsomely to exhort the Grecians thus: Brave soldiers of just shame in awe should stand, for the blushing face oft helps the fighting hand. And Aeschylus also makes it a point of wisdom not to be blown up with pride when a man is honored, nor to be moved or elevated with the acclamations of a multitude, writing thus of Amphiaraus: His shield no emblem bears, his generous soul wishes to be, not to appear, the best, while the deep furrows of his noble mind harvests of wise and prudent counsel bear. For it is the part of a wise man to value himself upon the consciousness of his own true worth and excellency. Whereas, therefore, all inward perfections are reducible to wisdom, it appears that all sorts of virtue and learning are included in it. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How a Young Man Ought to Hear Poems, Part 4. Again, boys may be instructed, by reading the poets as they ought, to draw something that is useful and profitable even from those passages that are most suspected as wicked and absurd. As the bee is taught by nature to gather the sweetest and most pleasant honey from the harshest flowers and sharpest thorns. It does indeed at the first blush cast a shrewd suspicion on Agamemnon of taking a bribe, when Homer tells us that he discharged that rich man from the wars who presented him with his fleet mare Ithae, whom rich Acelpulus, more rich than brave, to 'scape the wars, to Agamemnon gave. Ithae her name, at home to end his days, base wealth preferring to eternal praise. Yet, as saith Aristotle, it was well done of him to prefer a good beast before such a man. For the truth is, a dog or ass is of more value than a timorous and cowardly man that wallows in wealth and luxury. Again, Thetis seems to do indecently when she exhorts her son to follow his pleasures and minds him of companying with women. But even here on the other side, the constancy of Achilles is worthy to be considered, who, though he dearly loved Briseis, newly returned to him too, yet, when he knew his life to be near its end, does not hasten to the fruition of pleasures, nor, when he mourns his friend Patroclus, does he, as most men are wont, shut himself up from all business and neglect his duty, but only bars himself from recreations for his sorrow's sake, while yet he gives himself up to action and military employments. And Archilochus is not praiseworthy either, who, in the midst of his mourning for his sister's husband drowned in the sea, contrives to dispel his grief by drinking and merriment. And yet he gives this plausible reason to justify that practice of his: to drink and dance rather than mourn I choose, nor wrong I him whom mourning can't reduce. For, if he judged himself to do nothing amiss when he followed sports and banquets, sure we shall not do worse, if in whatever circumstances we follow the study of philosophy, or manage public affairs, or go to the market or to the academy, or follow our husbandry. Wherefore those corrections also are not to be rejected, which Cleanthes and Antisthenes have made use of. For Antisthenes, seeing the Athenians all in a tumult in the theatre, and justly, upon the pronunciation of this verse, "Except what men think base, there's nothing ill," presently subjoined this corrective: "What's base is base, believe men what they will." And Cleanthes, hearing this passage concerning wealth, "Great is the vantage that great wealth attends, for oft with it we purchase health and friends," presently altered it thus: "Great disadvantage oft attends wealth, we purchase whores with it and destroy our health." And Zeno corrected that of Sophocles: "The man in that tyrant's palace dwells, his liberty for's entertainment sells," after this manner: "No, if he came in free, he cannot lose his liberty, though in a tyrant's house," meaning by a free man one that is undaunted and magnanimous, and one of a spirit too great to stoop beneath itself. And why may not we also, by some such acclamations as those, call off young men to the better side by using some things spoken by poets after the same manner? For example, it is said, "'Tis all that in this life one can require, to hit the mark he aims at in desire." To which we may reply thus: "'Tis false, except one level, his desire at what's expedient, and no more require." For it is an unhappy thing and not to be wished, for a man to obtain and be master of what he desires if it be inexpedient. Again this saying, "Thou, Agamemnon, must thyself prepare Of joy and grief by turns to take thy share. Thy father, Atreus, sure ne'er thee begat To be an unchanged favorite of fate," we may thus invert: "Thy father, Atreus, never thee begat To be an unchanged favorite of fate. Therefore if moderate thy fortunes are, Thou shouldst rejoice always and grief forbear." Again it is said, "Alas! this ill comes from the powers divine, That oft we see what's good, yet it decline." Yea, rather say we, it is a brutish and irrational and wretched fault of ours, that when we understand better things, we are carried away to the pursuit of those which are worse, through our intemperance and effeminacy. Again one says, "'Tis not the teacher's speech but practice moves." Yea, rather say we, both the speech and practice, or the practice by the means of speech, as the horse is managed with the bridle, and the ship with the helm. For virtue hath no instrument so suitable and agreeable to human nature to work on men withal, as that of rational discourse. Again we meet with this character of some person. A. Is he more prone to male or female loves? B. He's flexible both ways, where beauty moves. But it had been better said thus: He's flexible to both, where virtue moves. For it is no commendation of a man's dexterity to be tossed up and down as pleasure and beauty move him, but an argument rather of a weak and unstable disposition. Once more this speech: "Religion damps the courage of our minds, and e'en wise men to cowardice inclines, is by no means to be allowed, but rather the contrary. Religion truly fortifies men's minds, and a wise man to valiant acts inclines, and gives not occasion of fear to any but weak and foolish persons, and such as are ungrateful to the Deity, who are apt to look on that divine power and principle, which is the cause of all good, with suspicion and jealousy, as being hurtful unto them. And so much for that which I call correction of poets' sayings. There is yet another way of improving poems, taught us well by Chrysippus, which is, by accommodation of any saying, to transfer that which is useful and serviceable in it to divers things of the same kind. Whereas Hesiod saith, if but a cow be lost, the common fame upon the next ill neighbor lays the blame. The same may be applied to a man's dog or ass, or any other beast of his, which is liable to the like mischance. Again Euripides saith, how can that man be called a slave, who slights e'en death itself, which servile spirits frights? The like whereof may be said of hard labor or painful sickness. For as physicians, finding by experience the force of any medicine in the cure of some one disease, make use of it by accommodation, proportionably to every other disease of affinity thereto, so are we to deal with such speeches as are of a common import and apt to communicate their value to other things. We must not confine them to that one thing only to which they are at first adapted, but transfer them to all other of like nature, and accustom young men by many parallel instances to see the communicatableness of them, and exercise the promptness of their wits in such applications. So that when Menander says, happy is he who wealth and wisdom hath, they may be able to judge that the same is fitly applicable to glory and authority and eloquence also. And the reproof which Ulysses gave Achilles, when he found him sitting in Scirus in the apartment of the young ladies, thou who from noblest Greeks derivest thy race, dost thou with spinning wool thy birth disgrace? May be as well given to the prodigal, to him that undertakes any dishonest way of living, yea, to the slothful and unlearned person, thus: thou who from noblest Greeks derivest thy race, dost thou with fuddling thy great birth disgrace? Or dost thou spend thy time in dicing or quail striking, or deal in adulterate wares or griping usury, not minding anything that is great and worthy thy noble extraction? So when they read, for wealth, the God most serve, I little care, since the worst men his favors often wear, they may be able to infer therefore as little regard to be had to glory and bodily beauty and princely robes and priestly garlands, all which also we see to be the enjoyments of very bad men. Again, when they read this passage, a coward father propagates his vice and gets a son heir to his cowardice, they may in truth apply the same to intemperance, to superstition, to envy, and all other diseases of men's minds. Again, whereas it is handsomely said of Homer, unhappy Paris, fairest to behold, and Hector of noble form. For herein he shows that a man who hath no greater excellency than that of beauty to commend him deserves to have it mentioned with contempt and ignominy. Such expressions we should make use of in like cases to repress the insolence of such as bear themselves high upon the account of such things as are of no real value, and to teach young men to look upon such compilations as, O thou richest of men, and O thou that excellest in feasting, in multitudes of attendants, in herds of cattle, yea, and in eloquent speaking itself, to be, as they are indeed, expressions that import reproach and infamy. For in truth, a man that designs to excel ought to endeavor it in those things that are in themselves most excellent, and to become chief in the chiefest, and great in the greatest things. Whereas glory that ariseth from things in themselves small and inconsiderable is inglorious and contemptible. To mind us whereof we shall never be at a loss for instances, if, in reading Homer especially, we observe how he applieth the expressions that import praise or disgrace, wherein we have clear proof that he makes small account of the good things either of the body or fortune. And first of all, in meetings and salutations, men do not call others fair or rich or strong, but use such terms of commendation as these: Son of Laertes, from great Jove deriving thy pedigree, and skilled in wise contriving. Hector, thou son of Priam, whose advice with wisest Jove's men count of equal price. Achilles, son of Peleus, whom all story shall mention as the Grecians' greatest glory. Divine Patroclus, for thy worth thou art, of all the friends I have, lodged next my heart. And, moreover, when they speak disgracefully of any person, they touch not at any bodily defects, but direct all their reproaches to vicious actions, as for instance: A dogged-looking drunken beast thou art, and in thy bosom hast a deer's faint heart. Ajax, at brawling valiant still, whose tongue is used to speaking ill. A tongue so loose hung and so vain withal, Idomeneus, becomes thee not at all. Ajax, thy tongue doth oft offend, for thy boasting there's no end. Lastly, when Ulysses approaches Thersites, he objected not to him his lameness nor his baldness nor his hunched back, but the vicious quality of his indiscreet babbling. On the other side, when Juno means to express a dalliance or motherly fondness to her son Vulcan, she courts him with an epithet taken from his halting thus: Rouse thee, my limping son. In this instance, Homer does, as it were, deride those who are ashamed of their lameness or blindness, as not thinking anything a disgrace that is not in itself disgraceful, nor any person liable to a reproach for that which is not imputed to himself but to fortune. These two great advantages may be made by those who frequently study poets: the learning moderation, to keep them from unseasonable and foolish reproaching others with their misfortunes, when they themselves enjoy a constant current of prosperity, and magnanimity, that under variety of accidents they be not dejected nor disturbed, but meekly bear the being scoffed at, reproached, and drolled upon. Especially let them have that saying of Philemon ready at hand in such cases: That spirit's well in tune, whose sweet repose no railer's tongue can ever dispose. And yet, if one that so rails do himself deserve reprehension, thou mayest take occasion to retort upon him his own vices and inordinate passions, as when Adrastus in the tragedy is assaulted thus by Alcmaeon: Thy sister's one that did her husband kill. He returns him this answer: But thou thyself thy mother's blood didst spill. For as they who scourge a man's garments do not touch the body, so those that turn other men's evil fortunes or mean births to matter of reproach do only with vanity and folly enough lash their external circumstances, but touch not their internal part, the soul, nor those things which truly need correction and reproof. Moreover, as we have above taught you to abate and lessen the credit of evil and hurtful poems by setting in opposition to them the famous speeches and sentences of such worthy men as have managed public affairs, so will it be useful to us, where we find many things in them of civil and profitable import, to improve and strengthen them by testimonies and proofs taken from philosophers, withal giving these the credit of being the first inventors of them. For this is both just and profitable to be done, seeing by this means such sayings receive an additional strength and esteem, when it appears that what is spoken on the stage, or sung to the harp, or occurs in a scholar's lesson, is agreeable to the doctrines of Pythagoras and Plato, and that the sentences of Chilo and Bias tend to the same issue with those that are found in the authors which children read. Therefore must we industriously show them that these poetical sentences: Not these, O daughter, are thy proper cares, thee milder arts befit, and softer wars. Sweet smiles are thine, and kind endearing charms. To Mars and Pallas leave the deeds of arms. Jove's angry with thee, when thy unmanaged rage with those that overmatch thee doth engage. Differ not in substance, but bear plainly the same sense with that philosophical sentence, Know thyself. And these: Fools, who by wrong seek to augment their store, and know not how much half than all is more, of counsel given to mischievous intents, the man that gives it most of all repents, are near kin to what we find in the determination of Plato in his books entitled Gorgias and concerning the Commonwealth, to wit, that it is worse to do than to suffer injury, and that a man more endamageth himself when he hurts another than he would be damnified if he were the sufferer. And that of Aeschylus: cheer up, friend, sorrows, when they highest climb, what they exceed in measure, want, and time, we must inform them, is but the same famous sentence which is so much admired in Epicurus, that great griefs are but short, and those that are of long continuance are but small. The former clause whereof is that which Aeschylus here saith expressly, and the latter but the consequent of that. For if a great and intense sorrow do not last, then that which doth last is not great nor hard to be borne. And those words of Thespis: seest not how Jove, because he cannot lie, nor vaunt nor laugh at impious drollery, and pleasure's charms are things to him unknown, among the gods wears the imperial crown? Wherein differ they from what Plato says, that the divine nature is seated far from both joy and grief? And that saying of Bacchylides: virtue alone doth lasting honor gain, but men of wretched souls oft wealth attain. And those of Euripides much of the same import: hence temperance in my esteem excels, because it constantly with good men dwells. How much soe'er to honor thou aspire, and strive by riches virtue to acquire, still shall thy lot to good men wretched seem. Do they not evidently confirm to us what the philosophers say of riches and other external good things, that without virtue they are fruitless and unprofitable enjoyments? Now thus to accommodate and reconcile poetry to the doctrines of philosophy strips it of its fabulous and personated parts, and makes those which it delivers usefully to acquire also the reputation of gravity, and over and above it inclines the soul of a young man to receive the impressions of philosophical precepts, for he will hereby be enabled to come to them not altogether destitute of some sort of relish of them, not as to things that he has heard nothing of before, nor with a head confusedly full of the false notions which he hath sucked in from the daily prattle of his mother and nurse, yea, sometimes too of his father and pendent, who have been wont to speak of rich men as the happy men, and mention them always with honor, and to express themselves concerning death and pain with horror, and to look on virtue without riches and glory as a thing of naught and not to be desired. Whence it comes to pass that when such youths first do hear things of a quite contrary nature from philosophers, they are surprised with a kind of amazement, trouble, and stupid astonishment, which makes them afraid to entertain or endure them, except they be dealt with as those who come out of very great darkness into the light of the bright sun, that is, be first accustomed for a while to behold those doctrines in fabulous authors as in a kind of false light, which hath but a moderate brightness and is easy to be looked on and borne without disturbance to the weak sight. For having before heard or read from poets such things as these are: mourn at one's birth as the inlet to all that grieves, but joy at death as that which man relieves. Of worldly things a mortal needs but twain: the spring supplies his drink, the earth his grain. O tyranny, to barbarous nations dear, this in all human happiness is chief, to know as little as we can of grief. They are the less disturbed and offended when they hear from philosophers that no man ought to be much concerned about death, that the riches of nature are defined and limited, that the happiness of man's life doth not consist in the abundance of wealth or vastness of employments or height of authority and power, but in freedom from sorrow, in moderation of passions, and in such a temper of mind as measures all things by the use of nature. Wherefore, upon all these accounts, as well as for all the reasons before mentioned, youth stands in need of good government to manage it in the reading of poetry, that being free from all prejudicate opinions, and rather instructed beforehand in conformity thereunto, it may with more calmness, friendliness, and familiarity pass from thence to the study of philosophy. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 8 of Envy and Hatred. Envy and hatred are passions so like each other that they are often taken for the same, and generally vice has, as it were, many hooks, whereby it gives unto those passions that hang thereto many opportunities to be twisted and entangled with one another. For as differing diseases of the body agree in many like causes and effects, so do the disturbances of the mind. He who is in the prosperity is equally an occasion of grief to the envious and to the malicious man. Therefore we look upon benevolence, which is a willing our good neighbor's good, as an opposite to both envy and hatred, and fancy these to be the same because they have a contrary purpose to that of love. But their resemblance makes them not so much one of their unlikeness, but makes them distinct. Therefore we endeavor to describe each of them apart, beginning at the original of either passion. Hatred proceeds from an opinion that the person we hate is evil, if not generally so, at least in particular to us. For they who think themselves injured are apt to hate the author of their wrong. Yea, even those who are reported injurious or malicious to others than ourselves we usually nauseate and abhor. But envy has only one sort of object, the felicity of others, whence it becomes infinite, and like an evil or diseased eye, it is offended with everything that is bright. On the other hand, hatred is always determined by the subject it adheres to. Secondly, hatred may be conceived even against brutes, for there are some men who have an antipathy to cats or beetles or toads or serpents. Germanicus could endure neither the crowing nor the sight of a cock, and the Persian magi were killers of mice, as creatures which they both hated themselves and accounted odious to God. In like manner also all the Arabians and Ethiopians abhorred them, but envy is purely a human passion, and directed only against man. Envy is not likely to be found among brutes, whose fancies are not moved by the apprehensions of each other's good or evil. Neither can they be spirited with the notions of glorious or dishonorable, by which envy is chiefly stirred up. Yet they have mutual hatred. They kill each other, and wage most incredible wars. The eagles and dragons fight, the crows and the owls, yea, the little titmouse and linnet, insomuch that it is said the very blood of these creatures, when slain, will by no means be mixed. But though you would temper them together, they will immediately separate again. The lion also vehemently hates the cock, and the elephant the hog. But this probably proceeds from fear, for what they fear, the same are they inclined to hate. We see herein a great difference betwixt envy and hate, that the one is natural to brutes, but they are not at all capable of the other. Further, envy is always unjust, for none wrong by being happy, and upon this sole account they are envied. But hatred is often just, for there are some men so much to be avoided and disliked, that we should judge those worthy to be hated themselves who do not shun and detest them. And of this it is no weak evidence, that many will acknowledge they hate, but none will confess they envy. And hatred of the evil is registered amongst laudable things. Therefore, as some were commending Charillus, the nephew of Lycurgus and king of Sparta, for his universally mild and gentle disposition, how, answered his colleague, can Charillus be a virtuous person, who is pleasing even to the vicious? So the poet too, when he had variously and with an infinite curiosity described the deformities of Thersites' body, easily couched all the baseness of his manners in a word, most hateful to Achilles and Ulysses too. For to be an enemy to the good is the greatest extravagance of vice. Men will deny the envy, and when it is alleged, will feign 1,000 excuses, pretending they were angry, or that they feared or hated the person, cloaking envy with the name of any passion they can think of, and concealing it as the most loathsome sickness of the soul. Moreover, these disturbances of the mind, like plants, must be nourished and augmented by the same roots from which they spring. Therefore, hatred increases as the person grows worse, while envy swells bigger as the envied rise higher in the true braveries of virtue. Upon this consideration, Themistocles, whilst he was yet young, said that he had done nothing gallant, for he was not yet envied. And we know that as Catharis is most busy with ripe fruits and roses in their beauty, so envy is most employed about the eminently good and those who are glorious in their places and esteem. Again, extreme badness makes hatred more vehement and bitter. The Athenians therefore had so utter an abhorrence of those who accused Socrates that they would neither lend them fire nor answer them any question, nor wash them with them in the same water, but commanded the servants to pour it out as polluted, till these sycophants, no longer able to bear up under the pressure of this hatred, put an end to their own lives. Yet envy often gives place to the splendor of a matchless prosperity, for it is not likely that any envied Alexander or Cyrus when they arrived at the height of their conquest and became lords of all. But as the sun, where it passes highest and sends down its beams most directly, has none or very little shadow, so they who are exalted to the meridian of fortune, shining aloof over the head of envy, have scarce anything of their brightness eclipsed, while envy retires, being driven away by the brightness overspreading it. On the contrary, hatred is not vanquished by the greatness and glory of its objects. For though Alexander had not one to envy him, yet he had many haters, by whose treacheries at last he fell. So on the other side, misfortunes cause envy to cease. But take not enmity away, for men will be malicious even toward abject enemies, but none envy the distressed. However, what was said by one of our sophists, that the envious are tenderly inclinable to pity, is true, and in this appears a great unlikeness of these passions, that hatred leaves neither the happy nor the miserable, but envy becomes languid when its object has either prosperity or adversity in excess. We shall better understand this from the poising them together. Men let go their enmity and hatred when either they are persuaded they were not injured at all, or if they now believe them to be good whom before they hated as evil, or, lastly, when they are appeased by the insinuations of a benefit received. For as Thucydides saith, a later service or good turn, if it be done at the right moment, will take away the ill resenting of a former fault, though this was greater than the recompense. Yet the first of these removes not envy, for men will persist in this vice, though they know they are not wronged, and the two latter, the esteem or credit of a person and the bestowing a favor, do exasperate it more, for they most envy the virtuous, as those who are in possession of the chiefest good, and then they receive a kindness from any in prosperity, it is with reluctance, as though they grudged them not only the power but the will of conferring it, the one which comes from their happy fortune, the other from their virtue. Both are good, therefore envy is an entirely distinct affection from hatred, since, as we see, the very things that appease the one only rouse and exasperate the other. Now let us consider a little the inclination and bent of either passion. The design of hatred is to endamage, and hence they define it an insidious desire and purpose of doing hurt. But envy aims not at this. Many envy their familiars and kinsfolk, but have no thoughts of their ruin, nor of so much as bringing any troubles upon them. Only their felicity is a burden. Though they will perhaps diminish their glory and splendor what they can, yet they endeavor not to their utter subversion, being, as it were, content to pull down so much only of an high stately house as hindered the light and obscured them with too great a shade. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How to know a flatterer from a friend. To Antiochus Philopappus. Plato is of opinion that it is very pardonable in a man to acknowledge that he has any extraordinary passion for himself, and yet the humour is attended with this ill consequent, besides several others, that it renders us incapable of making a right judgment of ourselves. For our affections usually blind our discerning faculties, unless we have learned to raise them above the sordid level of things congenial and familiar to us, to those which are truly noble and excellent in themselves. And hence it is that we are so frequently exposed to the attempts of a parasite, under the disguise and vizard of a friend. For self-love, that grand flatterer within, willingly entertains another from without, who will but soothe up and second the man in the good opinions he has conceived of himself. For he who deservedly lies under the character of one that loves to be flattered is doubtless sufficiently fond of himself, and through abundance of complacence to his own person, not only wishes, but thinks himself master of all those perfections which may recommend him to others. And though indeed it be laudable enough to covet such accomplishments, yet is it altogether unsafe for any man to fancy them inherent in him. Now, if truth be a ray of the divinity, as Plato says it is, and the source of all the good that derives upon either gods or men, then certainly the flatterer must be looked upon as a public enemy to all the gods, and especially to Apollo. For he always acts counter to that celebrated oracle of his, Know thyself, endeavoring to make every man his own cheat, by keeping him ignorant of the good and ill qualities that are in him, whereupon the good never arrive at perfection, and the ill grow incorrigible. Did flattery indeed, as most other misfortunes do, generally or altogether wait on the debauched and ignoble part of mankind, the mischief were of less consequence, and might admit of an easier prevention. But as worms breed most in sweet and tender woods, so usually the most obliging, the most brave and generous tempers readiliest receive and longest entertain the flattering insect that hangs and grows upon them. And since, to use Simonides' expression, it is not for persons of a narrow fortune, but for gentlemen of estates, to keep a good stable of horses, so never saw we flattery the attendant of the poor, the inglorious and inconsiderable plebeian, but of the grandees of the world, the distemper and bane of great families and affairs, the plague in kings' chambers, and the ruin of their kingdoms. Therefore it is a business of no small importance, and one which requires no ordinary circumspection, so to be able to know a flatterer in every shape he assumes, that the counterfeit resemblance, some time or other, bring not true friendship itself into suspicion and disrepute. For parasites, like lice, which desert a dying man, whose palled and vapid blood can feed them no longer, never intermix in dry and insipid business where there is nothing to be got, but prey upon a noble quarry, the ministers of state and potentates of the earth, and afterwards lousily shirk off, if the greatness of their fortune chance to leave them. But it will not be wisdom in us to stay till such fatal junctures, and then try the experiment, which will not only be useless, but dangerous and hurtful. For it is a deplorable thing for a man to find himself then destitute of friends when he most wants them, and has no opportunity either of exchanging his false and faithless friend for a fast and honest one. and therefore we should rather try our friend, as we do our money, whether or not he be passable and current before we need him. For it is not enough to discover the cheat to our cost, but we must so understand the flatterer that he put no cheat upon us. Otherwise we should act like those who must needs take poison to know its strength, and foolishly hazard their lives to inform their judgment. And as we cannot approve of this carelessness, so neither can we of that too scrupulous humour of those who, taking the measures of true friendship only from the bare honesty and usefulness of the man, immediately suspect a pleasant and easy conversation for a cheat. For a friend is not a dull tasteless thing, nor does the decorum of friendship consist in sourness and austerity of temper, but its very port and gravity is soft and amiable, where love and all the graces do reside. For it is not only a comfort to the afflicted to enjoy the courtesy of his kindest friend, as Euripides speaks, but friendship extends itself to both fortunes, as well brightens and adorns prosperity as allays the sorrows that attend adversity. And as Avienus used to say that fire makes the best sauce, so friendship, wherewith God has seasoned the circumstances of our mortality, gives a relish to every condition, renders them all easy, sweet, and agreeable enough. And indeed, did not the laws of friendship admit of a little pleasantry and good humour, why should the parasite insinuate himself under that disguise? And yet he, as counterfeit gold imitates the brightness and lustre of the true, always puts on the easiness and freedom of a friend, is always pleasant and obliging, and ready to comply with the humour of his company. And therefore it is no way reasonable either to look upon every just character that is given us as a piece of flattery, for certainly a due and seasonable commendation is as much the duty of one friend to another as a pertinent and serious reprehension. Nay, indeed, a sour, querulous temper is perfectly repugnant to the laws of friendship and conversation, whereas a man takes a chiding patiently from a friend who is as ready to praise his virtues as to animadvert upon his vices, willingly persuading himself that mere necessity obliged him to reprimand whom kindness at first moved to commend. Why then, some may say, it is infinitely difficult at this rate to distinguish a flatterer from a friend, since there is no apparent difference either betwixt the satisfaction they create or the praises they bestow. Nay, it is observable that a parasite is frequently more obsequious and obliging than a friend himself. Well, the way then to discover the disparity? Why, I will tell you. If you would learn the character of a true subtle flatterer, who nicks his point secundum artem, you must not, with the vulgar, mistake those sordid smell feasts and poor trencher slaves for your men, who begin to prate as soon as they have washed their hands in order to dinner, as one says of them, and ere they are well warmed with a good cut of the first dish and a glass of wine, betray the narrow soul that acts them by the nauseous and fulsome buffoonery they vent at table. For sure it needed no great sagacity to detect the flattery of Melanthius, the parasite of Alexander of Pherae, who, being asked how his master was murdered, made answer, "With a thrust which went in at his side, but into my belly." Nor must we, again, confine our notions of flatterers to those sharping fellows who ply about rich men's tables, whom neither fire nor sword nor porter can keep from supper; nor yet to such as were those female parasites of Cyprus, who going into Syria were nicknamed Steps, because they cringed so to the great ladies of that country that they mounted their chariots on their backs. Well, but after all, who is this flatterer then, whom we ought so industriously to avoid? I answer, he who neither professes nor seems to flatter, who never haunts your kitchen, is never observed to watch the dial that he may nick your supper time, who won't drink to excess, but will keep his brains about him, who is prying and inquisitive, would mix in your business, and wind himself into your secrets; in short, he who acts the friend, not with the air of a comedian or a satirist, but with the port and gravity of a tragedian. For, as Plato says, it is the height of injustice to appear just and be really a knave. So are we to look upon those flatterers as most dangerous, who walk not barefaced but in disguise, who make no sport but mind their business, for these often personate the true and sincere friend so exactly that it is enough to make him fall under the like suspicion of a cheat, unless we be extremely curious in remarking the difference betwixt them. It is storied of Gobryas, one of the Persian nobility, who joined with Darius against the Magi, that he pursued one of them into a dark room, and there fell upon him. During the scuffle Darius came in and drew upon the enemy, but durst not push at him, lest perhaps he might wound his confederate Gobryas with the thrust; whereupon Gobryas bade him, rather than fail, run both through together. But since we can by no means admit of that vulgar saying, "Let my friend perish, so my enemy perish with him," but had rather still endeavour at the discovery of a parasite from a friend, notwithstanding the nearness of the resemblance, we ought to use our utmost care, lest at any time we indifferently reject the good with the bad, or unadvisedly retain the bad with the good, the friend and flatterer together. For as those wild grains which usually grow up with wheat, and are of the same figure and bigness with it, are not easily winnowed from it, for they either cannot pass through the holes of the sieve if narrow, or pass together with the wheat if larger, so is it infinitely difficult to distinguish flattery from friendship, because the one so exquisitely mixes with all the passions, humours, interests, and inclinations of the other. Now, because the enjoyment of a friend is attended with the greatest satisfaction incident to humanity, therefore the flatterer always endeavours to entrap us by rendering his conversation highly pleasant and agreeable. Again, because all acts of kindness and mutual beneficence are the constant attendants upon true friendship, on which account we usually say, a friend is more necessary than fire or water, therefore the flatterer is ready upon every occasion to obtrude his service upon you, and will with an indefatigable bustle and zeal seek to oblige you if he can. In the next place, the parasite observes that all true friendship takes its origin from a concurrence of like humours and inclinations, and that the same passions, the same aversions and desires, are the first cement of a true and lasting friendship. He therefore composes his nature like unformed matter, striving to fit and adapt it by imitation to the person on whom he designs, that it may be pliant and yielding to any impression that he shall think fit to stamp upon it. And, in fine, he so neatly resembles the original that one would swear, "Sure thou the very Achilles art, and not his son." But the most exquisite fineness of a flatterer consists in his imitation of that freedom of discourse which friends particularly use in mutually reprehending each other. For finding that men usually take it for what it really is, the natural language of friendship, as peculiar to it as certain notes or voices are to certain animals, and that, on the contrary, a shy, sheepish reservedness looks both rude and unfriendly, he lets not even this proper character of a friend escape his imitation; but as skilful cooks use to correct luscious meats with sharp and poignant sauce, that they may not be so apt to overcharge the stomach, so he seasons his flattery now and then with a little smartness and severity, lest the fulsomeness of repeated dissimulation should pall and cloy the company. And yet his reprehensions always carry something in them that looks not true and genuine. He seems to do it, but with a kind of a sneering and grinning countenance at the best. And though his reproofs may possibly tickle the ear, yet they never strike effectually upon the heart. On these accounts, then, it is as difficult to discern a flatterer from a friend as to know those animals again which always wear the livery of the last thing they touch upon. And therefore, since he puts so easily upon us under the disguise and appearance of a friend, it will be our business at present to unmask the hypocrite, and show him in other men's shapes and colours, as Plato speaks, since he has none properly his own. Well then, let us enquire regularly into this affair. We have already asserted that friendship generally takes its rise from a conformity of tempers and dispositions, whereby different persons come to have the same taste of the like humours, customs, studies, exercises, and employs, as these following verses import. Old men with old, and boys with boys agree, and women's clack with women's company. Men that are crazy, full of sores and pain, love to deceased persons to complain, and they who labour under adverse fate tell their sad stories to the unfortunate. The flatterer then, observing how congenial it is to our natures to delight in the conversation of those who are, as it were, the counterpart of ourselves, makes his first approaches to our affections at this avenue, where he gradually advances, like one making towards a wild beast in a pasture, with the design to tame and bring it to hand, by accommodating himself to the same studies, business, and color of life with the person upon whom he designs, till at last the latter gives him an opportunity to catch him, and becomes tractable by the man who strokes him. All this while the flatterer falls foul upon those courses of life, persons, and things he perceives his colleague to disapprove, and again as extravagantly commends those he is pleased to honor with his approbation, still persuading him that his choice and dislike are the results of a solid and discerning judgment, and not of passion. Well then, by what signs or tokens shall we be able to know this counterfeit copy of ourselves from a true and genuine likeness? In the first place, we must accurately remark upon the whole tenor of his life and conversation, whether or not the resemblance he pretends to the original be of any continuance, natural and easy, and all of a piece; whether he square his actions according to any one steady and uniform model, as becomes an ingenious lover of conversation and friendship, which is all of one thread, and still like itself, for this is a true friend indeed. But the flatterer, who has no principles in him, and leads not a life properly his own, but forms and moulds it according to the various humours and caprices of those he designs to bubble, is never one and the same man, but a mere dapple or trimmer, who changes shapes with his company, like water that always turns and winds itself into the figure of the channel through which it flows. Apes, it seems, are usually caught by their antic mimicry of the motions and gesticulations of men, and yet the men themselves are trepanned by the same craft of imitation in a flatterer, who adapts himself to their several humours, fencing and wrestling with one, singing and dancing with another. If he is in chase of a spark that delights in a pack of dogs, he follows him at the heels, hollowing almost like Phaedra. Oh, what a pleasure 'tis, ye gods, to wind the shrill-mouthed horn and chase the dappled hind! And yet the hunter himself is the game he designs for the toils. If he be in pursuit of some bookish young gentleman, then he is always a-pouring. He nourishes his reverend beard down to his heels, wears a tattered cloak, affects the careless indifference of a philosopher, and can now discourse of nothing under Plato's triangles and rectangles. If he chance to fall into the acquaintance of a drunken idle debauchee, who has got an estate, then sly Ulysses throws away his rags, puts off his long robe, mows down his fruitless crop of beard, drinks briskly, laughs modishly on the walks, and drolls handsomely upon the philosophical fops of the town. And thus, they say, it happened at Syracuse, for when Plato first arrived there and Dionysius was wonderfully hot upon the study of philosophy, all the areas in the king's palace were full of nothing but dust and sand, by reason of the great concourse of geometricians who came to draw their figures and demonstrate there. But no sooner was Plato in disgrace at court, and Dionysius finally fallen from philosophy to wine and women, and trifles in intemperance, than learning fell into a general disrepute, and the whole body of the people, as if bewitched by some Circe or other, became universally stupid, idle, and infatuated. Besides this, I appeal to the practices of men notorious for flattery and popularity to back my observation. Witness he who topped them all, Alcibiades, who, when he dwelt at Athens, was as arch and witty as any Athenian of them all, kept his stable of horses, played the good fellow, and was universally obliging, and yet the same man at Sparta shaved close to the skin, wore his cloak, and never bathed but in cold water. When he sojourned in Thrace, he drank and fought like a Thracian, and again, in Tissaphernes's company in Asia, he acted the part of a soft, arrogant, and voluptuous Asiatic. And thus, by an easy compliance with the humours and customs of the people amongst whom he conversed, he made himself master of their affections and interests. So did not the brave Epaminondas nor Agesilaus, who, though they had to do with great variety of men and manners and cities of vastly different politics, were still the same men, and everywhere, through the whole circle of their conversation, maintained the port and character worthy of themselves. And so was Plato the same man at Syracuse that he was in the Academy, the same in Dionysius's court that he was in Dion's. But he who will take the pains to act the dissembler himself, by interchangeably decrying and extolling the same things, discourses, and ways of living, will easily perceive the opinions of a flatterer are as mutable and inconstant as the colors of a polypus, that he is never consonant to himself, nor properly his own man, that all his passions, his love and hatred, his joy and sorrow, are borrowed and counterfeit, and that, in a word, like a mirror, he only receives and represents the several faces or images of other men's affections and humours. Do but discommend one of your acquaintance a little in his company, and he will tell you it is a wonder you never found him out all this while, for his part he never fancied him in his life. Change but your style and commend him, he presently swears you oblige him in it, gives you 1,000 thanks for the gentleman's sake, and believes your character of him to be just. Tell him you have thoughts of altering your course of life, as for instance, to retire from all public employs to privacy and ease. He immediately wishes that he had retreated long ago from the hurry and drudgery of business and the odium that attends it. Seem but again inclinable to an active life. Why now, says he, you speak like yourself. Leisure and ease are sweet, it is true, but withal mean and inglorious. When you have thus trepanned him, it would be proper to cashier him with some such reply as this: How now, my friend? What, quite another man? I abhor a fellow who servilely complies with whatsoever I propose, and keeps pace with me in all my motions. My shadow can do better than yourself. But my friend must deal plainly and impartially, and assist me faithfully with his judgment. And thus you see one way of discerning a flatterer from a friend. Another difference observable betwixt them in the resemblance they bear to each other is, that a true friend will not rashly commend nor imitate everything, but only what really deserves it, for, as Sophocles says, he shares with him his loves, but not his hates; and will scorn to bear any part with him in any base and dishonorable actions, unless, as people sometimes catch blear eyes, he may chance insensibly to contract some ill habit or other by the very contagion of familiarity and conversation. Thus they say Plato's acquaintance learned his stoop, Aristotle's his lisp, and Alexander's the inclination of his neck and the rapidity of his speech. For some persons, ere they are aware, get a touch of the humours and infirmities of those with whom they converse. But now as a true friend endeavours only to copy the fairest originals, so on the contrary, the flatterer, like the chameleon, which puts on all colours but the innocent white, being unable to reach those strokes of virtue which are worth his imitation, takes care that no failure or imperfection escape him. As unskilful painters, when they cannot hit the features and air of a face, content themselves with a faint resemblance in a wrinkle, a wart, or a scar, so he takes up with his friend's intemperance, superstition, cholericness, severity to his servants, distrust of his relations and domestics, or the like. For, besides that a natural propensity to evil inclines him always to follow the worst examples, he imagines his assuming other men's vices will best secure him from the suspicion of being disaffected towards them, for their fidelity is often suspected who seem dissatisfied with faults and wish a reformation; which very thing lost Dion in the good opinion of Dionysius, Samius in Philip's, Cleomenes in Ptolemy's, and at last proved the occasion of their ruin. And therefore the flatterer pretends not only to the good humour of a companion, but to the faithfulness of a friend too, and would be thought to have so great a respect for you that he cannot be disgusted at the very worst of your actions, being indeed of the same make and constitution with yourself. Hence you shall have him pretend a share in the most common casualties that befall another, nay, in complaisance, feign even diseases themselves. In company of those who are thick of hearing, he is presently half deaf, and with the dim-sighted can see no more than they do. So the parasites about Dionysius at an entertainment, to humour his blindness, stumbled one upon another, and jostled the dishes of his table. But there are others who refine upon the former by a pretended fellow-suffering in the more private concernments of life, whereby they wriggle themselves deeper into the affections of those they flatter; as, if they find a man unhappily married or distrustful of his children or domestics, they spare not their own family, but immediately entertain you with some lamentable story of the hard fortune they have met with in their children, their wife, their servants or relations. For, by the parallel circumstances they pretend to, they seem more passionately concerned for the misfortunes of their friends, who, as if they had already received some pawn and assurance of their fidelity, blab forth those secrets which they cannot afterwards handsomely retract, and dare not betray the least distrust of their new confidant for the future. I myself knew a man who turned his wife out of doors because a gentleman of his acquaintance divorced his, though the latter lady smelt the intrigue afterwards by the messages the flatterer sent to his wife after the pretended divorce, and the private visits he was observed to make her. So little did he understand the flatterer, who took these following verses for the description of a crab rather than his: "The shapeless things all over paunch and gut, who can the monster's mighty hunger glut? It crawls on teeth, and with a watchful eye does into every secret corner pry. For this is the true portraiture of those sharpers, who, as Opulus speaks, sponge upon their acquaintance for a dinner." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How to Know a Flatterer from a Friend, Part 2. But we will reserve these remarks for a more proper place. In the meantime, I must not omit the other artifice observable in his imitation, which is this, that if at any time he counterfeit the good qualities of his friend, he immediately yields him the preeminence, whereas there is no competition, no emulation or envy amongst true friends, but whether they are equally accomplished or not, they bear the same even unconcerned temper of mind towards each other. But the flatterer, remembering that he is but to act another's part, pretends only to such strokes as fall short of the original, and is willing to confess himself outdone in anything but his vices, wherein alone he claims the precedency to himself; as, if the man he is to wheedle be difficult and morose, he is quite overrun with choler; if something superstitious, he is a perfect enthusiast; if a little in love, for his part he is most desperately smitten. "I laughed heartily at such a passage," says one. "But I had like to have died with laughter," says the other. But now in speaking of any laudable qualities, he inverts his style, as, "I can run fast enough," says he, "but you perfectly fly. I can sit a horse tolerably well, but, alas, what's that to this hippocentaur for good horsemanship? I have a tolerable good genius for poetry, and am none of the worst versifiers of the age. But thunder is the language of you gods, not mine." And thus at the same time he obliges his friend both in approving of his abilities by his owning of them, and in confessing him incomparable in his way by himself coming short of his example. These then are the distinguishing characters of a friend and flatterer, as far as concerns the counterfeit resemblance betwixt them. But because, as we have before observed, it is common to them both to please, for a good man is no less taken with the company of his friends than an ill one is with a flatterer's, let us discriminate them here too. And the way will be to have an eye to the end to which they direct the satisfaction they create, which may be thus illustrated. Your perfumed oils have a fine odoriferous scent, and so it may be have some medicines too, but with this difference, that the former are prepared barely for the gratification of the sense, whilst the other, besides their odor, purge, heal, and fatten. Again, the colors used by painters are certainly very florid, and the mixture agreeable, and yet so it is in some medicinal compositions too. Wherein then lies the difference? Why, in the end or use for which they are designed, the one purely for pleasure, the other for profit. In like manner the civilities of one friend to another, besides the main point of their honesty and mutual advantage, are always attended with an overplus of delight and satisfaction. Nay, they can now and then indulge themselves the liberty of an innocent diversion, a collation, or a glass of wine, and believe me, can be as cheerful and jocund as the best; all which they use only as sauce, to give a relish to the more serious and weighty concernments of life. To which purpose was that of the poet, with pleasing chat they did delight each other; as likewise this too, nothing could part our pleasure or our love. But the whole business and design of a flatterer is continually to entertain the company with some pastime or other, a little jest, a story well told, or a comical action, and, in a word, he thinks he can never overact the diverting part of conversation; whereas the true friend, proposing no other end to himself than the bare discharge of his duty, is sometimes pleasant, and as often, it may be, disagreeable, neither solicitously coveting the one, nor industriously avoiding the other, if he judge it the more seasonable and expedient. For as a physician, if need require, will throw in a little saffron or spikenard to qualify his patient's dose, and will now and then bathe him and feed him up curiously, and yet again another time will prescribe him castor, or poly, which the strongest scent doth yield of all the physic plants which clothe the field; or perhaps will oblige him to drink an infusion of hellebore, proposing neither the deliciousness of the one nor the nauseousness of the other as his scope and design, but only conducting him by these different methods to one and the same end, the recovery of his health. In like manner the real friend sometimes leads his man gently on to virtue by kindness, by pleasing and extolling him, as he in Homer, "Dear Teucer, thou who art in high command, thus draw the bow with thy unerring hand;" and as another speaking of Ulysses, "How can I doubt, while great Ulysses stands, to lend his counsel and assist our hands?" And again, when he sees correction requisite, he will check him severely, as, "Whither, O Menelaus, wouldst thou run, and tempt a fate which prudence bids thee shun?" And perhaps he is forced another time to second his words with actions, as Menedemus reclaimed his friend Asclepiades's son, a dissolute and debauched young gentleman, by shutting his doors upon him and not vouchsafing to speak to him. And Arcesilaus forbade Battus his school for having abused Cleanthes in a comedy of his, but after he had made satisfaction and an acknowledgment of his fault, took him into favor again. For we ought to grieve and afflict our friend with design merely of serving him, not of making a rupture betwixt us, and must apply our reprehensions only as pungent and acute medicines, with no other intent than the recovery of the patient. And therefore a friend, like a skilful musician who, to tune his instrument, winds up one string and lets down another, grants some things and refuses others according as their honesty or usefulness prompt him, whereby he often pleases, but is sure always to profit; whereas the parasite, who is continually upon the same humoring string, knows not how to let fall a cross word or commit a disobliging action, but servilely complies with all your desires, and is always in the tune you ask for. And therefore, as Xenophon reports of Agesilaus, that he took some delight in being praised by those who would upon occasion dispraise him too, so ought we to judge that only he rejoices and pleases us really as a friend who will, when need requires, thwart and contradict us. We must suspect their conversation who aim at nothing but our gratification, without the least intermixture of reprehension. And indeed we ought to have ready upon such occasions that repartee of a Lacedaemonian, who, hearing King Charillus highly extolled for an excellent person, asked, how could he be so good a man who was never severe to an ill one? They tell us that gadflies creep into the ears of bulls, and ticks into those of dogs, but I am sure the parasite lays so close siege and sticks so fast to the ears of the ambitious with the repeated praises of their worth, that it is no easy matter to shake him off again; and therefore it highly concerns them to have their apprehensions awake and upon the guard, critically to remark whether the high characters such men lavish out are intended for the person or the thing they would be thought to commend. And we may indeed suppose them more peculiarly designed for the things themselves, if they bestow them on persons absent rather than present, if they covet and aspire after the same qualities themselves which they magnify in others, if they admire the same perfections in the rest of mankind as well as in us, and we are never found to falter and belie, either in word or action, the sentiments they have owned. And, what is the surest criterion in this case, we are to examine whether or no we are not really troubled at or ashamed of the commission of those very things for which they applaud us, and could not wish that we had said or acted the quite contrary, for our own consciences, which are above the reach of passion and will not be put upon by all the sly artifices of flattery, will witness against us and spurn at an undeserved commendation. But I know not how it comes to pass that several persons had rather be pitied than comforted in adversity, and when they have committed a fault look upon those as enemies and informers who endeavor to chide and lecture them into a sense of their guilt, but caress and embrace them as friends who soothe them up in their vices. Indeed, they who continue their applauses to so inconsiderable a thing as a single action, a wise saying, or a smart jest, do only a little present mischief, but they who from single acts proceed to debauch even the habits of the mind with their immoderate praises are like those treacherous servants who, not content to rob the common heap in the granary, filch even that which was chosen and reserved for seed. For, whilst they entitle vice to the name of virtue, they corrupt that prolific principle of action, the genius and disposition of the soul, and poison the fountain whence the whole stream of life derives. Thucydides observes that in the time of war and sedition the names of good and evil are wont to be confounded according to men's judgment of circumstances; as foolhardiness is called a generous espousal of a friend's quarrel, a provident delay is nicknamed cowardice, modesty a mere pretext for unmanliness, a prudent, slow inspection into things downright laziness. In like manner, if you observe it, a flatterer terms a profuse man liberal, a timorous man wary, a mad fellow quick and prompt, a stingy miser frugal, an amorous youngster kind and good-natured, a passionate proud fool stout, and a mean-spirited slave courteous and observing. As Plato somewhere remarks, that a lover who is always a flatterer of his beloved object styles a flat nose lovely and graceful, a hawk nose princely, the black manly, and the fair the offspring of the gods, and observes particularly that the appellation of honey pale is nothing but the daub of a gallant who is willing to set off his mistress's pale complexion. Now indeed an ugly fellow bantered into an opinion that he is handsome, or a little man magnified into tall and portly, cannot lie long under the mistake, nor receive any great injury by the cheat. But when vice is extolled by the name of virtue, so that a man is induced to sin not only without regret, but with joy and triumph, and is hardened beyond the modesty of a blush for his enormities, this sort of flattery, I say, has been fatal even to whole kingdoms. It was this that ruined Sicily by styling the tyranny of Dionysius and Phalaris nothing but justice and a hatred of villainous practices. It was this that overthrew Egypt by palliating the king's effeminacy, his yellings, his enthusiastic rants, and his beating of drums, with the more plausible names of true religion and the worship of the gods. It was this that had very nigh ruined the stanch Roman temper by extenuating the voluptuousness, the luxury, the sumptuous shows, and public profuseness of Antony into the softer terms of humanity, good nature, and the generosity of a gentleman who knew how to use the greatness of his fortune. What but the charms of flattery made Ptolemy turn piper and fiddler? What else put on Nero's buskins and brought him on the stage? Have we not known several princes, if they sung a tolerable treble, termed Apollos, when they drank stoutly, styled Bacchuses, and upon wrestling, fencing, or the like, immediately dubbed by the name of Hercules, and hurried on by those empty titles to the commission of those acts which were infinitely beneath the dignity of their character? And therefore it will be then more especially our concern to look about us when a flatterer is upon the strain of praising, which he is sensible enough of, and accordingly avoids all occasion of suspicion when he attacks us on that side. If indeed he meets with a tawdry fop, or a dull country clown in a leathern jacket, he plays upon him with all the liberty imaginable. As Struthius, by way of flattery, insulted and triumphed over the sottishness of Bias, when he told him that he had outdrunk King Alexander himself, and that he was ready to die of laughter at his encounter with the Cyprian. But if he chance to fall upon an apprehensive man, who can presently smoke a design, especially if he thinks he has an eye upon him and stands upon his guard, he does not immediately assault him with an open panegyric, but first fetches a compass, and softly winds about him, till he has in some measure tamed the untractable creature and brought it to his hand. For he either tells him what high characters he has heard of him abroad, introducing, as the rhetoricians do, some third person, how upon the exchange the other day he happily overheard some strangers and persons of great gravity and worth, who spake extremely honourably of him, and professed themselves much his admirers; or else he forges some frivolous and false accusation of him, and then coming in all haste, as if he had heard it really reported, asks him seriously if he can call to mind where he said or did such a thing. And immediately upon his denial of the matter of fact, which he has reason enough to expect, he takes occasion to fall upon the subject of his commendation. I wondered indeed, says he, to hear that you should calumniate your friend, who never used to speak ill of your enemies, that you should endeavour to rob another man of his estate, who so generously spent your own. Others again, like painters who enhance the lustre and beauty of a curious piece by the shades which surround it, slyly extol and encourage men in their vices by deriding and railing at their contrary virtues. Thus, in the company of the debauched, the covetous, and the extortioner, they run down temperance and modesty as mere rusticity, and justice and contentment with their present condition argue nothing in their phrase but a dastardly spirit and an impotence to action. If they fall into the acquaintance of lubbers who love laziness and ease, they stick not to explode the necessary administration of public affairs as a troublesome intermeddling in other men's business, and the desire to bear office as a useless empty thirst after a name. To wheedle in with an orator, they scout a philosopher, and who so gracious as they with the jilts of the town, by laughing at wives who are faithful to their husbands' beds as impotent and country bred? And, what is the most egregious stratagem of all the rest, the flatterer shall traduce himself rather than want a fair opportunity to commend another, as wrestlers put their body in a low posture, that they may the better worst their adversaries. I am a very coward at sea, says he, impatient of any fatigue, and cannot digest the least ill language. But my good friend here fears no colours, can endure all hardness, is an admirable good man, bears all things with great patience and evenness of temper. If he meets with one who abounds in his own sense, and affects to appear rigid and singular in his judgment, and, as an argument of the rectitude and steadiness thereof, is always telling you of that of Homer, let not your praise or dispraise lavish be, good Diomedes, when you speak of me. He applies a new engine to move this great weight. To such a one he imparts some of his private concerns, as being willing to advise with the ablest counsel. He has indeed a more intimate acquaintance with others, but he was forced to trouble him at present. For to whom should we poor witless men have recourse, says he, when we stand in need of advice? Or whom else should we trust? And as soon as he has delivered his opinion, whether it be to the purpose or not, he takes his leave of him with a seeming satisfaction, as if he had received an answer from an oracle. Again, if he perceives a man pretends to be master of a style, he presently presents him with something of his own composing, requesting him to peruse and correct it. Thus Mithridates could no sooner set up for a physician than some of his acquaintance desired to be cut and cauterized by him, a piece of flattery that extended beyond the fallacy of bare words, they imagining that he must needs take it as an argument of their great opinion of his skill that they durst trust himself in his hands. For things divine take many shapes. Now to discover the cheat which these insinuations of our own worth might put upon us, a thing that requires no ordinary circumspection, the best way will be to give him a very absurd advice, and to animadvert as impertinently as may be upon his works when he submits them to your censure. For if he makes no reply, but grants and approves of all you assert, and applauds every period with a eulogy of very right, incomparably well, then you have trepanned him, and it is plain that, though he counsel asked, he played another game, to swell you with the opinion of a name. But to proceed. As some have defined painting to be mute poetry, so there is a sort of silent flattery which has its peculiar commendation. For as hunters are then surest of their game when they pass under the disguise of travellers, shepherds, or husbandmen, and seem not at all intent upon their sport, so the eulogies of a parasite never take more effectually than when he seems least of all to commend you. For he who rises up to a rich man when he comes in company, or who, having begun a motion in the Senate, suddenly breaks off and gives some leading man the liberty of speaking his sense first in the point, such a man's silence more effectually shows the deference he pays the other's judgment than if he had avowedly proclaimed it. And hereupon you shall have them always placed in the boxes at the playhouse, and perched upon the highest seats at other public entertainments. Not that they think them suitable to their quality, but merely for the opportunity of gratifying great men by giving them place. Hence it is likewise that they open first in all solemn and public assemblies, only that they may give place to another as an abler speaker, and they retract their opinion immediately if any person of authority, riches, or quality contradict them. So that you may perceive all their concessions, cringes, and respects to be but mere courtship and complaisance, by this easy observation, that they are usually paid to riches, honor, or the like, rather than to age, art, virtue, or other personal endowments. Thus dealt not Apelles with Megabyzus, one of the Persian nobility, who, pretending once to talk I know not what about lines, shades, and other things peculiar to his art, the painter could not but take him up, telling him that his apprentices yonder, who were grinding colours, gazed strangely upon him, admiring his gold and purple ornaments, while he held his tongue, but now could not choose but titter to hear him offer at a discourse upon an argument so much out of his sphere. And when Croesus asked Solon his opinion of felicity, he told him flatly that he looked upon Tellus, an honest though obscure Athenian, and Biton and Cleobis, as happier than he. But the flatterer will have kings, governors, and men of estates, not only the most signally happy, but the most eminently knowing, the most virtuous, and the most prudent of mankind. And now some cannot endure to hear the Stoics, who centre all true riches, generosity, nobility, and royalty itself in the person of a wise man, but with the flatterer it is the man of money that is both orator and poet, and, if he pleases, painter and fiddler too, a good wrestler, an excellent footman, or anything, for they never stand with him for the victory in those engagements, as Crisson, who had the honour to run with Alexander, let him designedly win the race, which the king being told of afterwards was highly disgusted at him. But therefore I like the observation of Carneades, who used to say that young princes and noblemen never arrived to a tolerable perfection in anything they learned except riding, for their preceptors spoiled them at school by extolling all their performances, and their wrestling masters by always taking the foil, whereas the horse, who knows no distinction betwixt a private man and a magistrate, betwixt the rich and the poor, will certainly throw his rider if he knows not how to sit him, let him be of what quality he pleases. And therefore it was but impertinently said of Bion upon this subject, that he who could praise his ground into a good crop were to blame if he bestowed any other tillage upon it. 'Tis granted, nor is it improper to commend a man if you do him any real kindness thereby. But here is the disparity, that a field cannot be made worse by any commendations bestowed upon it, whereas a man immoderately praised is puffed up, burst, and ruined by it. Thus much then for the point of praising. Proceed we in the next place to treat of freedom in the reprehensions. And indeed it were but reasonable that, as Patroclus put on Achilles' armour and led his war horse out into the field, yet durst not for all that venture to wield his spear, so Though the flatterer wear all the other badges and ensigns of a friend, he should not dare to counterfeit the plain frankness of his discourse as being a great, massy, and substantial weapon peculiar to him. But because, to avoid that scandal and offence which their drunken bouts, their little jests, and ludicrous babbling humour might otherwise create, they sometimes put on the face of gravity, and flatter under the vizard of a frown, dropping in now and then a word of correction and reproof, let us examine this cheat too amongst the rest. And indeed I can compare that trifling insignificant liberty of speech to which he pretends to nothing better than that sham Hercules which Menander introduces in one of his comedies, with a light hollow club upon his shoulder, for as women's pillows, which seem sufficiently stuffed to bear up their heads, yield and sink under their weight, so this counterfeit freedom in a flatterer's conversation swells big and promises fair, that when it shrinks and contracts itself, it may draw those in with it who lay any stress upon its outward appearance; whereas the genuine and friendly reprehension fixes upon real criminals, causing them grief and trouble indeed, but only what is wholesome and salutary, like honey that corrodes, but yet cleanses the ulcerous parts of the body, and is otherwise both pleasant and profitable. But of this in its proper place. We shall discourse at present of the flatterer who affects a morose, angry, and inexorable behaviour towards all but those upon whom he designs, is peevish and difficult towards his servants, animadverts severely upon the failures of his relations and domestics, neither admires nor respects a stranger, but superciliously contemns him, pardons no man, but by stories and complaints exasperates one against another, thinking by these means to acquire the character of an irreconcilable enemy to all manner of vice, that he may be thought one who would not spare his favourites themselves upon occasion, and would neither act nor speak anything out of a mean and dastardly complaisance. And if at any time he undertakes his friend, he feigns himself a mere stranger to his real and considerable crimes. But if he catch him in some petty trifling peccadillo, there he takes his occasion to rant him terribly and thunder him severely off; as, if he see any of his goods out of order, if his house be not very convenient, if his beard be not shaven, or his clothes unfashionable, if his dog or his horse be not well looked after. But if he slight his parents, neglect his children, treat his wife scornfully, his friends and acquaintance disrespectfully, and squander away his estate, here he dares not open his mouth, and it is the safest way to hold his tongue; just as if the master of a wrestling school should indulge his young champion scholar in drinking and wenching, and yet rattle him about his oil cruse and body brush; or as if a schoolmaster should severely reprove a boy for some little fault in his pen or writing book, but take no notice of the barbarisms and solecisms in his language. For the parasite is like him who, hearing a ridiculous impertinent orator, finds no fault with his discourse but delivery, blaming him only for having hurt his throat with drinking cold water, or like one who, being to peruse and correct some pitiful scribble, falls foul only upon the coarseness of the paper, and the blots and negligence of the transcriber. Thus the parasites about Ptolemy, when he pretended to learning, would wrangle with him till midnight about the propriety of an expression, a verse, or a story, but not a word all this while of his cruelty, insults, superstition, and oppressions of the people; just as if a surgeon should pare a man's nails or cut his hair to cure him of a fistula, wen, or other carnous excrescence. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How to know a flatterer from a friend, Part 3. But there are others behind, who outdo all the subtlety of the former, such as can claw and please, even whilst they seem to reprehend. Thus when Alexander had bestowed some considerable reward upon a jester, Agis the Argive, through mere envy and vexation, cried out upon it as a most absurd action, which the king overhearing, he turned him about in great indignation at the insolence, saying, "What's that you prate, sirrah?" "Why, truly," replied the man, "I must confess, I am not a little troubled to observe, that all you great men are descended from Jupiter take a strange delight in flatterers and buffoons. For as Hercules had his Cercopians and Bacchus his Silenuses about him, so I see your majesty is pleased to have a regard to such pleasant fellows too." And one time, when Tiberius Caesar was present at the Senate, there stood up a certain fawning counsellor, asserting that all freeborn subjects ought to have the liberty of speaking their sense freely, and should not dissemble or conceal anything that they might conceive beneficial to the public. Who, having thus awakened the attention of his audience, silence being made, and Tiberius impatient to hear the sequel of the man's discourse, pursued it in this manner: "I must tell you of a fault, Caesar," said he, "for which we universally blame you, though no man yet has taken the confidence to speak it openly. You neglect yourself, endanger your sacred person by too much labor and care, night and day, for the public." And he, having harangued several things to the same effect, it is reported that Cassius Severus the orator subjoined, "This man's freedom of speech will ruin him." Such artifices as these, I confess, are not very pernicious, but there remains one of a most dangerous consequence to weak men, and that is when a flatterer fastens those vices upon them which are directly contrary to those they are really guilty of. As Himerius, an Athenian parasite, upbraided one of the most miserable and stingy misers of the whole town with carelessness and prodigality, telling him he was afraid he should live to see the day when both he and his children should go a begging. Or, on the contrary, when they object niggardliness and parsimony to one that is lavish and profuse, as Titus Petronius did to Nero. Or when they advise arbitrary and tyrannical princes to lay aside their too much moderation and their unprofitable and unseasonable clemency. And like to these are they who shall pretend to be afraid of a half-witted idiot, as of some notable shrewd fellow, and shall tax an ill-natured censorious man, if at any time he speak honorably of a person of worth, of being too lavish in his commendations. You are always, say they, praising men that deserve it not. For who is he, or what remarkable thing did he ever say or do? But they have yet a more signal opportunity of exercising their talent, when they meet with any difference betwixt lovers or friends. For if they see brothers quarrel, or children despise their parents, or husbands jealous of their wives, they neither admonish them nor blame them for it, but inflame the difference. You don't understand yourself, they say. You are the occasion of all this clutter by your own soft and submissive behavior. If there chance to have happened some little love skirmish betwixt a miss and her gallant, then the flatterer interposes boldly and adds fresh fuel to the expiring flame, taking the gentleman to task, and telling him how many things he has done which looked a little hard, were not kind, and deserved a chiding. Ungrateful man, can you forget her charms and former soft embraces in her arms? Thus Antony's friends persuaded him, when he was smitten with his beloved Cleopatra, that she doted on him, still calling him haughty and hard-hearted man. She, said they, had stripped herself of the glories of a crown and former grandeur, and now languishes with the love of you, attending the motion of your camp in the poor sordid figure of a concubine. But you have steeled your heart, and can unmoved behold her grief, whom once you so much loved. Now he was strangely pleased to hear of his little unkindness to his mistress, and was more taken with such a chiding than with the highest character they could have given him, but was not sensible that, under the colour of a friendly admonition, they really corrupted and debauched him. For such a rebuke as this is just like the bites of a lecherous woman, for it only tickles and provokes and pleases even whilst it pains you. And as pure wine taken singly is an excellent antidote against hemlock, but if mixed with it renders the poison incurable, because the heat of the wine quickens its circulation to the heart, so some rascally fellows, knowing very well that the liberty of reproving a friend is a quality very hardly compatible with flattery, and, as I may say, the best remedy against it, mix them both together, and flatter you under the very colour and pretext of reprimanding you. Upon the whole thereof, Bias seems not to have answered him very pertinently, who asked him which he thought was the most hurtful animal, when he replied, of wild creatures a tyrant, and of tame ones a flatterer. For he might have answered more accurately, that some flatterers indeed are tame creatures, those shirks who ply about your bath and table, but they whose calumnies, malignity, and inquisitive meddling humour, like so many gins and snares, reach the ladies' very closets and bedchambers, are wild, savage, and untractable. Now, one way of arming ourselves against these assaults will be always to remember that, since our souls are made up of two different parts, the one sincere, honest, and reasonable, the other brutish, false, and governed by passion, the friend always adapts his advice and admonitions to the improvement of the better part, like a good physician who preserves and advances an healthful constitution where he finds it, whilst the flatterer claws and tickles the irrational part of the man only, debauching it from the rules of right reason by the repeated suggestion of soft and sensual delights. For as there are some sorts of meat which assimilate neither with the blood nor with the spirits, and invigorate neither the nerves nor the marrow, but only provoke lust, swell the paunch, and breed putrid flabby flesh, so he who shall give himself the labour to observe will find that the discourses of a flatterer contribute nothing to the improvement of our prudence and understanding, but either only entertain us with the pleasure of some love intrigue, or make us indiscreetly angry or envious, or blow us up into an empty troublesome opinion of ourselves, or increase our sorrows by pretending to share in them, or else they exasperate any inbred naughtiness that is in us, or our illiberality or distrustfulness, making them harsh, timorous, and jealous, with idle malicious stories, hints, and conjectures of his own. For he always fastens upon and pampers some distemper of the mind, growing like a botch or bile upon its inflamed or putrid part only. Are you angry? Revenge yourself, says he. Covet you anything? Have it. Are you afraid? Fly. Suspect you this or that? Believe it. But if we find it something difficult to discover him in these attempts upon our passions, because they often violently overpower all the forces of our reason to the contrary, we may then trace him in other instances of his knavery, for he always acts consonant to himself. As, if you are afraid of a surfeit, and thereupon are in suspense about your bath and diet, a friend indeed will advise you to act cautiously and take care of your health. But the flatterer persuades you to the bath, bids you feed freely, and not starve yourself with mortification. If he observes you want briskness and spirit for action, as being unwilling to undergo the fatigue of a journey or a voyage, he will tell you presently there is no haste, the business may be well enough deferred, or else transacted by proxy. If at any time you have promised to lend or give a friend a sum of money, and upon second thoughts gladly would, and yet are ashamed to retract your word, the flatterer puts his advice in the worse scale, and inclines the balance to the saving side, and strips you of your squeamish modesty, telling you that you ought not to be so prodigal, who live at great expense, and have others to relieve besides him. And therefore, unless we be mere strangers to ourselves, to our own covetousness, shamelessness, or timidity, the flatterer cannot easily escape our discovery, for he is the great patron of these disorderly passions, endeavouring always to wind us up to excesses of this kind. But enough of this. Let us in the next place discourse of the useful and kind offices which the flatterer seems cheerfully ready upon every occasion to perform, thereby rendering the disparity betwixt him and the true friend extremely perplexed and intricate. For the temper of a friend, like the language of truth, is, as Euripides says, sincere, natural, without paint or varnish. But that of a flatterer, as it is corrupt and diseased in itself, so stands in need of many curious and exquisite remedies to correct it. And therefore you shall have friends upon an accidental re-encounter, without either giving or receiving a formal salute, content themselves to speak their mutual kindness and familiarity in a nod and a smile. But the flatterer pursues you, runs to meet you, and extends his hand long before he comes at you. And if you chance but to see and salute him first, he swears you must excuse his rudeness, and will produce you witness that he did not see you, if you please. Thus again, a friend dwells not upon every trifling punctilio, is not ceremonious and punctual in the transacting of business, is not inquisitive, and does not intrude into every piece of service. But the parasite is all obedience, all perpetual indefatigable industry, admits no rival in his services, but will wait your commands, which if you lay not upon him, he seems mightily afflicted, the unhappiest man in the world. Now these observations are argument enough to convince a man of any tolerable sense that the friendship such men pretend to you is not really virtuous and chaste, but rather a sort of impudent whorish love that obtrudes its embraces upon you. But to be more particular, let us first examine the disparity betwixt their promises. For our forefathers well observed that the offers of a friend run in such terms as these: if I can serve you, sir, if your request be feasible by me, I'll do my best. But the flatterers thus: command me freely what you will, I'll do it. For the comedians introduce such brave promises as these: come, sir, let me but fight that fellow there, I'll beat him soft as sponge or jellies are. Besides, no real friend will assist in the execution of a design unless, being first advised with, he approve of it as either honest or useful. Whereas the flatterer, though permitted to consult and give his opinion about an undertaking, not only out of a paltry desire to comply with and gratify his friend at any rate, but lest he should be looked upon as disaffected to the business, servilely closes with and advances his proposal, how unreasonable soever. For there are few rich men or princes of this mind: give me a friend, though a poor beggar he, or meaner than the meanest beggar be, if he his thoughts but freely will impart, and boldly speak the language of his heart. For they, like actors in a tragedy, must have a chorus of their friends to join with them in the concert, or else the claps of the pit to encourage them. Whereupon Merope in the tragedy speaks thus: make choice of those for friends who never knew the arts of wheedling and betraying you, but those poor rascals never entertain, who please you only with design to gain. But alas, they invert the counsel, and abominate those who deal freely with them and advise them obstinately for the best, while pitiful cringing cheats and impostors are admitted not only into their houses, but into their affections and the nearest concernments of their life. You shall have some of them indeed more plain and simple than the rest, who confess themselves unworthy to consult about such weighty affairs, but are ready to serve you in the executive part of a design. But the more subtle hypocrite comes in at the consult, knits his brows, declares his consent by the gravity of a look or a nod, but speaks never a word, unless perchance, when the great man delivers his opinion, he cries, Lord, sir, you prevented me, I was just going to say so. For as the mathematicians tell us that surfaces and lines, which are incorporeal and creatures of the understanding only, are neither bended nor moved nor extended of themselves, but are so affected together with the bodies whose extremities they are, so you shall observe the flatterer attends only the motion of another's sense, opinion, or passion, without any principle of action in himself, so that the disparity betwixt them thus far is easily discernible. And yet more easily in the manner they perform their good offices. For the kindnesses of a friend, like an animate creature, have their most proper virtues deep within, without any parade or pageantry on the outside. Nay, many times, as a faithful physician cures his patient when he least knows of it, so a true friend, either present or absent as occasion serves, is solicitous about your concerns, when perhaps you know nothing of it. Such was the excellent Arcesilaus, as in his other actions, so particularly in his kindness to Apelles, native of Chios, whom finding extremely indigent in his sickness, he repeated his visit to him with 20 drachms in his pocket, and sitting by his bedside, "You have got nothing here," said he, "but Empedocles' elements, fire, water, earth, and the surrounding air, neither, methinks, do you lie easily." And with that, stirring up his pillow, he put the money privately under his head, which when the good old woman his nurse found, and in great wonder acquainted Apelles with, "Ay," says he, smiling a little, "this is a piece of Arcesilaus' thievery." And the saying that children resemble their parents is found true also in philosophy. For when Cephisocrates was impeached of high treason, and Lacydes, an intimate acquaintance of Arcesilaus, and several others of his friends, stood by him at his trial, the counsel for the state desired that the prisoner's ring, wherein lay the principal evidence against him, might be produced in court. Which Cephisocrates hearing, dropped it softly off his finger, and Lacydes observing it set his foot upon it and buried it in the ground. Whereupon, being acquitted, and going afterwards to pay his respects and thanks to his judges, one of them, who it seems had taken notice of the passages, told him that his thanks were owing to Lacydes, and so related the whole story, when Lacydes had never mentioned it. Thus I am verily persuaded the gods confer several benefits upon us which we are not sensible of, upon no other motive in the world than the mere pleasure and satisfaction they take in acts of kindness and beneficence. But on the contrary, the seemingly good offices of a flatterer have nothing but sincerity and integrity, that simplicity and ingenuousness which recommend a kindness, but are always attended with bustle and noise, hurry, sweat, and contracting the brow, to enhance your opinion of the great pains he has taken for you, like a picture drawn in gaudy colours, with folded torn garments, and full of angles and wrinkles, to make us believe it an elaborate piece, and done to the life. Besides, the flatterer is so extremely troublesome in recounting the weary steps he has taken, the cares he has had upon him, the persons he has been forced to disoblige, with 1,000 other inconveniences he has laboured under your account, that you will be apt to say, the business was never worth all this din and clutter about it. For a kindness once upbraided loses its grace, turns a burden, and becomes intolerable. But the flatterer not only reproaches us with his services already past, but at the very instance of their performance. Whereas, if a friend be obliged to speak of any civility done another, he modestly mentions it indeed, but attributes nothing to himself. Thus, when the Lacedaemonians supplied the people of Smyrna in great scarcity of provisions, and they gratefully resented and extolled the kindness, "Why," replied the Spartans, "it was no such great matter, we only robbed ourselves and our cattle of a dinner." For a favour thus bestowed is not only free and ingenuous, but more acceptable to the receiver, because he imagines his benefactor conferred it on him without any great prejudice to himself. But the temper of a flatterer is discernible from that of a friend, not only in the easiness of his promises and the troublesome impertinence that attends his good offices, but more signally in this, that the one is ready to promote any base and unworthy action, the other those only which are fair and honest. The one labours to please, the other to profit you. For a friend must not, as Gorgias would have him, beg another's assistance in a just undertaking, and then think to compensate the civility by contributing to several that are unjust. In wisdom, not in folly, should they join. And if, after all, he cannot prevail upon him, he may disengage himself with the reply of Phocion to Antipater: "Sir, I cannot be both your friend and your flatterer," that is, your friend and not your friend at the same time. For we ought to be assistant to him in his honest endeavours indeed, but not in his knaveries, in his counsels, not in his tricks, in appearing as evidence for him, but not in a cheat, and must bear a share in his misfortunes, but not in his acts of injustice. For if a man ought not to be as much as conscious of any unworthiness in his friend, how much less will it become him to partake in it? Therefore, as the Lacedaemonians defeated and treating of articles of peace with Antipater, prayed him to command them anything, howsoever grievous and burthensome to the subject, providing it were not base and dishonorable. So a friend, if you want his assistance in a chargeable, dangerous, and laborious enterprise, embarks in the design cheerfully and without reserve. But if such as will not stand with his reputation and honor, he fairly desires to be excused. Whereas, on the contrary, if you offer to put a flatterer upon a difficult or hazardous employment, he shuffles you off and begs your pardon. For but sound him, as you wrap a vessel to try whether it be whole or cracked, full or empty, and he shams you off with the noise of some paltry, frivolous excuses. But engage him in any mean, sordid, and inglorious service, abuse him, kick him, trample on him, he bears all patiently and knows no affront. For as the ape, who cannot keep the house like a dog, or bear a burden like a horse, or plough like an ox, serves to be abused, to play the buffoon, and to make sport, so the parasite, who can neither plead your cause, nor be your counsel, nor expose your quarrel, as being averse from all painful and good offices, denies you in nothing that may contribute to your pleasure, turns pander to your lust, pimps for a whore, provides you an handsome entertainment, looks that your bill be reasonable, and sneaks to your miss. But he shall treat your relations with disrespect, and impudently turn your wife out of doors, if you commission him. So that you may easily discover him in this particular. For put him upon the most base and dirty actions, he will not spare his own pains, provided he can but gratify you. There remains yet another way to discover him by his inclinations towards your intimates and familiars. For there is nothing more agreeable to a true and cordial acquaintance than to love and to be loved with many, and therefore he always sedulously endeavors to gain his friend the affections and esteem of other men. For being of opinion that all things ought to be in common amongst friends, he thinks nothing ought to be more so than they themselves. But the faithless, the adulterate friend of base alloy, who is conscious to himself of the disservice he does true friendship by that false coin of it which he puts upon it, is naturally full of emulation and envy, even towards those of his own profession, endeavoring to outdo them in their common talent of babbling and buffoonery, while he reveres and cringes to his betters, whom he dares no more vie with than a footman with a Lydian chariot, or lead, to use Simonides' expression, with refined gold. Therefore this light and empty counterfeit, finding he wants weight when put into the balance against the solid and substantial friend, endeavors to remove him as far as he can, like him who, having painted a cock extremely ill, commanded his servant to take the original out of sight. And if he cannot compass his design, then he proceeds to compliment and ceremony, pretending outwardly to admire him as a person far beyond himself, whilst by secret calumnies he blackens and undermines him. And if these chance to have galled and fretted him only, and have not thoroughly done their work, then he betakes himself to the advice of Medius, that arch parasite and enemy to the Macedonian nobility, and chief of all that numerous train which Alexander entertained in his court. This man taught his disciples to slander bodily and push home their calumnies, for, though the wound might probably be cured and skinned over again, yet the teeth of slander would be sure to leave a scar behind them. By these scars, or, to speak more properly, gangrenes and cancers of false accusations, fell the brave Callisthenes, Parmenio, and Philotas, whilst Alexander himself became an easy prey to an Agnon, Bagoas, Agesius, and Demetrius, who tricked him up like a barbarian statue, and paid the mortal the adoration due to a god. So great a charm is flattery, and, as it seems, the greatest with those we think the greatest men, for the exalted thoughts they entertain of themselves, and the desire of a universal concurrence in the same opinion from others, both add courage to the flatterer and credit to his impostures. Hills and mountains indeed are not easily taken by stratagem or ambuscade, but a weak mind, swollen big and lofty by fortune, birth, or the like, lies naked to the assaults of every mean and petty aggressor. And therefore we repeat here what we advised at our entrance into this discourse, that we cashier every vain opinion of ourselves and all self-love. For their inbred flattery only disposes and prepares us to a more favorable reception of that from without. For, if we did but square our actions according to the famous oracular precept of knowing ourselves, rate things according to their true intrinsic value, and withal, reflecting upon our own nature and education, consider what gross imperfections and failures mix with our words, actions, and affections, we should not lie so open to the attempts of every flatterer who designs upon us. For even Alexander himself, being reminded of his mortality by two things especially, the necessity of sleep and the use of women, began to stagger in the opinion they had made him conceive of his godhead. And did we in like manner but take an impartial survey of those troubles, lapses, and infirmities incident to our nature, we should find we stood in no need of a friend to praise and extol our virtues, but of one rather that would chide and reprimand us for our vices. For first, there are but few who will venture to deal thus roundly and impartially with their friends, and fewer yet who know the art of it, men generally mistaking railing and ill language for a decent and friendly reproof. And then a chiding, like any other physic, if ill-timed, racks and torments you to no purpose, and works in a manner the same effect with pain that flattery does with pleasure. For an unseasonable reprehension may be equally mischievous with an unseasonable commendation, and force your friend to throw himself upon the flatterer, like water which, leaving the too precipitous and rugged hills, rolls down upon the humble valleys below. And therefore we ought to qualify and allay the sharpness of our reproofs with a due temper of candour and moderation, as we would soften light which is too powerful for a distempered eye, lest our friends, being plagued and ranted upon every trivial occasion, should at last fly to the flatterer's shade for their ease and quiet. For all vice, Philopappus, is to be corrected by an intermediate virtue, and not by its contrary extreme, as some do who, to shake off that sheepish bashfulness which hangs upon their natures, learn to be impudent, to lay aside their country breeding, endeavor to be comical, to avoid the imputation of softness and cowardice, turn bullies, out of an abhorrence of superstition, commence atheists, and rather than be reputed fools, play the knave, forcing their inclinations like a crooked stick to the opposite extreme, for want of skill to set them straight. But it is highly rude to endeavor to avoid the suspicion of flattery by only being insignificantly troublesome. And it argues an ungenteel, unconversable temper in a man to show his just abhorrency of mean and servile ends in his friendship only by a sour and disagreeable behavior, like the freedman in the comedy, who would needs persuade himself that his railing accusation fell within the limits of that freedom in discourse which every one had right to with his equals. Since therefore it is absurd to incur the suspicion of a flatterer by an over-obliging and obsequious humour, and as absurd on the other hand in endeavouring to decline it by an immoderate latitude in our apprehensions, to lose the enjoyments and salutary admonitions of a friendly conversation, and since the measures of what is just and proper in this as in other things are to be taken from decency and moderation, the nature of the argument seems to require me to conclude it with a discourse upon this subject. Now, seeing this liberty of animadverting on other men's failures is liable to so many exceptions, let us in the first place carefully purge it from all mixture of self-love and interest, lest any private motive, injury, grudge, or dissatisfaction of our own should seem to incite us to the undertaking. For such a chiding as this would not pass for an effect of kindness, but of passion, and looks more like complaint than an admonition. For the latter has always something in it that sounds kind and yet awful, whereas the other betrays only a selfish and narrow disposition. And therefore we usually honour and revere our monitor, but contemn and recriminate upon a querulous accuser. As Agamemnon could by no means digest the moderate censures of Achilles, yet bore well enough with the severer reprimand of Ulysses. O were thy sway the curse of meaner powers, and thou the shame of any host but ours. Being satisfied of his wisdom and good intentions, for he rated him purely upon the account of the public, the other upon his own. And Achilles himself, though of a rough and untractable disposition, and ready enough to find faults where there were none, yet heard Patroclus patiently when he ranted him thus: Unpitying man, no Peleus caused thy birth, nor did the tender Thetis bring thee forth, but rocks hard as thy heart and the angry sea clubbed to produce a monstrous man like thee. For as Hyperides the orator desired the Athenians to consider not only whether his reflections were sharp, but also whether his sharpness was disinterested and incorrupt, so the reproofs of a friend, if they proceed from a sincere and disinterested affection, create veneration, awe, and confusion in the criminal to whom they are addressed. And if he once perceive that his friend, waiving all offences against himself, chides him purely for those committed against others, he can never hold out against the force of so powerful a rebuke. For the sweet and obliging temper of his monitor gives a keener edge to his admonitions. And therefore it has been wisely said, that especially in heats and differences with our friends, we ought to have a peculiar regard to their honour and interest. Nor is it a less argument of friendship for a man who is laid aside and out of favour himself to turn advocate in behalf of another equally despised and neglected, as Plato, being in disgrace with Dionysius, begged audience of him, which he readily granting in expectation of being entertained with an account of his grievances, Plato addressed himself to him after this manner: Sir, said he, if you were informed there were a certain ruffian come over into your land of Sicily with design to attempt upon your majesty's person, but for want of an opportunity could not execute the villainy, would you suffer him to go off unpunished? No, by no means, Plato, replied the king, for we ought to detest and revenge not only the overt acts, but the malicious intentions of our enemies. Well then, on the other hand, said Plato, if there should come a person to court out of pure kindness and ambition to serve your majesty, and you would not give him an opportunity of expressing it, were it reasonable to dismiss him with scorn and disrespect? Whom do you mean? Said Dionysius. Why, Aeschines, replied Plato, as honest and excellent a person as any in the school of Socrates, and of a very edifying conversation, who, having exposed himself to the difficulties of a tedious voyage that he might enjoy the happiness of a philosophical converse with your majesty, has met with nothing but contempt in return to the kindness he intended. This friendly and generous temper of mind so strangely affected Dionysius, that he hugged and embraced Plato, and treated Aeschines with a great deal of honour and magnificence. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. How to know a flatterer from a friend. Part 4. In the next place, let us free our discourse from all contumelious language, all laughter, mockery, and scurrility, which spoil the relish of our reprehensions. For, as when a chirurgeon makes an incision in the flesh, he uses decent neatness and dexterity in the operation, without the affected and superfluous gesticulations of a quack or a mountebank, so the lancing the sores of a friend may admit indeed of a little humour and urbanity, but that so qualified that it spoil not the seriousness and gravity requisite to the work. For boldness, insolence, and ill language destroy its force and efficacy. And therefore the fiddler reparteed handsomely enough upon Philip, when he undertook to dispute with him about the touch upon his instrument. God forbid that your majesty should be so unhappy as to understand a fiddle better than I do. But Epicharmus was too blunt upon Hiero, who invited him to supper a little after he had put some of his acquaintance to death, when he replied, "Aye, but you could not invite me the other day to the sacrifice of my friends." And so was Antiphon too rude in his reflection upon Dionysius, when, on occasion of a discourse about the best sort of bronze, he told him that was the best in his opinion of which the Athenians made statues of Harmodius and Aristogaton. For these scurrilous abusive jests are most certainly disagreeable and pain to no purpose, being but the product of an intemperate wit, and betraying the enmity and ill nature of him who takes the liberty to use them. And whosoever allows himself in them does but wantonly sport upon the brink of that pit which one day will swallow him up. For Antiphon was afterward executed under Dionysius, and Timagenes was in disgrace with Augustus Caesar, not for any extravagant freedom in his discourse, but only because he had taken up a foolish custom of never talking seriously, but always scurrilously at every entertainment, and walk where the emperor desired his company, scorn all his joy, and laughter all his aim, alleging the pleasantness of his humour as the cause of his favour at court. Thus you shall meet with several smart and satirical reflections in a comedy, but the mixture of jest and fool in the play, like ill sauce to good meat, abates their poignancy and renders them insignificant, so that upon the whole the poet acquires only the character of a saucy and foul-mouthed buffoon, and the auditors lose that advantage which they might otherwise reap from remarks of that nature. We may do well, therefore, to reserve our jollity and mirth for more suitable occasions, but we must by all means be serious and candid in our admonitions, which, if they be upon important points, must be so animated with our gestures, passion, and eagerness of voice, as to give them weight and credit, and so awaken a tender concern in the persons to whom they are addressed. We are again to time our reproofs as seasonably as we can, for a mistake in the opportunities, as it is of ill consequence in all other things, is so peculiarly in our reprehensions. And therefore, I presume, it is manifest we ought not to fall foul upon men in their drink. For first, he who broaches any sour disagreeable course amidst the pleasantry and good humour of friends casts a cloud over the serenity of the company, and acts counter to the god Lysius, who, as Pindar words it, unties the band of all our cares. Besides, such unseasonable remonstrances are not without danger. For wine is apt to warm men into passion, and make them quarrel at the freedom you take. And in short, it is no argument of any brave and generous, but rather of an unmanly temper, not to dare to speak one's sense when men are sober, but to keep barking like a cowardly cur at table. And therefore we need not enlarge any further upon this topic. But because several persons neither will nor dare take their friends to task whilst they thrive and flourish in the world, looking upon prosperity as a state above the reach of a rebuke, but pour forth their invectives like a river that has overflown its banks, insulting and trampling them, when fortune has already laid them at their feet, out of a sort of satisfaction to see their former state and grandeur reduced to the same level of fortune with themselves. It may not be improper to discourse a little upon this argument, and make some reply to that question of Euripides: what need is there of friends when fortune smiles? I answer, to lower those lofty and extravagant thoughts which are usually incident to that condition. For wisdom in conjunction with prosperity is a rare talent and the lot of but few. Therefore most men stand in need of a borrowed prudence, to depress the tumours that attend an exuberant felicity. But when the turn of fortune itself has abated the swelling, a man's very circumstances are sufficient of themselves to read him a lecture of repentance, so that all other grave and austere corrections are then superfluous and impertinent. And it is on the contrary more proper in such traverses of fortune to enjoy the company of a compassionate friend, who will administer some comfort to the afflicted, and buoy him up under the pressure of his affairs. So Xenophon relates that the presence of Clearchus, a person of courteous and obliging aspect, gave new life and courage to his soldiers in the heat of battle, or any other difficult rencounter. But he who chides and upbraids a man in distress, like him who applies a medicine for clearing the sight to a distempered and inflamed eye, neither works a cure nor allays the pain, but only adds anger to his sorrows and exasperates the patient. A man in health indeed will digest a friendly lecturer for his wenching, drinking, idleness, continual recreations and bathing, or unseasonable eating. But for a sick man to be told that all this comes of his intemperance, voluptuous, high feeding, or whoring, it is utterly insupportable and worse than the disease itself. O impertinent man, will such a one say. The physicians prescribe me castor and scammony, and I am just making my last will and testament, and do you lie railing and preaching to me lectures of philosophy? And thus men in adversity stand more in need of our humanity and relief than of sharp and sententious reprimands. For neither will a nurse immediately scold at her child that is fallen, but first help him up, wash him, and put him in order again, and then chide and whip him. They tell us a story to this purpose of Demetrius Phalereus, that when he dwelt an exile at Thebes in mean beggarly circumstances, he was once extremely concerned to observe the philosopher Crates making towards him, expecting to be treated by him with all the roughness of a cynical behavior. But when Crates had addressed himself courteously to him, and discoursed him upon the point of exile, endeavoring to convince him that it had nothing miserable or uneasy in it, but on the contrary rather rescued him from the nice and hazardous management of public affairs, advising him withal to repose his confidence in himself and his own conscience. Demetrius was so taken and encouraged by his discourse that he is reported to have said to his friends, "Cursed be those employs which robbed me so long of the acquaintance of such an excellent person, for soft, friendly words revive the afflicted soul, but sharp rebukes are only for a fool. And this is the way of generous and ingenuous friends. But they who servilely admire you in prosperity, like old fractures and sprains which, as Demosthenes speaks, always ache and pain us when some fresh disease has befallen the body, stick close to you in the revolution of your fortune, and rejoice and enjoy the change. Whereas, if a man must needs have a remembrancer of a calamity which his own indiscretion hath pulled upon him, it is enough you put him in mind that he owes it not to your advice, for you often dissuaded him from the undertaking." Well then, you say, when is a keen reprehension allowable, and when may we chide a friend severely indeed? I answer, when some important occasion requires it, as the stopping him in the career of his voluptuousness, anger, or insolence, the repressing his covetous humour, or any other foolish habit. Thus dealt Solon with Croesus, puffed up and debauched with the uncertain greatness of his fortune, when he bade him look to the end. Thus Socrates humbled Alcibiades, forced him into unfeigned tears, and turned his heart when he argued the case with him. Such again were the remonstrances and admonitions of Cyrus to Cyaxares, and of Plato to Dion, who, when the lustre and greatness of his achievements had fixed all men's eyes upon him, wished him to beware of arrogance and self-conceit, as the readiest way to make all men abandon him. And Speusippus wrote to him, not to pride himself in the little applauses of women and children, but to take care to adorn Sicily with religion, justice, and wholesome laws, that he might render the Academy great and illustrious. So did not Euctus and Euleus, two of Perseus's favourites, who fawned upon and complied with him as obsequiously as any courtier of them, all during the success of his arms, but after his defeat at Pydna by the Romans inveighed bitterly against him, reminding him of his past faults, till the man out of mere anger and vexation stabbed them both on the spot. And so much concerning the timing of reproofs in general. Now there are several other accidental occasions administered by our friends themselves, which a person heartily solicitous for their interest will lay hold of. Thus some have taken an opportunity of censuring them freely from a question they have asked, from the relation of a story, or the praise or dispraise of the same actions in other men which they themselves have committed. Thus they tell us, Demaratus coming from Corinth into Macedonia, when Philip and his queen and son were at odds, and being after a gracious reception asked by the king what good understanding there was among the Grecians, replied, as being an old friend and acquaintance of his, Ay, by all means, sir, it highly becomes your majesty to inquire about the concord between the Athenians and Peloponnesians, when you suffer your own family to be the scene of so much discord and contention. And as pert was that of Diogenes, who, entering Philip's camp as he was going to make war upon the Grecians, was seized upon and brought before the king, who not knowing him asked him if he was a spy. Why, yes, truly, said he, I am a spy upon your folly and imprudence, who, without any necessity upon you, are come hither to expose your kingdoms and your life to the uncertain decision of the cast of a die. This may perhaps seem a little too biting and satirical. Another seasonable opportunity of reproving your friend for his vices is when some third person has already mortified him upon the same account. For a courteous and obliging man will dexterously silence his accuser, and then take him privately to task himself, advising him, if for no other reason yet to abate the insolence of his enemies, to manage himself more prudently for the future. For how could they open their mouths against you? What could they have to reproach you with, if you would but reform such and such vices which render you obnoxious to their censure? And by this means the offence that was given lies at his door who roughly upbraided him, while the advantage he reaps is attributed to the person who candidly advised him. But there are some who have got yet a genteeler way of chiding, and that is, by chastising others for faults which they know their friends really stand guilty of. As my master Ammonius, perceiving once at his afternoon lecture that some of his scholars had dined more plentifully than became the moderation of students, immediately commanded one of his freedmen to take his own son and whip him. For what? Says he. The youngster, forsooth, must needs have vinegar sauce to his meat, and with that, casting his eye upon us, he gave us to understand that we likewise were concerned in the reprehension. Again, we must be cautious how we rebuke a friend in company, always remembering the repartee made upon Plato on that account. For Socrates having fallen one day very severely upon an acquaintance of his at table, Plato could not forbear to take him up, saying, Had it not been more proper, sir, to have spoken these things in private? To which Socrates instantly replied, And had it not been more proper for you to have told me so in private too? And they say, Pythagoras one time ranted a friend of his so terribly before company, that the poor young man went and hanged himself. From which time the philosopher would never chide any man in the presence of another. For the discovery and cure of a vice, like that of a scandalous disease, ought to be in secret, and not like a public show transacted upon the theatre. For it is no way the part of a friend, but a mere cheat and trick, for one man to recommend himself to the standers by, and seek for reputation from the failures of another, like mountebank chirurgeons, who perform their operations on a stage to gain the greater practice. But besides the disgrace that attends a reproof of this nature, a thing that will never work any cure, we are likewise to consider that vice is naturally obstinate and loves to dispute its ground. For what Euripides says is true not only of love, the more 'tis checked, the more it presses on, but of any other imperfection. If you lay a man open publicly for it and tell all, you are so far from reforming him that you force him to brave it out. And therefore, as Plato advises that old men who would teach the younger fry reverence should learn to revere them first, so certainly modestly to reprimand is the way to meet with a modest return. For he who warily attacks the criminal works upon his good nature by his own, and so insensibly undermines his vices. And therefore it would be much more proper to observe the rule in Homer, to whisper softly in the ear, lest standers by should chance to hear. But above all, we ought not to discover the imperfections of an husband before his wife, nor of a father before his children, nor of a lover in company of his mistress, nor of masters in presence of their scholars, or the like. For it touches a man to the quick to be rebuked before those whom he would have think honourably of him. And I verily believe that it was not so much the heat of the wine as the sting of too public a reprehension that enraged Alexander against Clitus. And Aristomenes, Ptolemy's preceptor, lost himself by awaking the king, who had dropped asleep one time at an audience of foreign ambassadors. For the court parasites immediately took this occasion to express their pretendedly deep resentments of the disgrace done his majesty, suggesting that, if indeed the cares of the government had brought a little seasonable drowsiness upon him, he might have been told of it in private, but should not have had rude hands laid upon his person before so great an assembly. Which so affected the king that he presently sent the poor man a draught of poison and made him drink it up. And Aristophanes says, Cleon blamed him for railing at Athens before strangers, whereby he incensed the Athenians against him. And therefore they who aim at the interest and reformation of their friends rather than ostentation and popularity ought amongst other things to beware of exposing them too publicly. Again, what Thucydides makes the Corinthians say of themselves, that they were persons every way qualified for the reprehension of other men, ought to be the character of every one who sets up for a monitor. For as Lysander replied upon a certain Megarian, who in a council of allies and confederates had spoken boldly in behalf of Greece, this style of yours, sir, needs a state to back it. So he who takes upon him the liberty of a censor must be a man of a regular conversation himself, one like Plato, whose life was a continued lecture to Speusippus, or Xenocrates, who, casting his eye one time upon the dissolute Polemon at a disputation, reformed him with the very awfulness of his looks. Whereas the remonstrance of a lewd whiffling fellow will certainly meet with no better entertainment than that of the old proverbial repartee, Physician, heal thyself. But because several accidental emergencies in conversation will now and then invite a man, though bad enough himself, to correct others, the most dexterous way of doing it will be to involve ourselves in the same guilt with those we reprehend, as in this passage of Homer. Fie, what's the matter, Diomede, that we have now forgot our former gallantry? And in this other, we are not worth one single hectare, or. Thus Socrates would handsomely twit the young men with their ignorance by professing his own, pretending for his part he had need with them to study morality, and make more accurate inquiries into the truth of things. For a confession of the same guilt, and a seeming endeavour to reform ourselves as well as our friends, gives credit to the reprimand, and recommends it to their affections. But he who gravely magnifies himself, whilst he imperiously detracts from others, as being a man forsooth of no imperfections, unless his age or a celebrated reputation indeed commands our attention, is only impertinent and troublesome to no purpose. And therefore it was not without reason that Phoenix, checking Achilles for his intemperate anger, confessed his own unhappiness in that particular, how he had like once to have slain his own father through a transport of passion, had not the scandalous name of parricide held his hands, that the hero might not imagine he took that liberty with him, because he had never offended in the like himself. For such inoffensive reproofs leave a deeper impress behind them, when they seem the result of sympathy rather than contempt. But because a mind subject to the disorders of passion, like an inflamed eye that cannot bear a great and glaring light, is impatient of a rebuke, without some temperament to qualify and allay its poignancy. Therefore the best remedy in this case will be to dash it with a little praise, as in the following: Think and subdue. On dastards dead to fame I waste no anger, for they feel no shame. But you, the pride, the flower of all our host, My heart weeps blood to see your glory lost. Where, Pandarus, are all thy honours now? Thy winged arrows and unerring bow, Thy matchless skill, thy yet unrivalled fame, And boasted glory of the Lycian name? And such rebukes as these are also most effectual in reclaiming those that are ready to fall into gross enormities. Oh, where are Oedipus and all his riddles now? And is this the speech of daring Hercules? For a mixture of both together not only abates and takes off from that roughness and command which a blunt reprehension seems to carry along with it, but raises in a man a generous emulation of himself, whilst the remembrance of his past virtues shames him out of his present vices, and makes him propose his former actions for his future example. But if you compare him with other men, as with his fellow citizens, his contemporaries or relations, then vice, which loves to dispute the victory, renders him uneasy and impatient under the comparison, and will be apt to make him grumble, and in an huff bid you begone then to his betters, and not trouble him any longer. And therefore we ought not to fall upon other men's commendations before him whom we take the liberty to rebuke, unless indeed they be his parents, as Agamemnon in Homer. Ah, how unlike his sire is Tydeus' son. And Ulysses, in the tragedy called the Scyrians, speaking to Achilles: Dost thou, who sprang from a brave Grecian race, by spinning thy great ancestors disgrace? It is in the next place very improper for a man immediately to retort or recriminate upon his monitor, for this is the way to occasion heats and animosities betwixt them, and will speak him rather impatient of any reproof at all than desirous to recompensate the kindness of one with another. And therefore it is better to take his chiding patiently for the present, and if he chance afterwards to commit a fault worth your remarking upon, you have then an opportunity of repaying him in his own coin. For being reminded, without the least intimation of a former pique or dissatisfaction, that he himself did not use to overlook the slips of his friends, he will receive the remonstrance favourably at your hands, as being the return of kindness, rather than of anger and resentment. Moreover, as Thucydides says, that he is a wise man who will not venture to incur odium except for matters of the highest concernment. So when we do undertake the ungrateful office of censor, it ought to be only upon weighty and important occasions. For he who is peevish and angry at everybody and upon every trivial fault, acting rather with the imperious pedantry of a schoolmaster than the discretion of a friend, blunts the edge of his reprehensions in matters of an higher nature, by squandering, like an unskilful physician, that keen and bitter but necessary and sovereign remedy of his reproofs upon many slight distempers that require not so exquisite a cure. And therefore a wise man will industriously avoid the character of being a person who is always chiding and delights in finding faults. Besides that, whosoever is of that little humour that animadverts upon every trifling peccadillo only affords his friend a fairer occasion of being even with him one time or another for his grosser immoralities. As Philotimus the physician, visiting a patient of his who was troubled with an inflammation in his liver, but showed him his forefinger, told him, Sir, your distemper is not a whit low. In like manner we may take occasion now and then to reply upon a man who carps at trifles in another, his diversions, pleasantries, or a glass of wine. Let the gentleman rather, sir, turn off his whore and leave off his dicing, for otherwise he is an admirable person. For he who is dispensed with in smaller matters more willingly gives his friend the liberty of reprimanding him for greater. But there is neither child nor brother nor servant himself able to endure a man of a busy, inquisitive humour, who brawls perpetually and is sour and unpleasant upon every inconsiderable occasion. But since a weak and foolish friend, as Euripides says of old age, has its strong as well as its feeble part, we ought to observe both, and cheerfully extol the one before we fall foul upon the other. For as we first soften iron in the fire, and then dip it in water to harden it to a due consistence, so after we have warmed and mollified our friend by a just recommendation of his virtues, we may then safely temper him with a moderate reprehension of his vices. We may then say, are these actions comparable to the other? Do you not perceive the advantages of a virtuous life? This is what we who are your friends require of you. These are properly your own actions, for which nature designed you. But for the other, let them for ever from you banished be, to desert mountains or the raging sea. For as a prudent physician had rather recover his patient with sleep and good diet than with castor and scammony, so a candid friend, a good father or schoolmaster, will choose to reform men's manners by commendations rather than reproofs. For nothing in the world renders our corrections so inoffensive and withal so useful as to address ourselves to the delinquent in a kind, affectionate manner. And therefore we ought not to deal roughly with him upon his denial of the matter of fact, nor hinder him from making his just vindications, but we should rather handsomely help him out in his apology and mollify the matter. As Hector to his brother Paris, unhappy man, by passion overruled, suggesting that he did not quit the field, in his encounter with Menelaus, out of cowardice, but mere anger and indignation. And Nestor speaks thus to Agamemnon: you only yielded to the great impulse. For to tell a man that he did such a thing through ignorance or inadvertency is, in my opinion, a much more genteel expression than bluntly to say, you have dealt unjustly or acted basely by me. And to advise a man not to quarrel with his brother is more civil than to say, don't you envy and malign him. And keep not company with that woman who debauches you is softer language than, don't you debauch her. And thus you see with what caution and moderation we must reprehend our friends in reclaiming them from vices to which they are already subjected, whilst the prevention of them doth require a clear contrary method. For when we are to divert them from the commission of a crime, or to check a violent and headstrong passion, or to push on and excite a phlegmatic lazy humour to great things, we may then ascribe their feelings to as dishonourable causes as we please. Thus Ulysses, when he would awaken the courage of Achilles in one of the tragedies of Sophocles, tells him that it was not the business of a supper that put him in such a fret, as he pretended, but because he was now arrived within sight of the walls of Troy. And when Achilles, in a great chafe at the affront, swore he would sail back again with his squadron and leave him to himself, Ulysses came upon him again with this rejoinder: come, sir, 'tis not for this you'd sail away, but Hector's near, it is not safe to stay. And thus, by representing to the bold and valiant the danger of being reputed a coward, to the temperate and sober that of being thought a debauchee, and to the liberal and magnificent the chance of being called stingy and sordid, we spur them on to brave actions, and divert them from base and ignominious ones. Indeed, when a thing is once done and past remedy, we ought to qualify and attemperate our reproofs, and commiserate rather than reprimand. But if it be a business of pure prevention, of stopping a friend in the career of his irregularities, our applications must be vehement, inexorable, and indefatigable. For this is the proper season for a man to show himself a true monitor and a friend indeed. But we see that even enemies reprove each other for faults already committed. As Diogenes said pertinently enough to this purpose, that he who would act wisely ought to be surrounded either with good friends or flagrant enemies, for the one always teach us well, and the other as constantly accuse us if we do ill. But certainly it is much more eligible to forbear the commission of a fault by hearkening to the good advice of our friends, than afterwards to repent of it by reason of the obloquy of our enemies. And therefore, if for no other reason, we ought to apply our reprehensions with a great deal of art and dexterity, because they are the most sovereign physic that a friend can prescribe, and require not only a due mixture of ingredients in the preparation of them, but a seasonable juncture for the patient to take them in. But because, as it has been before observed, reproofs usually carry something of trouble and vexation along with them, we must imitate skilful physicians, who, when they have made an incision in the flesh, leave it not open to the smart and torment that attends it, but chafe and foment it to assuage the pain. So he that would admonish dexterously must not immediately give a man over to the sting and anguish of his reprehensions, but endeavour to skin over the sore with a more mild and diverting converse, like stone cutters, who, when they have made a fracture in their statues, polish and brighten them afterwards. But if we leave them in pain with their wounds and resentments, and, as it were, with the scars of our reproofs yet green upon them, they will hardly be brought to admit of any lenitive we shall offer for the future. And therefore they who will take upon them to admonish their friends ought especially to observe this main point, not to leave them immediately upon it, nor abruptly break off the conference with disobliging and bitter expressions. Section 12.
Section 13 of The Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cameron Davis. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. That it is not possible to live pleasurably according to the doctrine of Epicurus. Part 1. Epicurus's great confidant and familiar Colotes set forth a book with this title to it, that according to the tenets of the other philosophers it is impossible to live. Now what occurred to me then to say against him in the defence of those philosophers hath been already put into writing by me. But since upon breaking up of our lecture several things have happened to be spoken afterwards in the walks in further opposition to his party, I thought it not amiss to recollect them also, if for no other reason, yet for this one, that those who will needs be contradicting other men may see that they ought not to run cursorily over the discourses and writings of those they would disprove, nor by tearing out one word here and another there, or by falling foul upon particular passages without the books, to impose upon the ignorant and the unlearned. Now, as we are leaving the school to take a walk, as our manner is, in the place of exercise, Zeuxippus began to us. In my opinion, said he, the debate was managed on our side with more softness and less freedom than was fitting. I am sure Heraclitus sufficiently signified his disgust at us at parting, for handling Epicurus and Metrodorus more roughly than they deserved. Yet you may remember, replied Theon, how you told them that Colotus himself, compared with the rhetoric of those two gentlemen, would appear the complacentest man alive, for when they have raked together the lewdest terms of ignominy the tongue of man ever used, as buffooneries, trollings, arrogancies, whorings, assassinations, whining counterfeits, vile seducers, and blockheads, they faintly throw them in the faces of Aristotle, Socrates, Pythagoras, Protagoras, Theophrastus, Heraclides, Hipparchus, and which not, even of the best and most celebrated authorities. So that should they pass for very knowing men upon all other accounts, yet their very calumnies and reviling language would bespeak them at the greatest distance from philosophy imaginable. For emulation can never enter that godlike consort, nor such fretfulness as wants resolution to conceal its own resentments. Aristodemus then subjoined, Heraclides, you know, is a great philologist, and that may be the reason why he made Epicurus those amends for the poetic din, so that party-style poetry, and for the fooleries of Homer, or else, it may be, it was because Metrodorus had libelled that poet in so many books. But let us let these gentlemen pass at present, Zeuxippus, and rather return to what was charged upon the philosophers in the beginning of our discourse, that it is impossible to live according to their tenets. And I see not why we two may not dispatch this affair betwixt us with the good assistance of Theon. For I find this gentleman, meaning me, is already tired. Then Theon said to him, Our fellows have that garland from us won, therefore, if you please, let's fix another goal, and at that run. We will even prosecute them at the suit of the philosophers in the following form. We'll prove, if we can, that it is impossible to live a pleasurable life according to their tenets. Bless me, said I to him, smiling, you seem to me to level your foot at the very bellies of the men, and to design to enter the list with them for their lives, whilst you go about to rob them thus of their pleasure, and they cry out to you, Forbear! We're no good boxers, sir. No, nor good pleaders, nor good senators, nor good magistrates either. Our proper talent is to eat and drink, and to excite such tender and delicate motions in our bodies as may chafe our imaginations to some jolly delight or gaiety. And therefore you seem to me not so much to take off, as I may say, the pleasurable part, as to deprive the men of their very lives, while you will not leave them to live pleasurably. Nay then, said Theon, if you think so well of this subject matter, why do you not set in hand to it? By all means, said I am for this, and shall not only hear, but answer you too, if you shall require it. But I must leave it to you to take the lead. Then, after Theon had spoken something to excuse himself, Aristodemus said, When we had so short and fair a cut to our design, how have you blocked up the way before us, by preventing us from joining issue with the faction at the very first upon the single point of honesty? For you must grant, it can be no easy matter to drive men already possessed that pleasure is their utmost good, yet to believe a life of pleasure impossible to be attained. But now the truth is, that just when they failed of living honestly, they failed also of living pleasurably. For to live pleasurably without living honestly is even by themselves allowed inconsistent. Theon then said, We may probably resume the consideration of that in the process of our discourse. In the interim, we will make use of their concessions. Now they suppose their last good to lie about the belly and such other conveyances of the body as let in pleasure and not pain, and are of opinion that all the brave and ingenious inventions that ever have been were contrived at first for the pleasure of the belly, or the good hope of compassing such pleasure, as the sage Metrodorus informs us. By which, my good friend, it is very plain they found their pleasure in a poor, rotten, and unsure thing, and one that is equally perforated for pains, by the very passages they receive their pleasures by, or rather indeed that admit pleasure but by a few, but pain by all its parts. For the whole of pleasure is in a manner in the joints, nerves, feet, and hands, and these are oft the seats of very grievous and lamentable distempers, as gouts, corroding rheums, gangrenes, and putrid ulcers. And if you apply to yourself the exquisitest of perfumes or gusts, you will find but some one small part of your body is finely and delicately touched, while the rest are many times filled with anguish and complaints. Besides, there is no part of us proof against fire, sword, teeth, or scourges, or insensible of dolours and aches. Yea, heats, colds, and fevers sink into all our parts alike. But pleasures, like gales of soft wind, move simpering, one towards one extreme of the body, and another towards another, and then go off in a vapour. Nor are they of any long durance, but, as so many glancing meteors, they are no sooner kindled in the body than they are quenched by it. As to pain, Aeschylus's Philoctetes affords us a sufficient testimony. The cruel viper ne'er will quit my foot, her dire envenomed teeth have there ta'en root. For pain will not troll off as pleasure doth, nor imitate it in its pleasing and tickling touches. But as the clover twists its perplexed and winding roots into the earth, and through its coarseness abides there a long time, so pain disperses and entangles its hooks and roots in the body, and continues there, not for a day or a night, but for several seasons of years, if not for some revolutions of Olympiads, nor scarce ever departs unless struck out by other pains, as by stronger nails. For who ever drank so long as those that are in a fever are adry? Or who was ever so long eating as those that are besieged suffer hunger? Or where are there any that are so long solaced with the conversation of friends as tyrants are racking and tormenting? Now all this is owing to the baseness of the body, and its natural incapacity for a pleasurable life. For it bears pains better than it doth pleasures, and with respect to those is firm and hardy, but with respect to these is feeble and soon palled. To which add, that if we are minded to discourse on a life of pleasure, these men won't give us leave to go on, but will presently confess themselves that the pleasures of the body are but short, or rather indeed but of a moment's continuance. If they do not design to banter us, or else speak out of vanity, when Metrodorus tells us we many times spit at the pleasures of the body, and Epicurus saith, a wise man, when he is sick, many times laughs at the very extremity of his distemper. With what consistence, then, can those that account the pains of the body so light and easy think so highly of its pleasures? For should we allow them not to come behind its pains, either in duration or magnitude, they would not yet have their being without them. For Epicurus hath made the removal of all that pains the common definition of all pleasure, as if nature had intended to advance the pleasurable part only to the destruction of the painful, but would not have it improved any further in magnitude, and as if she only diverted herself with certain useless diversifications after she hath once arrived to an abolition of pain. But now the passage to this, conjoined with an appetence which is the measure of pleasure, is extremely short and soon over, and therefore the sense of their narrow entertainment here hath obliged them to transplant their last end from the body, as from a poor and lean soil, to the mind, in hopes of enjoying there, as it were, large pastures and fair meadows of delight and satisfactions. For Ithaca is no fit place for mettled steeds to run a race. Neither can the joys of our poor bodies be smooth and equal, but on the contrary they must be coarse and harsh, and mixed with much that is displeasing and inflamed. Zeuxippus then said, and do you not think then they take the right course to begin at the body, where they observe pleasure to have its first rise, and thence to pass the mind as the more stable and sure part, there to complete and crown the whole? They do, by Jove, I said, and if, after removing thither, they have indeed found something more consummate than before, they take a course too, as well agreeing with nature as becoming men adorned with both contemplative and civil knowledge. But if, after all this, you still hear them cry out, and protest that the mind of man can receive no satisfaction or tranquillity from anything under heaven but the pleasures of the body either in possession or expectance, and that these are its proper and only good, can you forbear thinking they make use of the soul but as a funnel for the body, while they mellow their pleasure by shifting it from one vessel to another, as they rack wine out of an old and leaky vessel into a new one, and there let it grow old, and then imagine they have performed some extraordinary and very fine thing? True indeed, time may both keep and recover wine that have thus been drawn off, but the mind, receiving but the remembrance only of a past pleasure, like a kind of scent, retains that and no more. For as soon as it hath given one hiss in the body, it immediately expires, and that little of it that stays behind in the memory is but flat and like a queasy fume, as if a man should lay up and treasure in his fancy what he either ate or drank yesterday, that he may have recourse to that when he wants fresh fare. See now how much more temperate the Cyrenaics are, who, though they have drunk out of the same bottle with Epicurus, yet will not allow men so much as to practise their amours by candlelight, but only under the covert of the dark, for fear seeing should fasten too quick an impression of the images of such actions upon the fancy, and thereby too frequently inflame the desire. But these gentlemen account it the highest accomplishment of a philosopher to have a clear and retentive memory of all the various figures, passions, and touches of past pleasure. We will not now say they present us with nothing worthy the name of philosophy, while they leave the refuse of pleasure in their wise man's mind, as if it could be a lodging for bodies. But that it is impossible such things as these should make a man live pleasurably, I think is abundantly manifest from hence. For it will not perhaps seem strange if I assert that the memory of pleasure past brings no pleasure with it, if it seemed but little in the very enjoyment, or to men of such abstinence as to account it for their benefit to retire from its first approaches, when even the most amazed and sensual admirers of corporeal delights remain no longer in their gaudy and pleasant humour than their pleasure lasts them. What remains is but an empty shadow and dream of that pleasure that hath now taken wing and is fled from them, and that serves but for fuel to ferment their untamed desires, like as in those that dream they are adry or in love. Their unaccomplished pleasures and enjoyments do but excite the inclination to a greater keenness. Nor indeed can the remembrance of past enjoyments afford them any real contentment at all, but must serve only, with the help of a quick desire, to raise up very much of outrage and stinging pain out of the remains of a feeble and befooling pleasure. Neither doth it befit men of continence and sobriety to exercise their thoughts about such poor things, or to do what one twitted Carneades with, to reckon, as of out of a diurnal, how oft they have lain with Hedia or Leontion, or where they last drank Thasian wine, or at what 20th day feast they had a costly supper. For such transport and captivatedness of the mind to its own remembrances as this would show a deplorable and bestial restlessness, and raving towards the present and hoped for acts of pleasure. And therefore I cannot but look upon the sense of these inconveniences as the true cause of their retiring at last to a freedom from pain and a firm state of body, as if living pleasurably could lie in bare imagining this either past or future to some persons. True indeed it is, that a sound state of body and a good assurance of its continuing must needs afford a most transcending and solid satisfaction to all men capable of reasoning. But yet look first what work they make while they course this same thing, whether it be pleasure, exemption from pain, or good health, up and down, first from the body to the mind, and then back again from the mind to the body, being compelled to return it to its first origin, lest it should run out and so give them the slip. Thus they pitch the pleasures of the body, as Epicurus says, upon the complacent joy in the mind, and yet conclude again with the good hopes that complacent joy hath in bodily pleasure. Indeed, what wonder is it if, when the foundation shakes, the superstructure totter? Or that there should be no sure hope nor unshaken joy in a matter that suffers so great concussion and changes as continually attend a body exposed to so many violences and strokes from without, and having within it the origins of such evils as human reason cannot avert? For if it could, no understanding man would ever fall under stranguries, gripes, consumptions, or dropsies, with some of which Epicurus himself did conflict, and Polonius with others, while others of them were the deaths of Neocles and Agathobulus. And this we mention not to disparage them, knowing very well that Pherecydes and Heraclitus, both very excellent persons, laboured under very uncouth and calamitous distempers. We only beg of them, if they will own their own diseases, and not by noisy rants and popular harangues incur the imputation of false bravery, either not to take the health of the whole body for the ground of their content, or else not to say that men under the extremities of dolours and diseases can yet rally and be pleasant. For a sound and hale constitution of body is indeed a thing that often happens, but a firm and steadfast assurance of its continuance can never befall any intelligent mind. But as at sea, according to Aeschylus, night to the ablest pilot trouble brings, and so will a calm too, for no man knows what will be. So likewise is it impossible for a soul that dwells in a healthful body, and that places her good in the hopes she hath of that body, to perfect her voyage here without frights or waves. For man's mind hath not, like the sea, its tempests and storms only from without it, but it also raises up from within far more and greater disturbances. And a man may with more reason look for constant fair weather in the midst of winter than for perpetual exemption from afflictions in his body. For what else hath given the poets occasion to term us creatures of a day, uncertain and unfixed, and to liken our lives to leaves that both spring and fall in the compass of a summer, but the unhappy, calamitous, and sickly condition of the body, whose very utmost good we are warned to dread and prevent? For an exquisite habit, Hippocrates saith, is slippery and hazardous, and he that but now looked jolly, plump, and stout, like a star shot by Jove, is now gone out, as it is in Euripides. And it is a vulgar persuasion that very handsome persons, when looked upon, oft suffer damage by envy and an evil eye. For it is said, a body at its utmost vigour will through delicacy very soon admit of changes. But now that these men are miserably unprovided for an undisturbed life, you may discern even from what they themselves advance against others. For they say that those who commit wickedness and incur the displeasure of the laws live in constant misery and fear. For though they may perhaps attain to privacy, yet it is impossible they should ever be well assured of that privacy. Whence the ever impending fear of the future will not permit them to have either complacency or assurance in their present circumstances. But they consider not how they speak all this against themselves. For a sound and healthy state of body they may indeed oftentimes possess, but that they should ever be well assured of its continuance is impossible, and they must of necessity be in constant disquiet and pain for the body with respect to futurity, never succeeding in attaining to that firm and steadfast assurance from it which they expect. But to do no wickedness will contribute nothing to our assurance, for it is not suffering justly, but suffering in itself that is dismaying. Nor can it be a matter of trouble to be engaged in villainies oneself, and not afflictive to suffer by the villainies of others. Neither can it be said the tyranny of Lacharis was less, if it was not more, calamitous to the Athenians, and that of Dionysius to the Syracusans, than they were to the tyrants themselves. For it was disturbing that made them be disturbed, and their first oppressing and pestering of others gave them occasion to expect to suffer ill themselves. Why should a man recount the outrages of rabbles, the barbarities of thieves, or the villainies of inheritors, or yet the contagions of airs and the concursions of seas, by which Epicurus, as himself writeth, was in his voyage to Lampsacus with very little of drowning? The very composition of the body, it containing in it the matter of all diseases, and, to use a pleasantry of the vulgar, cutting thongs for the beast out of its own hide, I mean pains out of the body, is sufficient to render life perilous and uneasy, and that to the good as well as to the bad, if they have learned to place their complacence and assurance in the body and the hopes they have of it, and in nothing else, as Epicurus hath written, as well in many other of his discourses as in that of man's end. They therefore assign not only a treacherous and unsure ground of their pleasurable living, but also one in all respects despicable and little, if the escaping of evils be the matter of their complacence and last good. But now they tell us, nothing else can be so much as imagined, and nature hath no other place to bestow her good in, but only that out of which her evil hath been driven, as Metrodorus speaks in his book against the Sophists. So that this single thing, to escape evil, he says, is the supreme good, for there is no room to lodge this good in where nothing of what is painful and afflicting goes out. Like unto this is that of Epicurus, where he saith, the very essence of good arises from the escaping of bad, and man's recollecting, considering, and rejoicing within himself that this hath befallen him. For what occasions transcending joy, he saith, is some great impending evil escaped. And in this lies the very nature and essence of good. If a man attain unto it aright, and contain himself when he hath done, and not ramble and prate idly about it, oh, the rare satisfaction and felicity these men enjoy, that can thus rejoice for having undergone no evil, and enjoyed neither sorrow nor pain. Have they not reason, think you, to value themselves for such things as these, and to talk as they are wont when they style themselves immortals and equal to gods? And when, through the excessiveness and transcendency of the blessed things they enjoy, they rave even to the degree of whooping and hollowing for very satisfaction that, to the shame of all mortals, they have been the only men that could find out this celestial and divine good that lies in an exemption from all evil, so that their beatitude differs little from that of swine and sheep, while they place it in a mere tolerable and contented state, either of the body or of the mind upon the body's account. For even the wiser and more ingenious sort of brutes do not esteem escaping of evil their last end, but when they have taken their repast, they are disposed next to fullness to singing, and they divert themselves with swimming and flying, and their gaiety and sprightliness prompt them to entertain themselves with attempting to counterfeit all sorts of voices and notes. And then they make their caresses to one another, by skipping and dancing one towards another, nature inciting them, after they have escaped evil, to look after some good, or rather to shake off what they find uneasy and disagreeing, as an impediment to their pursuit of something better and more congenial. For what we cannot be without deserves not the name of good, but that which claims our desire and preference must be something beyond a bare escape from evil, and so, by Jove, must that be too that is either agreeing or congenial to us, according to Plato, who will not allow us to give the name of pleasures to the bare departures of sorrows and pains, but would have us look upon them rather as obscure draughts and mixtures of agreeing and disagreeing, as of black and white, while the extremes would advance themselves to a middle temperament, but oftentimes unskilfulness and ignorance of the true nature of the extreme occasions some to mistake the middle temperament for the extreme and outmost part. Thus do Epicurus and Metrodorus, while they make avoiding of evil to be the very essence and consummation of good, and so receive but as it were the satisfaction of slaves or of rogues newly discharged the jail, who are well enough contented if they may but wash and supple their sores and the stripes they received by whipping, but never in their lives had one taste or sight of a generous, clean, unmixed, and unulcerated joy. For it follows not that, if it be vexatious to have one's body itch or one's eyes to run, it must be therefore a blessing to scratch oneself and to wipe one's eyes with a rag, nor that, if it be bad to be dejected or dismayed at divine matters, or to be discomposed with the relations of hell. Therefore the bare avoiding of all this must be some happy and amiable thing. The truth is, these men's opinions, though it pretends so far to outgo that of the vulgar, allows their joy but a strait and narrow compass to toss and tumble in, while it extends it but to an exemption from the fear of hell, and so makes the top of acquired wisdom which is doubtless natural to the brutes. For if freedom from bodily pain be still the same, whether it come by endeavour or by nature, neither then is an undisturbed state of mind the greater for being attained to by industry than if it came by nature, though a man may with good reason maintain that to be the more confirmed habit of the mind, which naturally admits of no disorder, than that which by application and judgment eschews it. But let us suppose them both equal, they will yet appear not one jot superior to the beasts for being unconcerned at the stories of hell and the legends of the gods, and for not expecting endless sorrows and everlasting torments hereafter. For it is Epicurus himself that tells us that had our surmises about celestial things and our foolish apprehensions of death and the pains that ensue it given us no disquiet, we had not then needed to contemplate nature for our relief. For neither have the brutes any weak surmises of the gods or fond opinions about things after death to disorder themselves with, nor have they as much as imagination or notion that there is anything in these to be dreaded. I confess, had they left us the benign providence of God as a presumption, wise men might then seem, by reason of their good hopes from thence, to have something towards a pleasurable life that beasts have not. But now, since they have made it the scope of all their discourses of God that they may not fear him, but may be eased of all concern about him, I much question whether those that never thought at all of him have not this in a more confirmed degree than they have learned to think he can do no harm. For if they were never freed from superstition, they never fell into it, and if they never laid aside a disturbing conceit of God, they never took one up. The like may be said as to hell and the future state. For though neither the Epicurean nor the brute can hope for any good thence, yet such as have no forethought of death at all cannot but be less amused and scared with what comes after it than they that betake themselves to the principle that death is nothing to us, that something to them it must be, at least so far as they concern themselves to reason about it and contemplate it. But the beasts are wholly exempted from thinking of what appertains not to them. And if they fly from blows, wounds, and slaughters, they fear no more in death than in dismaying to the Epicurean himself. Such then are the things they boast to have attained by their philosophy. Let us now see what those are they deprive themselves of, and chase away from them. For those diffusions of the mind that arise from the body, and the pleasing condition of the body, if they be but moderate, appear to have nothing in them that is either great or considerable. But if they be excessive, besides their being vain and uncertain, they are also inopportune and petulant, nor should a man term them either mental satisfactions or gaieties, but rather corporeal gratifications, they being at best but the simperings and effeminacies of the mind. But now such as justly deserve the names of complacencies and joys are wholly refined from their contraries, and are immixed with neither vexation, remorse, nor repentance, and their good is congenial to the mind, and truly mental and genuine, and not superinduced. Nor is it devoid of reason, but most rational, as springing either from that in the mind that is contemplative and inquiring, or else from that part of it that is active and heroic. How many and how great satisfactions either of these afford us, he that would can never relate, but to hint briefly at some of them. We have the historians before us, which, though they find us many and delightful exercises, still leave our desire after truth insatiate and uncloyed with pleasure, through which even lies are not without their grace. Yea, tales and poetic fictions, while they cannot gain upon our belief, have something in them that is charming to us. End of 13. Recording by Cameron Davis.
Section 14 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. That it is not possible to live pleasurably according to the doctrine of Epicurus. Part 2. For do but think with yourself, with what a sting we read Plato's Atlantic and the conclusion of the Iliad, and how we hanker and gape after the rest of the tale, as when some beautiful temple or theatre is shut up. But now the informing of ourselves with the truth herself is a thing so delectable and lovely as if our very life and being were the sake of knowing. And the darkest and grimmest things in death are its oblivion, ignorance, and obscurity. Whence, by Jove, it is that almost all mankind encounter with those that would destroy the sense of the departed, as placing the very whole of their life, being, and satisfaction solely in the sensible and knowing part of the mind. For even the things that grieve and afflict us yet afford us a sort of pleasure in the hearing. And it is often seen that those that are disordered by what is told them, even to the degree of weeping, notwithstanding require the telling of it. So he in the tragedy who is told, "Alas, I now the very worst must tell," replies, "I dread to hear it too, but I must hear." But this may seem perhaps a sort of intemperateness of delight in knowing everything, and, as it were, a stream violently bearing down the reasoning faculty. But now, when a story that hath in it nothing that is troubling and afflictive treats of great and heroic enterprises with a potency and grace of style such as we find in Herodotus's Grecian and in Xenophon's Persian history, or in what, inspired by heavenly gods, sage Homer sung, or in the travels of Eudoxus, the foundations and republics of Aristotle, and the lives of famous men compiled by Aristoxenus, these will not only bring us exceeding much and great contentment, but such also as is clean and secure from repentance. And who could take a greater satisfaction, either in eating when a hungry, or drinking when a dry, amongst the Phaeacians, than in going over Ulysses' relation of his own voyage and rambles? And what man could be better pleased with the embraces of the most exquisite beauty, than with sitting up all night to read over what Xenophon hath written of Panthea, or Aristobulus of Timoclea, or Theopompus of Thebe? But now these appertain all solely to the mind. But they chase away from them the delights that accrue from the mathematics also. Though the satisfactions we receive from history have in them something simple and equal, but those that come from geometry, astronomy, and music inveigle and allure us with a sort of nimbleness and variety, and want nothing that is tempting and engaging; their figures attracting us as so many charms, whereof whoever hath once tasted, if he be but competently skilled, will run about singing that in Sophocles: I'm mad, the Muses with new rage inspire me, I'll mount the hill, my lyre, my numbers fire me. Nor doth Thamyras break out into poetic raptures upon any other score, nor, by Jove, Eudoxus, Aristarchus, and Archimedes. And when the lovers of the art of painting are so enamored with the charmingness of their own performances, that Nicias, as he was drawing the evocation of ghosts in Homer, often asked his servants whether he had dined or no, and when King Ptolemy had sent him 60 talents for his piece after it was finished, he neither would accept the money nor part with his work, what and how great satisfactions may we then suppose to have been reaped from geometry and astronomy by Euclid when he wrote his Dioptrics, by Philippus when he had perfected his demonstration of the figure of the moon, by Archimedes when with the help of a certain angle he found the sun's diameter to make the same part of the largest circle that that angle made of 4 right angles, and by Apollonius and Aristarchus, who were the inventors of some other things of the like nature? The bare contemplating and comprehending of these now engender in the learners both unspeakable delights and a marvelous height of spirit. And it doth in no wise beseem me, by comparing with these the fulsome debauchees of victualling houses and stews, to contaminate Helicon and the Muses, where swain his flock ne'er fed, nor tree by hatchet bled. But these are the verdant and untrampled pastures of ingenious bees, but those are more like the mange of lecherous boars and he-goats. And though a voluptuous temper of mind be naturally fantastic and precipitate, yet never any yet sacrificed an ox for joy that he had gained his will of his mistress, nor did any ever wish to die immediately, might he but once satiate himself with the costly dishes and comfits at the table of his prince. But now Eudoxus wished he might stand by the sun and inform himself of the figure, magnitude, and beauty of that luminary, though he were like Phaeton consumed by it. And Pythagoras offered an ox in sacrifice for having completed the lines of a certain geometric diagram, as Apollodotus tells us, when the famed lines Pythagoras devised, for which a splendid ox he sacrificed. Whether it was that by which he showed that the square of the line that regards the right angle in a triangle is equivalent to the squares of the 2 lines that contain that angle, or the problem about the area of the parabolic section of a cone. And Archimedes' servants were forced to hale him away from his draughts, to be anointed in the bath. But he notwithstanding drew the lines upon his belly with his strigil. And when, as he was washing, as the story goes of him, he thought of a manner of computing the proportion of gold in King Hiero's crown by seeing the water flowing over the bathing stool, he leaped up as one possessed or inspired, crying, "I have found it!" Eureka! Which after he had several times repeated, he went his way. But we never yet heard of a glutton that exclaimed with such vehemence, "I have eaten!" Or of an amorous gallant that ever cried, "I have kissed!" among the many millions of dissolute debauchees that both this and preceding ages have produced. Yea, we abominate those that make mention of their great suppers with too luscious a gust, as men overmuch taken with mean and abject delights. But we find ourselves in one and the same ecstasy with Eudoxus, Archimedes, and Hipparchus. And we readily give assent to Plato when he saith of the mathematics, that while ignorance and unskilledness make men despise them, they still thrive notwithstanding by reason of their charmingness, in despite of contempt. These then so great and so many pleasures, that run like perpetual springs and rills, these men decline and avoid. Nor will they permit those that put in among them so much as to take a taste of them, but bid them hoist up the little sails of their paltry cockboats and fly from them. Nay, they all, both he and she philosophers, beg and entreat Pythocles, for dear Epicurus' sake, not to affect or make such account of the sciences called liberal. And when they cry up and defend one Apelles, they write of him that he kept himself clean by refraining himself all along from the mathematics. But as to history, to pass over their adverseness to other kinds of compositions, I shall only present you with the words of Metrodorus, who in his treatise of the poets writes thus: "Wherefore let nothing disturb you, if you know not either what side Hector was of, or the first verses of Homer's poem, or again what is in its middle. But that the pleasures of the body spend themselves like the winds called Etensian or anniversary, and utterly determine when one's age is past its vigor, Epicurus himself was not insensible, and therefore he makes it a problematic question, whether a sage philosopher, when he is an old man and disabled for enjoyment, may not still be recreated with having handsome girls to feel and grope him, being not, it seems, of the mind of old Sophocles, who thanked God he had at length escaped from this kind of pleasure as from an untamed and furious master. But in my opinion, it would be more advisable for these sensual lechers, when they see that age will dry up so many of their pleasures, and that, as Euripides saith, Dame Venus is to ancient men a foe. In the first place, to collect and lay up in store, as against a siege, these other pleasures, as a sort of provision that will not impair and decay; that then, after they have celebrated the venereal festivals of life, they may spend a cleanly after feast in reading over the historians and poets, or else in problems of music and geometry. For it would never have come into their minds so much as to think of these purblind and toothless gropings and spurtings of lechery, had they but learned, if nothing more, to write comments upon Homer or Euripides, as Aristotle, Heraclides, and Dicaearchus did. But I verily persuade myself that their neglecting to take care for such provisions as these, and finding all the other things they employed themselves in, as they used to say of virtue, but insipid and dry, and being wholly set upon pleasure, and the body no longer supplying them with it, give them occasion to stoop to do things both mean and shameful in themselves and unbecoming their age. As well when they refresh their memories with their former pleasures and serve themselves of old ones, as it were, long since dead and laid up in pickle for the purpose, when they cannot have fresh ones, as when again they offer violence to nature by suscitating and kindling in their decayed bodies, as in cold embers, other new ones equally senseless, they having not, it seems, their minds stored with any congenial pleasure that is worth the rejoicing at. As to the other delights of the mind, we have already treated of them, as they occurred to us. But their averseness and dislike to music, that affords us so great delights and such charming satisfactions, a man cannot forget if he would, by reason of the inconsistency of what Epicurus saith, when he pronounceth in his book called his Doubts, that his wise man ought to be a lover of public spectacles, and to delight above any other man in the music and shows of the bacchanals. And yet he will not admit of music problems, or of the critical inquiries of philologists, no, not so much as at a computation. Yea, he advises such princes as are lovers of the Muses rather to entertain themselves at their feasts, either with some narration of military adventures, or with the importune scurrilities of drolls and buffoons, than to engage in disputes about music or in questions of poetry. For this very thing he had the face to write in his treatise of monarchy, as if he were writing to Sardanapalus, or to Nenaris, satrap of Babylon. For neither would a Hiero, nor an Attalus, nor an Archelaus be persuaded to make a Euripides, a Simonides, a Melanippides, a Crates, or a Diodorus rise up from their tables, and to play such scarmuntios in their rooms as a Cardax, an Agrius, or a Callias, or fellows like Thrasonides and Thrasyleon, to make people disorder the house with howling and clapping. Had the great Ptolemy, who was the first that formed a consort of musicians, but met with these excellent and royal admonitions, would he not, think you, have thus addressed himself to the Samians: O Muse, whence art thou thus maligned? For certainly it can never belong to any Athenian to be in such enmity and hostility with the Muses. But no animal accursed by Jove music's sweet charms can ever love. What sayest thou now, Epicurus? Wilt thou get thee up betimes in the morning, and go to the theatre to hear the harpers and flautists play? But if a Theophrastus discourse at the table of concords, or an Aristoxenus of varieties, or if an Aristophanes play the critic upon Homer, wilt thou presently, for very dislike and abhorrence, clap both thy hands upon thy ears? And do they not hereby make the Scythian king Ateus more musical than this comes to, who, when he heard that admirable flautist Ismenias, detained then by him as a prisoner of war, playing upon the flute at a computation, swore he had rather hear his own horse neigh? And do they not also profess themselves to stand at an implacable and irreconcilable defiance with whatever is generous and becoming? And indeed what do they ever embrace or affect that is either genteel or regardable, when it hath nothing of pleasure to accompany it? And would it not far less affect a pleasurable way of living to be disgusted with perfumes and odors, like beetles and vultures, than to shun and abhor the conversation of learned critics and musicians? For what flute or harp ready tuned for a lesson, or what sweetest consort e'er with artful noise, warbled by softest tongue and best tuned voice, ever gave Epicurus and Metrodorus such content as the disputes and precepts about consorts gave Aristotle, Theophrastus, Hieronymus, and Dicaearchus? And also the problems about flutes, rhythms, and harmonies, as for instance, why the slenderer of two flutes of the same longitude should speak flatter? Why, if you raise the pipe, will all its notes be sharp, and flat again if you lower it? And why then, clap to another, will it sound flatter, and sharper again when taken from it? Why also, if you scatter chaff or dust about the orchestra of a theatre, will the sound be softened? And why, when one would have set up a bronze Alexander for a frontispiece to a stage at Pella, did the architect devise to the contrary, because it would spoil the actors' voices? And why, of the several kinds of music, will the chromatic diffuse and the harmonic compose the mind? But now the several humors of poets, their differing turns and forms of style, and the solutions of their difficult places, have conjoined with a sort of dignity and politeness, somewhat also that is extremely agreeable and charming, insomuch that to me they seem to do what was once said by Xenophon, to make a man even forget the joys of love, so powerful and overcoming is the pleasure they bring us. Of all this these gentlemen have not the least share, nor do they so much as pretend or desire to have any. But while they are sinking and depressing their contemplative part into the body, and dragging it down by their sensual and intemperate appetites, as by so many weights of lead, they make themselves appear little better than hostlers or grazers, that still ply their cattle with hay, straw, or grass, looking upon such provender as the properest and meetest food for them. And it is not even thus they would swill the mind with the pleasures of the body, as hogherds do their swine, while they will not allow it to be gay any longer than it is hoping, feeling, or remembering something that refers to the body, but will not have it either to receive or seek for any congenial joy or satisfaction from within itself. Though what can be more absurd and unreasonable than, when there are two things that go to make up the man, a body and a soul, and the soul besides hath the prerogative of governing, that the body should have its peculiar, natural, and proper good, and the soul none at all, but must sit gazing at the body and simper at its passions, as if she were pleased and affected with them, though indeed she be all the while wholly untouched and unconcerned, as having nothing of her own to choose, desire, or take delight in? For they should either pull off the visor quite, and say plainly that man is all body, as some of them do that take away all mental being; or, if they will allow us to have two distinct natures, they should then leave to each its proper good and evil, agreeable and disagreeable, as we find it to be with our senses, each of which is peculiarly adapted to its own sensible, though they all very strangely intercommune one with another. Now the intellect is the proper sense of the mind, and therefore that it should have no congenial speculation, movement, or affection of its own, the attaining to which should be matter of complacency to it, is the most irrational thing in the world, if I have not, by Jove, unwittingly done the men wrong, and been myself imposed upon by some that may perhaps have calumniated them. Then I said to him, if we may be your judges, you have not; yea, we must acquit you of having offered them the least indignity, and therefore pray dispatch the rest of your discourse with assurance. How, said he, and shall not Aristodemus then succeed me, if you are tired out yourself? Aristodemus said, with all my heart, when you are as much tired as he, but since you are yet in your vigor, pray make use of yourself, my noble friend, and don't think to pretend weariness. Theon then replied, what is yet behind, I must confess, is very easy, it being but to go over the several pleasures contained in that part of life that consists in action. Now themselves somewhere say that there is far more satisfaction in doing than in receiving good, and good may be done many times, it is true, by words, but the most and greatest part of good consists in action, as the very name of beneficence tells us, and they themselves also attest. For you may remember, continued he, we heard this gentleman tell us but now what words Epicurus uttered, and what letters he sent to his friends, applauding and magnifying Metrodorus, how bravely and like a spark he quitted the city and went down to the port to relieve Mithras the Syrian, and this, though Metrodorus did not then do anything at all. What and how great then may we presume the pleasures of Plato to have been, when Dion by the measures he gave him deposed the tyrant Dionysius and set Sicily at liberty? And what the pleasures of Aristotle, when he rebuilt his native city Stagira, then leveled with the ground, and brought back its exiled inhabitants? And what the pleasures of Theophrastus and of Phidias, when they cut off the tyrants of their respective countries? For what need a man recount to you, who so well know it, how many particular persons they relieved, not by sending them a little wheat or a measure of meal, as Epicurus did to some of his friends, but by procuring restoration to the banished, liberty to the imprisoned, and restitution of wives and children to those who have been bereft of them? But a man could not, if he would, pass by the sottish stupidity of the man who, though he tramples underfoot and vilifies the great and generous actions of Themistocles and Miltiades, yet writes these very words to his friends about himself. You have given a very gallant and noble testimony of your care of me in the provision of corn you have made for me, and have declared your affection to me by signs that mount to the very skies. So that, should a man take that poor parcel of corn out of the great philosopher's epistle, it might seem to the very recital of some letter of thanks for the delivery or preservation of all Greece, or of the commons of Athens. We now forbear to mention that nature requires very large and changeable provisions to be made for accomplishing the pleasures of the body, nor can the height of delicacy be had in barley bread and lentil pottage. But voluptuous and sensual appetites expect costly dishes, Phaeacian wines, perfumed unguents, and varieties of pastry works, and cakes by female hands wrought artfully, well steeped in the liquor of the gold-winged bee. And besides all this, handsome young lassies too, such as Leontian, Boidion, Hedia, and Nisidian, that were wont to roam about in Epicurus's philosophic garden. But now such joys as suit the mind must undoubtedly be grounded upon a grandeur of actions and a splendor of worthy deeds, if men would not seem little, ungenerous, and puerile, but on the contrary, bulky, firm, and brave. But for a man to be elated with pleasures, as Epicurus is, like tarpaulins upon the festivals of Venus, and to vaunt himself that, when he was sick of an ascites, he notwithstanding called his friends together to certain collations, and grudged not his dropsy the satisfaction of good liquors, and that, when he called to remembrance the last words of Neocles, he was melted with a peculiar sort of joy intermixed with tears, no man in his right senses would call these true joys or satisfactions. Nay, I will be bold to say that, if such a thing as that they call a sardonic or grinning laughter can happen to the mind, it is to be found in these forcings and crying laughters. But if any will needs have them still called by the name of joys and satisfactions, let him but yet think how far they are exceeded by the pleasures that here ensue. Our cancels have proud Sparta's glory clipped, and stranger, this is his country, Rome's great star. And again this, I know not which to guess thee, man or God. Now when I set before my eyes the brave achievements of Thrasybulus and Pelopidas, of Aristides engaged at Plataea, and Miltiades at Marathon, I am here constrained with Herodotus to declare it my opinion, that in an active state of life the pleasure far exceeds the glory. And Epaminondas herein bears me witness also, when he saith, as is reported of him, that the greatest satisfaction he ever received in his life was that his father and mother had lived to see the trophy set up at Leuctra when himself was general. Let us compare with Epaminondas's Epicurus's mother, rejoicing that she had lived to see her son cooping himself up in a little garden and getting children in common with Polyaenus upon the strumpet of Cyzicus. As for Metrodorus's mother and sister, how extravagantly rejoiced they were at his nuptials appears by the letters he wrote to his brother in answer to his, that is, out of his own books. Nay, they tell us bellowing, that they have not only lived a life of pleasure, but also exult and sing hymns in the praise of their own living. Now when our servants celebrate the festivals of Saturn, or go in procession at the time of the rural bacchanals, you would scarcely brook the hollowing and din they make, should the intemperateness of their joy and their insensibleness of decorum make them act and speak such things as these. Lean down, boy, why dost sit? Let's tope like mad. Here's belly timber store, ne'er spirit, lad. Straight these huzza like wild, one fills up drink, another plates a wreath, and crowns the brink o'er the teeming bowl. Then to the verdant bays all chant rude carols in Apollo's praise, while one his door with drunken fury smites, till he from his bed his pretty consort frights. And are not Metrodorus's words something like to these when he writes to his brother thus: It is none of our business to preserve the Greeks, or to get them to bestow garlands upon us for our wit, but to eat well and drink good wine, Timocrates, so as not to offend but pleasure our stomachs. And he saith again, in some other place in the same epistles, How gay and how assured was I, when I had once learned of Epicurus, the true way of gratifying my stomach. For believe me, philosopher Timocrates, our prime good lies at the stomach. In brief, these men draw out the dimensions of their pleasures like a circle, about the stomach as a center. And the truth is, it is impossible for those men ever to participate of generous and princely joy, such as enkindles a height of spirit in us, and sends forth to all mankind an unmade hilarity and calm serenity, that have taken up a sort of life that is confined, unsocial, inhuman, and uninspired, towards the esteem of the world and the love of mankind. For the soul of man is not an abject, little, and ungenerous thing, nor doth it extend its desires, as polyps do their claws, unto eatables only, yea, these are at an instant of time taken off by the least plenitude. But when its efforts towards what is brave and generous, and the honors and caresses that accrue therefrom, are now in their consummate vigor, this life's duration cannot limit them, but the desire of glory and the love of mankind grasp at whole eternity, and wrestle with such actions and charms as bring with them an ineffable pleasure, and such as good men, though never so fain, cannot decline, they meeting and accosting them on all sides and surrounding them about, while their being beneficial to many occasions joy to themselves. As he passes through the throngs in the city, all gaze upon him as some deity. For he that can so effect and move other men as to fill them with joy and rapture, and to make them long to touch him and salute him, cannot but appear even to a blind man to possess and enjoy very extraordinary satisfactions in himself. And hence it comes that such men are both indefatigable and undaunted in serving the public, and we still hear some such words from them: "Thy Father got thee for the common good," and "Let's not give off to benefit mankind." But what need I instance in those that are consummately good? For if to one of the middling rank of bad men, when he is just a dying, he that hath the power over him, whether his God or prince, should but allow 1 hour more, upon condition that, after he hath spent that either in some generous action or in sensual enjoyment, he should then presently die, who would in this time choose rather to accompany with Laius or drink Ariusian wine than to dispatch Archias and restore the Thebans to their liberties? For my part, I believe none would. For I see that even common sword players, if they are not utter brutes and savages, but Greek born, when they are to enter the list, though there be many and very costly dishes set before them, yet take more content in employing their time in commending their poor wives to some of their friends, yea, and in conferring freedom on their slaves, than in gratifying their stomachs. But should the pleasures of the body be allowed to have some extraordinary matter in them, this would yet be common to men of action and business. For they can eat good meat and red wine drink, ay, and entertain themselves with their friends, and perhaps with a greater relish too, after their engagements and hard services, as did Alexander and Agesilaus, and, by Jove, Phocion and Epaminondas too, than these gentlemen who anoint themselves by the fireside, and are gingerly rocked about the streets in sedans. Yea, those make but small account of such pleasures as these, as being comprised in those greater ones. For why should a man mention Epaminondas's denying to sup with one, when he saw the preparations made were above the man's estate, but frankly telling his friend, "I thought you had intended a sacrifice and not a debauch," when Alexander himself refused Queen Ada's cooks, telling her he had better ones of his own, to wit, traveling by night for his dinner, and a light dinner for his supper; and when Philoxenus writing to him about some handsome boys, and desiring to know of him whether he would have him buy them for him, was within a small matter of being discharged his office for it? And yet who might better have them than he? But as Hippocrates saith, that of two pains the lesser is obscured by the greater, so the pleasures that accrue from action and the love of glory, while they cheer and refresh the mind, do by their transcendency and grandeur obliterate and extinguish the inferior satisfactions of the body. If then the remembering of former goods, as they affirm, be that which most contributes to a pleasurable living, not one of us will then credit Epicurus when he tells us that while he was dying away in the midst of the strongest agonies and distempers, he yet bore himself up with the memory of the pleasures he formerly enjoyed. For a man may better see the resemblance of his own face in a trouble deep or a storm, than a smooth and smiling remembrance of past pleasure in a body tortured with such lancing and rending pains. But now the memories of past actions no man can put from him that would. For did Alexander, think you, or indeed could he possibly, forget the fight at Arbela? Or Pelopidas, the tyrant Leotiades? Or Themistocles, the engagement at Salamis? For the Athenians to this very day keep an annual festival for the battle at Marathon, and the Thebans for that at Leuctra, and so, by Jove, do we ourselves, as you very well know, or that which Diophantus gained at Hyampolis. And all Phocis is filled with sacrifices and public honors. Nor is there any one of us that is better satisfied with what himself hath either eaten or drunk than he is with what they have achieved. It is very easy to imagine what great content, satisfaction, and joy accompanied the authors of these actions in their lifetime, when the very memory of them hath not yet after 500 years and more lost its rejoicing power. The truth is, Epicurus himself allows there are some pleasures derived from fame. And indeed why should he not, when he himself had such a furious lechery and wiggling after glory as made him not only to disown his masters and shuffle about syllables and accents with his fellow pedant Democritus, whose doctrines he stole verbatim, and to tell his disciples there never was a wise man in the world besides himself, but also to put in writing how Colotes performed adoration to him, as he was one day philosophizing, by touching his knees, and that his own brother Neocles was used from a child to say, that neither is, nor ever was in the world, a wiser man than Epicurus; that his mother had just so many atoms within her as, when they came together, must have produced a complete wise man. May not a man then, as Callicratidas once said of the Athenian admiral Conon, that he whored the sea, as well say of Epicurus, that he basely and covertly forces and ravishes fame, by not enjoying her publicly, but ruffling and debauching her in a corner? For as men's bodies are oft necessitated by famine, for want of other food, to prey against nature upon themselves, a like mischief to this does vainglory create in men's minds, forcing them, when they hunger after praise and cannot obtain it from other men, at last to commend themselves. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. That it is not possible to live pleasurably according to the doctrine of Epicurus. Part 3. And do not they then that stand so well affected towards applause and fame themselves own they cast away very extraordinary pleasures when they decline magistrature, public offices, and the favor and confidences of princes, from whom Democritus once said the greatest blessings of human life are derived? For he will never induce any mortal to believe that he that could so highly value and please himself with the attestation of his brother Neocles and the adoration of his friend Colotes would not, were he clapped by all the Greeks at the Olympiads, go quite out of his wits and even hollow for joy, or rather indeed be elated in the manner spoken of by Sophocles, puffed like the down of a gray-headed thistle. If it be a pleasing thing then to be of a good fame, it is on the contrary afflictive to be of an ill one, and it is most certain that nothing in the world can be more infamous than want of friendship, idleness, atheism, debauchery, and negligence. Now these are looked upon by all men except themselves as inseparable companions of their party, but unjustly some one may say, be it so then, for we consider not now the truth of the charge, but what fame and reputation they are of in the world. and we shall forbear at present to mention the many books that have been written to defame them, and the blackening decrees made against them by several republics, for that would look like bitterness. But if the answers of oracles, the providence of the gods, and the tenderness and affection of the parents to their issue, if civil policy, military order, and the office of magistracy be things to be looked upon as deservedly esteemed and celebrated, it must of necessity then be allowed also, that they that tell us it is none of their business to preserve the Greeks, but they must eat and drink so as not to offend but pleasure their stomachs, are base and ignominious persons, and that their being reputed such must needs extremely humble them and make their lives untoward to them, if they take honor and a good name for any part of their satisfaction. When Theon had spoken thus, we thought good to break up our walk to rest us a while, as we are wont to do, upon the benches. Nor did we continue any long space in our silence at what was spoken. For Zeuxippus, taking his hint from what had been said, spake to us, "Who will make up that of the discourse which is yet behind?" For it hath not yet received its due conclusion, and this gentleman, by mentioning divination and providence, did in my opinion suggest as much to us, for these people boast that these very things contribute in no small degree to the providing of their lives with pleasure, serenity, and assurance, so that there must be something said to these too. Aristodemus subjoined them and said, "As to pleasure, I think there hath been enough said already to evince that, supposing their doctrine to be successful and to attain its own design, it yet doth but ease us of fear and a certain superstitious persuasion, but helps us not to any comfort or joy from the gods at all. Nay, while it brings us to such a state as to be neither disquiet nor pleased with them, it doth but render us in the same manner affected towards them as we are towards the Scythians and the Hyrcanians, from whom we expect neither good nor harm. But if something more must yet be added to what hath been already spoken, I think it may very well take it from themselves. And in the first place, they quarrel extremely with those that would take away all sorrowing, weeping, and sighing for the death of friends, and tell them that such unconcernedness as arrives to an insensibility proceeds from some other worse cause, to wit, inhumanity, excessive vainglory, or prodigious fierceness, and that therefore it would be better to be a little concerned and affected, yea, and to liquor one's eyes and be melted, with other pretty things of the like kind, which they use foppishly to affect and counterfeit, that they may be thought tender and loving-hearted people. For just in this manner Epicurus expressed himself upon the occasion of the death of Hegesianax, when he wrote to Dositheus the father, and to Pearson, the brother of the deceased person. For I fortuned very lately to run over his epistles, and I say, in imitation of them, that atheism is no less an evil than inhumanity and vainglory, and into this they would lead us who would take away with God's anger the comfort we might derive from him. For it would be much better for us to have something of the unsuiting passion of dauntedness and fear conjoined and intermixed with our sentiments of a deity, than while we fly from it, to leave ourselves neither hope, comfort, nor assurance in the enjoyment of our good things, nor any recourse to God in our adversity and misfortunes. We ought, it is true, to remove superstition from the persuasion we have of the gods, as we would the gum from our eyes. But if it be impossible, we must not root out and extinguish with it the belief which the most have of the gods, nor is that a dismaying and sour one either, as these gentlemen feign, while they libel and abuse the blessed Providence, representing her as a hobgoblin or some fell and tragic fury. Yea, I must tell you, there are some in the world that fear God in an excess, for whom yet it would not be better not so to fear him. For, while they dread him as a governor that is gentle to the good and severe to the bad, and are by this one fear, which makes them not to need many others, freed from doing ill, and brought to keep their wickedness with them in quiet and, as it were, in an enfeebled languor, they come hereby to have less disquiet than those that indulge the practice of it, and are rash and daring in it, and then presently after fear and repent of it. Now that disposition of mind, which the greater and ignorant part of mankind, that are not utterly bad, are of towards God, hath, it is very true, conjoined with the regard and honor they pay him, a kind of anguish and astonished dread, which is also called superstition. But 10,000 times more and greater than this are the good hope and true joy that attend it, which both implore and receive the whole benefit of prosperity and good success from the gods only. And this is manifest by the greatest tokens that can be. For neither do the discourses of those that wait at the temples, nor the good times of our solemn festivals, nor any other actions or sights more recreate and delight us than what we see and do about the gods ourselves, while we assist at the public ceremonies, and join in the sacred balls, and attend at the sacrifices and initiations. For the mind is not then sorrowful, dismal, and heavy, as she would be if she were addressing to certain tyrants or cruel torturers, but on the contrary, where she is most apprehensive and fullest persuaded the divinity is present, there she, most of all, throws off sorrows, tears, and pensiveness, and lets herself loose to what is pleasing and agreeable, to the very degree of tipsiness, frolic, and laughter. In amorous concerns, as the poet once said, when old man and old wife think of love's fires, their frozen breasts will swell with new desires. But now in the public processions and sacrifices, not only the old man and the old wife, nor yet the poor and mean man only, but also the dusty thick-legged drab that turns the mill, the household slaves and day laborers, are strangely elated and transported with mirth and joviality. Rich men as well as princes are used at times to make public entertainments and to keep open houses. But the feasts they make at the solemnities and sacrifices, when they now apprehend their minds to approach nearest the divinity, have conjoined with the honor and veneration which they pay him a much more transcending pleasure and satisfaction. Of this, he that hath renounced God's providence hath not the least share. For what recreates and cheers us at the festivals is not the store of good wine and roast meat, but the good hope and persuasion that God is there present and propitious to us, and kindly accepts of what we do. From some of our festivals we exclude the flute and garland, but if God be not present at the sacrifice, as the solemnity of the banquet, the rest is but unhallowed, unfeast-like, and uninspired. Indeed, the whole is but ungrateful and irksome to such a man, for he asks for nothing at all, but only acts his prayers and adorations for fear of the public, and utters expressions contradictory to his philosophy. And when he sacrifices, he stands by and looks upon the priest as he kills the offering, but as he doth upon a butcher, and when he hath done, he goes his way, saying with Menander, to bribe the gods I sacrificed my best, but they ne'er minded me nor my request. For such a mien Epicurus would have us put on, and neither to envy nor incur the hatred of the common sort, by doing ourselves with displeasure what others do with delight. For, as Evenus saith, no man can love what he is made to do. For which very reason they think the superstitious are not pleased in their minds, but in fear, while they attend at the sacrifices and mysteries, though they themselves are in no better condition, if they do the same things out of fear, and partake not either of as great good hope as the others do, but are only fearful and uneasy lest they should come to be discovered cheating and abusing the public, upon whose account it is that they compose the books they wrote about the gods and the divine nature, involved with nothing truly said, but all around enveloped, hiding out of fear the real opinions they contain. And now, after the two former ranks of ill and common men, we will in the third place consider the best sort and most beloved of the gods, and what great satisfactions they receive from their clean and generous sentiments of the Deity, to wit, that he is the prince of all good things, and the parent of all things brave, and can no more do an unworthy thing than he can be made to suffer it. For he is good, and he is that good can upon no account fall into envy, fear, anger, or hatred. For it is not proper to a hot thing to cool, but to heat, nor to a good thing to do harm. Now anger is by nature at the farthest distance imaginable from complacency, and spleenishness from placidness, and animosity and turbulence from humanity and kindness. For the latter of these proceed from generosity and fortitude, but the former from impotency and baseness. The Deity is not therefore constrained by either anger or kindnesses, but that is because it is natural to it to be kind and aiding, and unnatural to be angry and hurtful. But the great Jove, whose mansion is in heaven and who drives his winged chariot, is the first that descends downwards and orders all things and takes the care of them. But of the other gods, one is surnamed the distributor, and another the mild, and a third the averter of evil. And according to Pindar, Apollo was by mighty Jove designed of all the gods to be to man most kind. And Diogenes saith, that all things are the gods, and friends have all things in common, and good men are the gods' friends. And therefore it is impossible either that a man beloved of the gods should not be happy, or that a wise and a just man should not be beloved of the gods. Can you think then that they that take away providence need any other chastisement, or that they have not a sufficient one already, when they root out of themselves such vast satisfaction and joy as we that stand thus affected towards the Deity have? Metrodorus, Polyaenus, and Aristobulus were the confidence and rejoicing of Epicurus, the better part of whom he all his lifetime either attended upon in their sicknesses or lamented at their deaths. So did Lycurgus, when he was saluted by the Delphic prophetess, "Dear friend to heavenly Jove and all the gods." And did Socrates, when he believed that a certain Deity was used out of kindness to discourse him, and Pindar when he heard Pan sing one of the sonnets he had composed, but a little rejoice, think you? Or Phormio, when he thought he had treated Castor and Pollux at his house? Or Sophocles, when he entertained Aesculapius, as both he himself believed, and others too, that thought the same with him by reason of the apparition that then happened? What opinion Hermogenes had of the gods is well worth the recounting in his very own words. For these gods, saith he, who know all things and can do all things, are so friendly and loving to me that, because they take care of me, I never escape them either by night or by day, wherever I go or whatever I am about. And because they know beforehand what issue everything will have, they signify to me by sending angels, voices, dreams, and presages. Very amiable things must those be that come to us from the gods. But when these very things come to the gods too, this is what occasions vast satisfaction and unspeakable assurance, a sublimity of mind and a joy that, like a smiling brightness, doth as it were gild over our good things with a glory. But now those that are persuaded otherwise obstruct the very sweetest part of their prosperity, and leave themselves nothing to turn to in their adversity. But when they are in distress, look only to this one refuge and port, disillusion and insensibility. Just as if in a storm or tempest at sea, some one should, to hearken the rest, stand up and say to them, Gentlemen, the ship hath never a pilot in it, nor will Castor and Pollux come themselves to assuage the violence of the beating waves, or to lay the swift careers of the winds. Yet I can assure you there is nothing at all to be dreaded in all this, for the vessel will be immediately swallowed up by the sea, or else will very quickly fall off and be dashed in pieces against the rocks. For this is Epicurus's way of discourse to persons under grievous distempers and excessive pains. Dost thou hope for any good from the gods for thy piety? It is thy vanity, for the blessed and incorruptible being is not constrained by either angers or kindnesses. Dost thou fancy something better after this life than what thou hast here? Thou dost but deceive thyself, for what is dissolved hath no sense, and that which hath no sense is nothing to us. Ay, but how comes it then, my good friend, that you bid me eat and be merry? Why, by Jove, because he that is in a great storm cannot be far off a shipwreck, and your extreme peril will soon land you upon death's strand. Though yet a passenger at sea, when he is got off from a shattered ship, will still buoy himself up with some little hope that he may drive his body to some shore and get out by swimming, But now the poor soul, according to these men's philosophy, has no escape beyond the hoary main. Yea, she presently evaporates, disperses and perishes, even before the body itself, so that it seems to her great and excessive rejoicing must be only for having learned this one sage and divine maxim, that all her misfortunes will at last determine in her own destruction, dissolution, and annihilation. But, said he, looking upon me, I should be impertinent, should I say anything upon this subject, when we have heard you but now discourse so fully against those that would persuade us that Epicurus's doctrine about the soul renders men more disposed and better pleased to die than Plato's doth. Zeuxippus therefore subjoined and said, and must our present debate be left then unfinished because of that? Or shall we be afraid to oppose that divine oracle to Epicurus? No, by no means, I said, and Empedocles tells us that what's very good claims to be heard twice. Therefore we must apply ourselves again to Theon, for I think he was present at our former discourse, and moreover he is a young man, and needs not fear being charged by these young gentlemen with having a bad memory. Then Theon, like one constrained, said, well then, if you will needs have me to go on with the discourse, I will not do as you did, Aristodemus, for you were shy of repeating what this gentleman spoke, but I shall not scruple to make use of what you have said, for I think, indeed, you did very well divide mankind into three ranks, the first of wicked and very bad men, the second of the vulgar and common sort, and the third of good and wise men. The wicked and bad sort, then, while they dread any kind of divine vengeance and punishment at all, and are by this deterred from doing mischief, and thereby enjoy the greater quiet, will live both in more pleasure and in less disturbance for it. And Epicurus is of opinion that the only proper means to keep men from doing ill is the fear of punishments, so that we should cram them with more and more superstition still, and raise up against them terrors, chasms, frights, and surmises, both from heaven and earth, if their being amazed with such things as these will make them become the more tame and gentle. For it is more for their benefit to be restrained from criminal actions by the fear of what comes after death, than to commit them and to live in perpetual danger and fear. As to the vulgar sort, besides their fear of what is in hell, the hope they have conceived of an eternity from the tales and fictions of the ancients, and their great desire of being, which is both the earliest and the strongest of all, exceed in pleasure and sweet content of mind that childish dread. And therefore, when they lose their children, wives, or friends, they would rather have them be somewhere and still remain, though in misery, than that they should be quite destroyed, dissolved, and reduced to nothing. And they are pleased when they hear it said of a dying person, that he goes away or departs, and such other words as intimate death to be the soul's remove and not destruction, and they sometimes speak thus, but I'll even there think on my dearest friend, and thus, what's your command to Hector, let me know, or to your old dear Priam shall I go? And, there arising hereupon an erroneous deviation, they are the better pleased when they bury with their departed friends such arms, implements, or clothes as were most familiar to them in their lifetime, as Minos did the Cretan flutes with Glaucus, made of the shanks of a dead brindled fawn. And if they do but imagine they either ask or desire anything of them, they are glad when they give it them. Thus Periander burnt his queen's attire with her, because he thought she had asked for it, and complained she was a cold. Nor doth an Aeacus, or an Ascalaphus, or an Acheron much disorder them, whom they have often gratified with balls, shows, and music of every sort. But now all men shrink from that face of death, which carries with it insensibility, oblivion, and extinction of knowledge, as being dismal, grim, and dark. And they are disposed when they hear it said of any one, he is perished, or he is gone, or he is no more, and they show great uneasiness when they hear such words as these. Go to the wood-clad earth he must, and there lie shriveled into dust, and ne'er more laugh or drink, or hear the charming sounds of flute or lyre. And these, But from our lips the vital spirit fled, returns no more to wake the silent dead. Wherefore they must needs cut the very throats of them that shall with Epicurus tell them, we men were born once for all, and we cannot be born twice, but our not being must last forever. For this will bring them to slight their present good as little, or rather indeed as nothing at all compared with everlastingness, and therefore to let it pass unenjoyed, and to become wholly negligent of virtue and action, as men disheartened and brought to a contempt of themselves, but as being but, as it were, of one day's continuance and uncertain, and born for no considerable purpose. For insensibility, dissolution, and the conceit that what hath no sense is nothing to us, do not at all abate the fear of death, but rather help to confirm it. For this very thing is it that nature most dreads. But may you all return to mold and wet, to wit, the dissolution of the soul into what is without knowledge or sense. Now while Epicurus would have this to be a separation into atoms and void, he doth but further cut off all hope of immortality, to compass which I can scarce refrain from saying, all men and women would be well contented to be worried by Cerberus, and to carry water into the tub full of holes, so they might but continue in being and not be exterminated. Though, as I said before, there are not very many that stand in fear of these things, they being but the tenets of old women and the fabulous stories of mothers and nurses, and even they that do fear them, yet believe that certain rites of initiation and purgation will relieve them, by which being cleansed, they shall play and dance in hell forever, in company with those that have the privilege of a bright day, clear air, and the use of speech. Still to be deprived of living disturbs all both young and old, for it seems that we impatient love the light that shines on earth, as Euripides saith. Nor are we easy or without regret when we hear this. Him speaking thus, the eternal brightness leaves, where night the wearied steeds of day receives. And therefore it is very plain that with the belief of immortality they take away the sweetest and greatest hopes the vulgar sort have. And what shall we then think they take away from the good, and those that have led pious and just lives, who expect no ill after death, but on the contrary most glorious and divine things? For in the first place, champions are not used to receive the garland before they have performed their exercises, but after they have contested and proved victorious. In like manner, it is with those that are persuaded that good men have the prize of their conquests after this life is ended. It is marvelous to think to what a pitch of grandeur their virtue raises their spirits upon the contemplation of those hopes, among the which this is one, that they shall one day see those men that are now insolvent by reason of their wealth and power, and that foolishly flout at their betters, undergo just punishment. In the next place, none of the lovers of truth and the contemplation of being have here their fill of them, they having but a watery and puddled reason to speculate with, as it were, through the fog and mist of the body, and yet they still look upwards like birds, as ready to take their flight to the spacious and bright region, and endeavor to make their souls expedite and light from things mortal, using philosophy as a study and preparation for death. Thus I account death a truly great and accomplished good thing, the soul being to live there a real life, which here lives not a waking life, but suffers things most resembling dreams. If then, as Epicurus saith, the remembrance of a dead friend be a thing every way complacent, we may easily from thence imagine how great a joy they deprive themselves of, who think they do but embrace and pursue the phantoms and shades of their deceased familiars, that have in them neither knowledge nor sense, but who never expect to be with them again, or to see their dear father and dear mother and sweet wife, nor have any hopes of that familiarity and dear converse they have that think of the soul with Pythagoras, Plato, and Homer. Now what their sort of passion is like to was hinted at by Homer, when he threw into the midst of the soldiers, as they were engaged, the shade of Aeneas, as if he had been dead, and afterwards again presented his friends with him himself, coming alive and well, as brisk as ever. At which he saith, they all were overjoyed. And should not we then, when reason shows us that a real converse with persons departed this life may be had, and that he that loves may both feel and be with the party that affects and loves him. Relinquish these men that cannot so much as cast off all those airy shades and outside barks, for which they are all their life in lamentation and fresh afflictions? Moreover, they that look upon death as the commencement of another and better life, if they enjoy good things, are the better pleased with them, as expecting much greater hereafter. But if they have not things here to their minds, they do not much grumble at it, but the hopes of those good and excellent things that are after death contain in them such ineffable pleasures and expectances, that they wipe off and wholly obliterate every defect and every offense from the mind, which, as on a road, or rather, indeed, in a short deviation out of the road, bears whatever befalls it with great ease and moderation. But now, as to those to whom life ends in insensibility and dissolution, since death brings to them no removal of evils, though it is afflicting in both conditions, yet it is more so to those that live prosperously than to such as undergo adversity. For it cuts the latter but from an uncertain hope of doing better hereafter, but it deprives the former of a certain good, to wit, their pleasurable living. And as those medicinal potions that are not grateful to the palate, but yet necessary, give sick men ease, but rake and hurt the well, just so, in my opinion, doth the philosophy of Epicurus, which promises to those that live miserably no happiness in death, and to those that do well an utter extinction and dissolution of the mind, while it quite obstructs the comfort and solace of the grave and wise, and those that abound with good things, by throwing them down from a happy living into a deprivation of both life and being. From hence then it is manifest, that the contemplation of the loss of good things will afflict us in as great a measure as either the firm hope or present enjoyment of them delights us. Yea, themselves tell us, that the contemplation of future dissolution leaves them one most assured and complacent good, to wit, freedom from anxious surmises of incessant and endless evils, and that Epicurus's doctrine effects this by stopping the fear of death by the belief in the soul's dissolution. If then deliverance from the expectation of infinite evils be a matter of greatest complacence, how comes it not to be afflicted, to be bereft of eternal good things, and to miss the highest and most consummate felicity? For not to be can be good for neither condition, but it is on the contrary both against nature and ungrateful to all that have a being. But those it eases of the evils of life through the evils of death have, it is very true, the want of sense to comfort them, while they, as it were, make their escape from life. But on the other hand, they that change from good things to nothing seem to me to have the most dismaying end of all, it putting a period to their happiness. For nature doth not fear insensibility as the entrance upon some new thing, but because it is the privation of our present good things. For to say that the destruction of all that we call ours toucheth us not is absurd, for it toucheth us already by the very apprehension. And insensibility afflicts not those that are not, but those that are, when they think what damage they shall sustain by it in the loss of their beings and in being suffered never to emerge from annihilation. Wherefore it is neither the dog Cerberus nor the river Cocytus that has made our fear of death boundless, but the threatened danger of not being, representing it as impossible for such as are once extinct to shift back again into being. For we cannot be born twice, and our not being must last forever, as Epicurus speaks. For if our end be in not being, and that be infinite and unalterable, then hath privation of good found out an eternal evil, to wit, a never-ending insensibleness. Herodotus was much wiser when he said that God, having given men a taste of the sweets of life, seems to be envious in this regard, and especially to those that conceit themselves happy, to whom pleasure is but a bait for sorrow, they being but permitted to taste of what they must be deprived of. For what solace, or fruition, or exaltation would not the perpetual injected thought of the soul's being dispersed into infinity, as into a certain huge and vast ocean, extinguish and quell in those that found their amiable good and beatitude and pleasure? But if it be true, as Epicurus thinks it is, that most men die in very acute pain, then is the fear of death in all respects inconsolable. It brings us through evils unto a deprivation of good. And yet they are never wearied with their bawling and dunning of all persons to take the escape of evil for a good, and yet not to repute privation of good for an evil. But they still confess what we have asserted, that death hath in it nothing of either good hope or solace, but that all that is complacent and good is then wholly extinguished, at which time those men look for many amiable, great, and divine things, that conceive the minds of men to be unperishable and immortal, or at least to go about in certain long revolutions of times, being one while upon earth and another while in heaven, until they are at last dissolved with the universe, and then, together with the sun and moon, sublimed into an intellective fire. So large a field and one of so great pleasures Epicurus wholly cuts off, when he destroys, as hath been said, the hopes and graces we should derive from the gods, and by that extinguishes both in our speculative capacity the desire of knowledge, and in our active the love of glory, and confines and abases our nature to a poor narrow thing, and that not cleanly neither, to wit, the content the mind receives by the body, as if it were capable of no higher good than the escape of evil. End of Section 15. Section 16 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 16. Roman Questions, Part 1. Question 1. Wherefore do the Romans require a new married woman to touch fire and water? Solution. Is it not for one of these reasons? Amongst elements and principles, one is masculine and the other feminine. One, fire, hath in it the principles of motion; the other, water, hath the faculty of a subject and matter? Or is it because fire refines and water cleanseth, and a married wife ought to continue pure and chaste? Or is it because fire without moisture doth not nourish, but is a dust, and water destitute of heat is barren and sluggish, so both the male and female apart are of no force, but a conjunction of both in marriage completes society? Or is it the meaning that they must never forsake each other, but must communicate in every fortune, and although there be no goods, yet they may participate with each other in fire and water? Question 2. Why do they light at nuptials 5 torches, neither more nor less, which they call waxen tapers? Solution. Whether it be, as Varro saith, that the praetors use 3, but more are permitted to the aediles, and married persons do light the fire at the aediles' torches? Or is it that, having use of many numbers, the odd number was reckoned better and perfecter upon other accounts, and therefore more adapted to matrimony? For the even number admits of division, and the equal parts of opposition and repugnancy, whenas the odd cannot be divided, but being divided into parts leaves always an inequality. The number 5 is most matrimonial of odd numbers, for 3 is the first odd, and 2 is the first even, of which 5 is compounded, as of male and female. Or rather, because light is a sign of generation, and it is natural to a woman, for the most part, to bring forth so far as 5 successively, and therefore they use 5 torches? Or is it because they suppose that married persons have occasion for 5 gods, nuptial Jupiter, nuptial Juno, Venus, Suada, and above all the rest Diana, whom women invocate in their travail and childbed sickness? Question 3. What is the reason that, seeing there are so many of Diana's temples in Rome, The men refrain going into that only which stands in Patrician Street? Solution. Is it upon the account of the fabulous story that a certain man, ravishing a woman that was there worshipping the goddess, was torn in pieces by dogs, and hence this superstitious practice arose, that men enter not in? Question 4. Why do they in all other temples of Diana ordinarily nail up stags' horns against the wall, when as in that of the Aventine they nail up the horns of cattle? Solution. Was it put to them in mind of an old casualty? For it is said that among the Sabines one Antiquity had a very comely cow, far excelling all others in handsomeness and largeness, and was told by a certain diviner that whoever should offer up that cow in sacrifice to Diana on the Aventine, his city was determined by fate to be the greatest in the world and have dominion over all Italy. This man came to Rome, with an intention to sacrifice his cow there. But a servant acquainted King Servius privately with this privacy, and the king making it known to Cornelius the priest. Cornelius strictly commands Antro to wash in Tiber before he sacrificed, for the law inquires men so to do who would sacrifice acceptably. Wherefore, whilst Antro went to wash, Servius took the opportunity to sacrifice the cow to the goddess, and nailed up the horns to the wall in the temple. These things are storied by Juba and Varro, but Varro hath not described Antro by that name, neither doth he say that the Sabine was choused by Cornelius the priest, but by the sexton. Question 5. Wherefore is it that those that are falsely reported to be dead in foreign countries, when they return, they receive not by the doors, but getting up to the roof of the house, they let them in that way? Solution. Verily the account which Varro gives of this matter is altogether fabulous. For he saith in the Sicilian war, when there was a great naval fight, and a very false report was rumored, concerning many as if they were slain, all of them returning home in a little time died. But as one of them was going to enter in at his doors, they shut together against him of their own accord, neither could they be opened by any that attempted it. This man, falling in asleep before the doors, saw an apparition in his sleep advising him to let himself down from the roof into the house, and doing so, he lived happily and became an old man, and hence the custom was confirmed to after ages. But consider if these things be not conformable to some usages of the Greeks, for they do not esteem those pure, nor keep them company, nor suffer them to approach their sacrifices, for whom any funeral was carried forth, or sepulchre made as if they were dead. And they say that Aristinus, being one that was become an object of this sort of superstition, sent to Delphi to beg and beseech of the god a resolution of the anxieties and troubles which he had by reason of the custom then in force. Pythia answered thus: The sacred rites, to which childbed folks conform, see that thou do to blessed gods perform. Aristinus, well understanding the meaning of the oracle, puts himself into the woman's hands, to be washed and wrapped in swaddling clouts, and sucks the breasts, in the same manner as when he was newly born, and thus all others do, and such are called hysterapotmi, i.e., those for whom a funeral was made while living. But some say that these ceremonies were before Aristinus, and that the custom was ancient. Wherefore it is not to be wondered at, if the Romans, when once they suppose a man buried and to have his lot among the dead, do not think it lawful for him to go in at the door, whereat they that are about to sacrifice do go out, or those that have sacrificed do enter in, but bid them ascend aloft into the air, and thence descend into the open court of the house. For they constantly offer their sacrifices of purification in this open court. Question 6. Wherefore do women salute their relations with their mouth? Solution. What if it should be, as many suppose, that women were forbid to drink wine, therefore that those that drank it might not be undiscovered, but convicted when they met with their acquaintance, kissing became a custom? Or is it for the reason which Aristotle the philosopher hath told us? Even that thing which was commonly reported, and said to be done in many places, it seems, was enterprised by the Trojan women in the confines of Italy. For after the men arrived and went ashore, the women set the ships on fire, earnestly longing to be discharged of their roving and seafaring condition. But dreading their husbands' displeasure, they fell on saluting their kindred and acquaintance that met them, by kissing and embracing. Whereupon the husbands' anger being appeased and they reconciled, they used for the future this kind of compliment towards them. Or rather might this usage be granted to women as a thing that gained them reputation and interest, if they appeared hereby to have many and good kindred and acquaintance? Or was it that, it being unlawful for married kinswomen, a courteous behavior might proceed so far as a kiss, and this was retained only as a significant sign of kindred, and a note of a familiar converse among them? For in former time they did not marry women nigh by blood, as now they marry not aunts or sisters. But of late they allowed the marrying of cousins for the following reason. A certain man, mean in estate, but on the other hand an honest and a popular man among the citizens, designed to marry his cousin being an heiress, and to get an estate by her. Upon this account he was accused. But the people took little notice of the accusation, and absolved him of the fault, enacting by vote that it might be lawful for any man to marry so far as cousins, but prohibited it to all higher degrees of consanguinity. Question 7. Why is a husband forbid to receive a gift from his wife, and a wife from her husband? Solution. What if the reason be as Solon writes it, describing gifts to be peculiar to dying persons? Unless a man entangled by necessity or wielding by a woman be enslaved to force which constrains him, or to pleasure which persuades him, that thus the gifts of husbands and wives become suspected? Or is it that they reputed a gift the basest sign of benevolence, for strangers and they that have no love for us do give us presents, and so took away such a piece of flattery from marriage, that to love and be beloved should be devoid of mercenariness, should be spontaneous and for its own sake, and not for anything else? Or because women, being corrupted by receiving gifts, are thereby especially brought to admit strangers, did it seem to be a weighty thing to require them to love their own husbands that give them nothing? Or was it because all things ought to be common between them, the husband's goods being the wives, and the wives' goods being the husbands? For he that accepts that which is given learns thereby to esteem that which is not given the property of another, so that, by giving but a little to each other, they strip each other of all. Question 8. Why were they prohibited from taking a gift of a son-in-law or of a father-in-law? Solution. Is it not of a son-in-law that a man may not seem to convey a gift to his wife by his father's hands? Or of a father-in-law, because it seems just that he that doth not give should not receive? Question 9. Wherefore is it that they that have wives at home, if they be returning out of the country or from any remote parts, do send a messenger before, to acquaint them that they be at hand? Solution. Is not this an argument that a man believes his wife to be no idle gossip, whereas to come upon her suddenly and unexpectedly has a show as though he came hastily to catch her and observe her behavior? Or do they send the good tidings of their coming beforehand, as to them that are desirous of them, and expect them? Or rather is it that they desire to inquire concerning their wives whether they are in health, and that they might find them at home looking for them? Or because, when the husbands are wanting, the women have more family concerns and business upon their hands, and there are more dissensions and hurly-burly among those that are within doors, therefore, that the wife may free herself from these things and give a calm and pleasant reception to her husband, she hath forewarning of his coming? Question 10. Wherefore do men in divine service cover their heads, but if they meet any honorable personages when they have their cloaks on their heads, they are uncovered? Solution. The latter part of the question seems to augment the difficulty of the former. If now the story told of Aeneas is true, that whilst Diomedes was passing by the offered sacrifice with his head covered, it is rational and consequent that, while we cover our heads before our enemies, when we meet our friends and good men we should be uncovered. This behavior before the gods, therefore, is not their peculiar right, but accidental, continuing to be observed since the example of Aeneas. If there is anything further to be said, consider whether we ought not to inquire only after the reason why men in divine services are covered, the other being the consequence of it. For they that are uncovered before men of greater power do not thereby ascribe honor unto them, but rather remove envy from them, that they might not seem to demand or to endure the same kind of reverence which the gods have, or to rejoice that they are served in the same manner as they. But they worship the gods in this manner, either showing their unworthiness in all humility by covering the head, or rather fearing that some unlucky and ominous voice should come to them from abroad whilst they are praying. Therefore they pluck up their cloaks about their ears. That they strictly observe these things is manifest in this, that when they went to consult the oracle, they made a great din all about by the tinkling of brass kettles. Or is it as Castor saith, that the Roman usages were conformable to the Pythagorean notion that the demon within us stands in the need of the gods without us, and we make supplication to them with a covered head, intimating the body's hiding and absconding of the soul? Question 11. Why do they sacrifice to Saturn with an uncovered head? Solution. Is this the reason that, whereas Aeneas hath instituted the covering of the head in divine service, Saturn's sacrifice was much more ancient? Or is it that they are covered before celestial gods, but reckon Saturn an infernal and terrestrial god? Or is it that nothing of the truth ought to be obscured and darkened, and the Romans repute Saturn to be the father of truth? Question 12. Why do they esteem Saturn the father of truth? Solution. Is it not the reason that some philosophers believe that Kronos, or Saturn, is the same with Chronos, or time, and time finds out truth? Or is it for that which was fabled of Saturn's age, that he was most just and most likely to participate of truth? Question 13. Why do they sacrifice to honor a god so called, with a bare head? Solution. Is it because glory is splendid, illustrious, and unveiled, for which cause men are uncovered before good and honorable persons, and for this reason they thus worship the god that bears the name of honor? Question 14. Why do sons carry forth their parents at funerals with covered heads, but the daughters with uncovered and disheveled hair? Solution. Is the reason because fathers ought to be honored by their sons as gods, but be lamented by their daughters as dead, and so the law hath distributed to both their proper part? Or is it that what is not the fashion is fit for mourning? For it is more customary for women to appear publicly with covered heads, and for men with uncovered. Yea, among the Greeks, when any sad calamity befalls them, the women are polled close, but the men wear their hair long, because the usual fashion for men is to be polled, and for women to wear their hair long. Or was it enacted that sons should be covered, for the reason we have above mentioned? For verily, saith Varro, they surrounded their fathers' sepulchres at funerals, reverencing them as the temples of the gods, and having burnt their parents, when they first meet with a bone, they say the deceased person is deified. But for women, was it not lawful to cover their heads at funerals? History now tells us that the first that put away his wife was Spurius Carbilius, by reason of barrenness. The second was Sulpicius Gallus, seeing her pluck up her garments to cover her head. The third was Pluvius Sempronius, because she looked upon the funeral games. Question 15. What is the reason that, esteeming Terminus a god, to whom they offer their Terminalia, they sacrifice no living creature to him? Solution. Was it that Romulus set no bounds to the country, that it might be lawful for a man to make excursions, to rob, and to reckon every part of the country his own, as the Spartans said, wherever he should pitch his spear? But Numa Pompilius, being a just man, and a good commonwealth's man, and a philosopher, set the boundaries towards the neighboring countries, and dedicated those boundaries to Terminus, as the bishop and protector both of friendship and of peace. And it was his opinion that it ought to be preserved pure and undefiled from blood and slaughter? Question 16. Why is it that the temple of Matuta is not to be gone into by maidservants, but the ladies bring in one only, and her they box and cuff? Solution. If to base this maid be a sign that they ought not to enter, then they prohibit others according to the fable. For Ino, being jealous of her husband's loving the servant maid, is reported to have fell outrageously upon her son. The Grecians say the maid was of an Aetolian family, and was called Antiphera. Therefore with us also, in Chaeronea the sexton, standing before the temple of Leucothea, or Matuta, holding a wand in his hand, makes proclamation that no manservant nor maidservant, neither man nor woman Aetolian, should enter in. Question 17. Why do they not supplicate this goddess for good things for their own children, but for their brethren's and sisters' children? Solution. Was it because Ino was a lover of her sister and nursed up her children, but had hard fortune in her own children? Or otherwise, in that it is a moral and good custom, and makes provision of much benevolence towards relations? Question 18. Why do many of the richer sort pay tithe of their estates to Hercules? Solution. Is this the reason that Hercules sacrificed the 10th part of Gerion's oxen at Rome? Or that he freed the Romans from the decimation under the Etrurians? Or that these things have no sufficient ground of credit from history, but that they sacrificed bountifully to Hercules, or as to a certain monstrous glutton and gormandizer of good cheer? Or did they rather do it, restraining extravagant riches as a nuisance to the commonwealth, as it were to diminish something of that thriving constitution that grows up to the highest pitch of corpulency? Being of opinion that Hercules was most of all honored with and rejoiced in these frugalities and contractions of abundance, and that he himself was frugal, content with a little, and every way sparing in his way of living? Question 19. Why do they take the month of January for the beginning of the new year? Solution. Anciently March was reckoned the first, as is plain by many other marks and especially by this, that the 5th month after March was called Quintilis, and the 6th Sextilis, and so forth to the last. December was so called, being reckoned the 10th month from March. Hence it came to pass that some are of opinion and do affirm that the Romans formerly did not complete the year with 12 months, but with 10 only, allotting to some of the months above 30 days. But others give us an account that, as December is the 10th month from March, January is the 11th and February the 12th, in which month they use purifications, and perform funeral rites for the deceased upon the finishing of the year. But this order of the months being changed, they now make January the 1st, because on the first day of this month, which they call the calends of January, the first consuls were constituted, the kings being deposed. But some speak with a greater probability, which say that Romulus, being a warlike and martial man, and reputing himself the son of Mars, set March in the front of all the months, and named it from Mars. But Numa again, being a peaceable prince, and ambitious to bring off the citizens from warlike achievements, set them upon husbandry, gave the preeminence to January, and brought Janus into a great reputation, as he was more addicted to civil government and husbandry than to warlike affairs. Now consider whether Numa hath not pitched upon a beginning of the year most suitable to our natural disposition. For there is nothing at all in the whole circumvolution of things naturally first or last, but by law or custom some appoint one beginning of time, some another. But they do best who take this beginning from after the winter solstice, when the sun, ceasing to make any further progress, returns and converts his course again to us. For there is then a kind of tropic in nature itself, which verily increaseth the time of light to us and shortens the time of darkness, and makes the Lord and ruler of the whole current of nature to approach nearer to us. Question 20. When the women beautify the temple of the goddess appropriate to women, which they call Bona, why do they bring no myrtle into the house, although they be zealous of using all budding and flowering vegetables? Solution. Is not the reason, as the fabulists write the story, this, that the wife of Phallius, a diviner, having drunk wine secretly and being discovered, was whipped by her husband with myrtle rods. Hence the women bring in no myrtle, but offer to her a drink offering of wine, which they call milk? Or is it this, that as they abstain from many things, so especially they reserve themselves chaste from all things that appertain to venery, when they perform that divine service? For they do not only turn their husbands out of doors, but banish from the house every male kind, when they exercise this canonical obedience to their goddess. They therefore reject myrtle as an abomination, it being consecrated to Venus, and the Venus whom at this day they call Murcia, they anciently called Myrtia, as it would seem. Question 21. Why do the Latins worship a woodpecker, and all of them abstain strictly from this bird? Solution. Is it because one Picus, by the enchantments of his wife, transformed himself, and becoming a woodpecker, uttered oracles, and gave oraculous answers to them that inquired? Or, if this be altogether incredible and monstrous, there is another of the romantic stories more probable, about Romulus and Remus, when they were exposed in the open field, that not only a she-wolf gave them suck, but a certain woodpecker flying to them fed them. For even now it is very usual that in meads and groves, where a woodpecker is found there is also a wolf, as Nigidius writes. Or rather, as they deem other birds sacred to various gods, so do they deem this sacred to Mars? For it is a daring and fierce bird, and hath so strong a beak as to drill an oak to the heart by pecking, and cause it to fall. Question 22. Why are they of opinion that Janus was double-faced, and do describe and paint him so? Solution. Was it because he was a native Greek of Perhebia, as they story it, and going down into Italy, and cohabitating with the barbarians of the country, changed his language and way of living? Or rather because he persuaded those people of Italy, that were savage and lawless to civil life, in that he converted them to husbandry, and formed them into commonwealths? Question 23. Why do they sell things which pertain to funerals in the temple of Libitina, seeing that they are of opinion that Libitina is Venus? Solution. Was it that this was one of the wise institutions of King Numa, that they might learn not to esteem these things irksome, nor fly from them as a defilement? Or rather is it to put us in mind that whatever is born must die, there being one goddess that presides over them that are born and those that die? Or at Delphi there is the statue of Venus Epitymbia, or on a tomb, to which at their drink offerings they call forth the ghosts of the deceased. Question 24. Why have they 3 beginnings and appointed periods in the months, which have not the same intervals of days between? Solution. What if it be this, as Juba writes, that on the calends the magistrates call the calend the people, and proclaim the nones for the 5th, while the ides they esteemed a holy day? Or rather that they who define time by the variations of the moon have observed that the moon comes under 3 greatest variations monthly. The first is when it is obscured, making a conjunction with the sun. The second is when it gets out of the rays of the sun and makes her first appearance after the sun is down. The third is at her fullness, when it is full moon. They call her disappearance and obscurity the calends, for everything hid and privy they call clam, and chalere is to hide. The first appearance they call the nones, by a most fit notation of names, it being the new moon, or nova lunium, for they call it new moon as we do. Ides are so called either by reason of the fairness and clear form of the moon standing forth in her complete splendor, or from the same name of Jupiter, Dios. But in this matter we are not to search for the exact number of days, nor to abuse this approximate mode of reckoning, seeing that even at this day, when the science of astronomy has made so great increase, the inequality of the motion and course of the moon surpasseth all experience of mathematicians, and cannot be reduced to a certain rule of reason. Question 25. Why do they determine that the days after the calends, nones, and ides are unfit to travel or go a long journey in? Solution. Was it, as most men think, and Livy tells us, because on the next day after the Ides of Quintilis, which they now call July, the tribunes of the soldiery marching forth, the army was conquered by the Gauls in a battle about the river Allia and lost the city, whereupon this day was reckoned unlucky, and superstition, as it loves to do, extended this observation further, and subjected the next days after the nones and calends to the same scrupulosity? Or what if this notion meet with much contradiction? For it was on another day they were defeated in battle, which they call Aliensis from the river, and greatly abominate as unsuccessful. Whereas there are many unlucky days, they do not observe them in all months alike, but every one in the month it happens in, and it is most improbable that all the next days after the nones and calends, simply considered, should contract this superstition. Consider now whether, as they consecrated the first of the months to the Olympic gods, and the second to the infernals, wherein they solemnize some purifications and funeral rites to the ghosts of the deceased, they have so constituted the three which have been spoken of, as it were, the chief and principal days for festival and holy days, designating the next following these to demons and deceased persons, which days they esteemed unfortunate and unfit for action. And also the Grecians, worshipping their gods at the new of the moon, dedicated the next day to heroes and demons, and the second of the cups was mingled on the behalf of the male and female heroes. Moreover, time is altogether a number, and unity, which is the foundation of a number, is of a divine nature. The number next is 2, opposite to the first, and is the first of even numbers. But an even number is defective, imperfect, and indefinite, as again an odd number is determinate, definite, and complete. Therefore the nones succeeded the calends on the 5th day, the Ides followed the nones on the 9th, for odd days do determine the beginnings. But those even numbers which are next after the beginnings have not that preeminence nor influence. Hence on such days they take not any actions or journey in hand. Wherefore that Themistocles hath reason in it. The day after the feast contended with the feast day, saying that the feast day had much labor and toil, but she, the day after the feast, afforded the fruition of the provision made for the feast day, with much leisure and quietness. The feast day answered after this wise: Thou speakest truth, but if I had not been, neither hadst thou been. These things spake Themistocles to the Athenian officers of the army, who succeeded him, signifying they could never have made any figure in the world had not he saved the city. Since therefore every action and journey worth our diligent management requires necessary provision and preparation, but the Romans of old made no family provision on feast days, nor were careful for anything but that they might attend divine service, and this they did with all their might, as even now the priests enjoin them in their proclamations when they proceed to the sacrifices. In like manner, they do not rush presently after their festival solemnities upon a journey or any enterprise, because they were unprovided, but finish that day in contriving domestic affairs, and fitting themselves for the intended occasion abroad. And even at this day, after they have said their prayers and finished their devotion, they are wont to stay and sit still in the temples, so they do not join working days immediately to holy days, but made some interval and distance between them, secular affairs bringing many troubles and distractions along with them. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 17. Roman Questions, Part 2. Question 26. Why do women wear for mourning white mantles and white kerchiefs? Solution. What if they do this in conformity to the Magi, who, as they say, standing in defiance of death and darkness, do fortify themselves with bright and splendid robes? Or as the dead corpse is wrapped in white, so do they judge it meet that the relations should be conformable thereto? For they beautify the body so, since they cannot the soul. Wherefore they wish to follow it as having gone before, pure and white, being dismissed after it hath fought a great and various warfare. Or is it that what is very mean and plain is most becoming in these things? For garments dyed a color argue either luxury or vanity. Neither may we say less of black than of sea green or purple. Verily garments are deceitful, and so are colors. And a thing that is naturally black is not dyed by art, but by nature, and is blended with an intermixed shade. It is white only, therefore, that is sincere, unmixed, free from the impurity of a dye, and inimitable. Therefore most proper to those that are buried. For one that is dead is become simple, unmixed and pure, freed from the body no otherwise than from a tinging poison. In Argos they wear white in mourning, as Socrates saith, vestments rinsed in water. Question 27. Why do they repute every wall immaculate and sacred, but the gates not so? Solution. Is it, as Varro hath wrote, that the wall is to be accounted sacred, that we might defend it cheerfully, and even lay down their lives for it? Upon this very account it appears that Romulus slew his brother, because he attempted to leap over a sacred and inaccessible place, and to render it transcendible and profane. But it could not possibly be that the gates should be kept sacred, through which they carried many things that necessity required, even dead corpses. When they built a city from the foundation, they marked out with a plough the place on which they intended to build it, yoking a bull and a cow together. But when they did set out the bounds of the walls, measuring the space of the gates, they lifted up the plowshare and carried the plough over it, believing that the ploughed part should be sacred and inviolable. Question 28. Why do they prohibit the children to swear by Hercules within doors, but command them to go out of doors to do it? Solution. Is the reason, as some say, that they are of opinion that Hercules was not delighted in a domestic life, but chose rather to live abroad in the fields? Or rather because he was none of their native country gods, but a foreigner? For neither do they swear by Bacchus within doors, he being a foreigner, if it be he whom the Greeks call Dionysus. Or what if these things are uttered in sport to amuse children, and is this, on the contrary, for a restraint of a frivolous and rash oath, as Phavorinus saith? For that which is done, as it were, with preparation causes delay and deliberation. If a man judges as Phavorinus doth of the things recorded about Hercules, it would seem that this was not common to other gods, but peculiar to him. For history tells us that he had such a religious veneration for an oath, he swore but once only to Phyleus, son of Augeas. Wherefore the Pythia upbraids the Lacedaemonians with such swearing, as though it would be more laudable and better to pay their vows than to swear. Question 29. Why do they not permit the new married woman herself to step over the threshold of the house, but the bridemen lift her over? Solution. What if the reason be that they, taking their first wives by force, brought them thus into their houses, when they went not in of their own accord? Or is it that they will have them seem to enter into that place as by force, not willingly, where they are about to lose their virginity? Or is it a significant ceremony to show that she is not to go out or leave her dwelling place till she is forced, even as she goes in by force? For with us also in Boeotia they burn the axle-tree of a cart before the doors, imitating that the spouse is bound to remain there, the instrument of carriage being destroyed. Question 30. Why do the bridemen that bring in the bride require her to say, "Where thou Caius art, there am I Caia"? Solution. What if the reason be that by mutual agreement she enters presently upon participation of all things, even to share in the government, and that this is the meaning of it: where thou art lord and master of the house, there am I also dame and mistress of the family. While these common names they use promiscuously, as the lawyers do Caius, Silius, Lucius, Titius, and the philosophers use the names of Dion and Theon? Or is it from Caius Cilicia, an honest and good woman, married to one of Tarquinius's sons, who had her statue of brass erected in the temple of Sancus? On this statue were anciently hanged sandals and spindles, as significant memorials of her housewifery and industry. Question 31. Why is that much celebrated name, Thalassius, sung at nuptials? Solution. Is it not from wool spinning? For the Romans call the Greek teleros, wool basket, talassus. Moreover, when they have introduced the bride, they spread a fleece under her, and she, having brought in with her a distaff and a spindle, all behangs her husband's door with woolen yarn. Or it may be true, as historians report, that there was a certain young man famous in military achievements, and also an honest man, whose name was Thalassius. Now when the Romans seized by force on the Sabine daughters, coming to see the theatric shows, a comely virgin for beauty was brought to Thalassius by some of the common sort of people and retainers to him, crying out loud, that they might go the more securely, and that none might stop them or take the wench from them, that she was carried as a wife to Thalassius. Upon which the rest of the rabble, greatly honoring Thalassius, followed on and accompanied them with their loud acclamations, praying for and praising Thalassius. That proving a fortunate match, it became accustomed to others at nuptials to call over Thalassius, as the Greeks do Hymenaeus. Question 32. Why do they that throw the effigies of men from a wooden bridge into the river, in the month of May, about the full moon, call those images argives? Solution. Was it that the barbarians that of old inhabited about that place did in this manner destroy the Grecians which they took? Or did there so much admirers Hercules reform their practice of killing strangers, and teach them this custom of representing their devilish practice by casting in of images? The ancients usually have called all Grecians argives. Or else it may be that, since the Arcadians esteem the argives open enemies by reason of neighborhood, they that belong to Evander, flying from Greece and taking up their situation in Italy, kept up that malignity and enmity. Question 33. Why would they not in ancient times sup abroad without their sons, whilst they were in nonage? Solution. Was not this custom brought in by Lycurgus, when he introduced the boys to the public mess, that they might be inured to use of pleasures modestly, not savagely and rudely, having their superiors by them as overseers and observers? Verily it is of no small concernment that parents should carry themselves with all gravity and sobriety in the presence of their children. For when old men are debauched, it will necessarily follow, as Plato saith, that young men will be most debauched. Question 34. What is the reason that, when the other Romans did offer their offerings and libations to the dead in the month of February, Decimus Brutus, as Cicero saith, did it in December? He verily was the first who, entering upon Lusitania, passed from thence with his army over the river Lytha. Solution. May it not be that, as many were wont to perform funeral rites in the latter part of the day and end of the month, it is rational to believe that at the return of the year and end of the month also he would honor the dead? For December is the last month. Or were those adorations paid to the infernal gods, and was it the season of the year to honor them when all sorts of fruits had attained ripeness? Or is it because they move the earth at the beginning of seed time, and it is most meet then to remember the ghosts below? Or is it that this month is by the Romans consecrated to Saturn, whom they reckon to be one of the infernal gods, and not of the supernal? Or that while the great feasts of Saturnals did last, thought to be attended with the greatest feasting and voluptuous enjoyments, it was judged meet to crop off some first fruits of these for the dead? Or what if it be a mere lie, that only Brutus did sacrifice to the dead in this month, since they solemnized funeral rites for Laurentia and offered drink offerings at her tomb in the month of December? Question 35. Why do they adore Laurentia so much, seeing she was a strumpet? Solution. They say Acca Laurentia, the nurse of Romulus, was diverse from this, and her they ascribe honor to in the month of April. But this other Laurentia, they say, was surnamed Fabula, and she became noted on this occasion. A certain sexton that belonged to Hercules, as it seems, leading an idle life, used to spend most of his days at draughts and dice, and on a certain time, when it happened that none of those that were wont to play with him and partake of his sport were present, being very uneasy in himself, he challenged the god to play a game at dice with him for this wager, and that if he got the game he should receive some boon from the god. If he lost, he would provide a supper for the god and a pretty wench for him to lie with. Whereupon, choosing 2 dice, one for himself and the other for the god, and throwing them, he lost the game. Upon which, abiding by his challenge, he prepared a very splendid table for the god, and picking up Laurentia, a notorious harlot, he set her down to the good cheer. And when he had made a bed for her in the temple, he departed and shut the doors after him. The report went that Hercules came, but had not to do with her after the usual manner of men, and commanded her to go forth early in the morning into the marketplace, and whomsoever she first happened to meet with, him she should especially set her heart upon, and procure him to be her cope-mate. Laurentia accordingly arising and going forth happened to meet a certain rich man, a stale bachelor, whose name was Terentius. He, lying with her, made her whilst he lived the governess of his house, and his heiress when he died. Some time after, she died and left her estate to the city, and therefore they have her in so great a reputation. Question 36. Why do they call one gate at Rome the window, just by which is the bedchamber of Fortune, so called? Solution. Was it because Servius, who became the most successful king, was believed to have conversed with Fortune, who came into him at a window? Or may this be but a fable? Or was it that Tarquinius Priscus, the king dying, his wife Tanaquil, being a discreet and royal woman, putting her head out at a window, propounded Servius to the citizens, and persuaded them to proclaim him king, and that this place had the name of it? Question 37. Why is it that, of the things dedicated to the gods, the law permits only the spoils taken in war to be neglected, and by time to fall into decay, and permits them not to have any veneration or reparation? Solution. Is this the reason, that men may be of opinion that the renown of ancestors fades away, and may always be seeking after some fresh monument of fortitude? Or rather because time wears out the marks of contention with our enemies, and to restore and renew them were invidious and malicious? Neither among the Greeks are those men renowned who were the first erectors of stone or brass trophies. Question 38. Why did Quintus Metellus, being a high priest and otherwise reputed a wise man and a statesman, prohibit the use of divination from birds after the sextile month, now called August? Solution. Is it not that, as we make such observations about noon or early in the day, and also in the beginning or middle of the month, when the moon is new or increasing, but beware of the times of the days or months decline as unlucky, so he also was of opinion that the time of year after 8 months was, as it were, the evening of the year, when it declined and hastened towards its end? Or is it because they must use thriving and full-grown birds? For such are in summer, but towards autumn some are molting and sickly, others chickens and unfledged, others altogether vanished and fled out of the country by reason of the season of the year. Question 39. Why is it unlawful for such as are not mustered, although they be otherwise conversant in the army, to slay an enemy or wound him? Solution. This thing Cato Senior hath made clear in a certain epistle, writing to his son and commanding him, if he be discharged of the army, having fulfilled his time there, to return; but if he stay, to take commission from the generals to march forth in order to wounding and slaying the enemy. Is it the reason that necessity alone can give warrant for the killing of a man, while he that doth this illegally and without commission is a murderer? Therefore Cyrus commended Chrysantas that, when he was about to slay an enemy and had lifted up his scimitar to take his blow, hearing a retreat sounded, he let the man alone and smote him not, as being prohibited. Or is it that, if a man conflicts and fights with his enemies and falls under a consternation, he ought to be liable to answer for it, and not escape punishment? For verily he doth not advantage his side so much by smiting and wounding him, as he doth mischief by turning his back and flying. Therefore he that is disbanded is free from martial laws, but when he doth petition to perform the office of a soldier, he doth again subject himself to military discipline, and put himself under the command of his general. Question 40. Wherefore was it unlawful for a priest of Jupiter to be anointed abroad in the air? Solution. Was it not because it was neither honest nor decent to strip the sons naked whilst the father looked on, nor the son-in-law whilst the father-in-law looked on? Neither in ancient times did they wash together. Verily Jupiter is the father, and that which is abroad in the open air may be especially said to be as it were in the sight of Jupiter. Or is it thus? As it is a profane thing for him to strip himself naked in the temple or holy place, so did they reverence the open air and firmament, as being full of gods and demons. Wherefore we do many necessary things within doors, hiding and covering ourselves in our houses from the sight of the gods. Or is it that some things are enjoined to the priest only, other things to all by a law delivered by the priest? With us in Boeotia, to wear a crown, to wear long hair, to carry iron arms, and not to enter the Phocian borders are peculiar, proper pieces of the magistrate's service, but not to taste the autumnal fruits before the autumnal equinox, and not to cut a vine before the spring equinox, are things required of all by the magistrate. For each of these has its season. After the same manner, as it appears, among the Romans, it is peculiar to the priest neither to make use of a horse, nor to be absent from home in a journey more than 3 nights, nor to put off his cap, on which account he is called flamen. Many other things are enjoined to all sorts of men by the priest, of which one is not to be anointed abroad in the open air. For the Romans have a great prejudice against dry unction, and they are of opinion that nothing hath been so great a cause to the Grecians of slavery and effeminacy as their fencing and wrestling schools, insinuating so much debauchery and idleness into the citizens, yea, vicious sloth and buggery. Yea, that they destroy the very bodies of youths with sleeping, perambulations, dancing, and delicious feeding, whereby they insensibly fell from the use of arms, and instead of being good soldiers and horsemen, love to be called nimble, good wrestlers, and pretty men. It is hard for them to avoid these mischiefs who are unclothed in the open air, but they that are anointed within doors and cure themselves at home do commit none of these vices. Question 41. Why had the ancient coin on one side the image of double-faced Janus stamped, and on the other side the stern or stem of a ship? Solution. What if it be, as they commonly say, in honor of Saturn, that sailed over into Italy in a ship? Or if this be no more than what may be said of many others besides, for Janus, Evander, and Aeneas all came by sea into Italy, a man may take this to be more probable. Whereas some things serve for the beauty of a city, some things for necessary accommodation, the greatest part of the things that beautify a city is a good constitution of government, and the greatest part of necessary accommodation is good trading. Whereas now Janus had erected a good frame of government among them, reducing them to a sober manner of life, and the river being navigable afforded plenty of all necessary commodities, bringing them in partly from the sea and partly from the out of borders of the country. Their coin had a significant stamp, On one side, the double-faced head of the legislator, as hath been said, by reason of the change made by him in their affairs, and on the other, a small ship because of the river. They use also another sort of coin, having engraved on it an ox, a sheep, and a sow, to show that they traded most in such cattle, and got their riches from these. Hence were many of the names among the ancients derived, such as Suilii, Ubulci, or Porcii, as Fenestella tells us. Question 42. Why do they use the temple of Saturn for a chamber of public treasury, as also an office of record for contracts? Solution. Is not this the reason? Because this saying hath obtained credit, that there was no avarice or injustice among the men while Saturn ruled, but faith and righteousness. Or was it that this god presided over the fruits of the field and husbandry? For the sickle signified as much, and not, as Antimachus was persuaded, and wrote with Hesiod. With crooked falk Saturn 'gainst heavens fought, cut off his father's privies, foul bout. Money is produced from plenty of fruit and the vent of them, therefore they make Saturn the author and preserver of their felicity. That which confirms this is that the conventions assembled every 9th day in the marketplace, which they call nundiae, they reckon sacred to Saturn, because the abundance of fruit gave the first occasion of buying and selling. Or are these things far-fetched? And was the first that contrived the Saturnine chamber of bank Valerius Publica, upon the suppression of the kings, being persuaded it was a strong place, conspicuous, and not easily undermined by treachery? Question 43. Wherefore did ambassadors, from whencesoever they came to Rome, go to Saturn's temple, and there have their names recorded before the treasurers? Solution. Was this the cause, that Saturn was a foreigner, and therefore much rejoiced in strangers? Or is this better resolved by history? Anciently, as it seems, the quaestors sent entertainment to the ambassadors. They called the present latia. They took care also of the sick, and buried their dead out of their public stock. But now of late, because of the multitude of ambassadors that come, that expense is left off. Yet it remains still in use, to bring the ambassadors unto the treasurers, that their names may be recorded. Question 44. Why is it not lawful for Jupiter's priests to swear? Solution. Is it not the reason that an oath is a kind of test imposed on a free people, but the mind and body of a priest ought to be free from imposition? Or is it not unlikely that he will be disbelieved in smaller matters, who is entrusted with divine and greater? Or is it that every oath concludes with an execration of perjury? And an execration is a fearful and a grievous thing. Hence neither is it thought fit that priests should curse others. Wherefore the priestess at Athens was commended for refusing to curse Alcibiades, when the people required her to do it. For she said, I am a praying, not a cursing priestess. Or is it that the danger of perjury is of a public nature, if a perjured and impious person presides in offering up prayers and sacrifices on the behalf of the city? Question 45. Why is it that in the solemn feast called Veneralia they let wine run so freely out of the temple of Venus? Solution. Is this the reason, as some say, that Mezentius the Etrurian general sent to make a league with Aeneas, upon the condition that he might have a yearly tribute of wine? Aeneas refusing, Mezentius engaged to the Etrurians that he would take the wine by force of arms and give it to them. Aeneas, having heard of his promise, devoted his wine to the gods, and after the victory he gathered in the vintage, and poured it forth before the temple of Venus. Or is this a teaching ceremony, that we should feast with sobriety and not excess, as if the gods were better pleased with the spillers of wine than with the drinkers of it? Question 46. Wherefore would the ancients have the temple of Horta to stand always open? Solution. Is this the reason, as Antistius Labeo hath told us, that hortari signifies to quicken one to an action, that Horta is such a goddess as exhorts and excites to good things, and that they suppose therefore that she ought always to be in business, never procrastinate, therefore not to be shut up or locked? Or is it rather that Hora, as now they call her, the first syllable pronounced long, being a kind of an active and busy goddess, very circumspect and careful, they were of opinion that she was never lazy nor neglectful of human affairs? Or is it that this is a Greek name, as many others of them are, and signifies a goddess that always oversees and inspects affairs, and that therefore she has her temple always open, as one that never slumbers nor sleeps? But if Labeo deduceth Hora aright from hortari, consider whether orator might not rather be said to be derived from thence, since the orator, being an exhorting and exciting person, is a counselor or leader of the people, and not from imprecation and prayer, orando, as some say. Question 47. Why did Romulus build the temple of Vulcan without the city? Solution. What if it were by reason of that fabled grudge which Vulcan had against Mars for the sake of Venus, that Romulus, being reputed the son of Mars, would not make Vulcan a cohabitant of the same house or city with him? Or may this be a silly reason, and was that temple at first built by Romulus for a senate house and a privy council, for him to consult on state affairs together with Tatius, where they might be retired with the senators, and sit in consultation about matters quietly, without interruption from the multitude? Or was it that Rome was formerly in danger of being burnt from heaven, and he thought good to adore that god, but to place his habitation without the city? Question 48. Wherefore did they, in the feast called Consualia, put garlands on the horses and asses, and take these beasts off from all work? Solution. Was it not because they celebrated that feast to Neptune the cavalier, who was also called Consus, and the ass takes part and share with the horse in his rest from labor? Or was it that, after navigation came in and traffic by sea, there succeeded a kind of ease and leisure to the cattle in some kind or other? Question 49. Wherefore was it a custom among the candidates for magistracy to present themselves in their togas without tunics, as Cato tells us? Solution. Was it not that they should not carry money in their bosoms to buy votes with? Or is it that they preferred no man as fit for the magistracy for the sake of his birth, riches, or honors, but for his wounds and scars, and that these might be visible to them that came about them, they came without tunics to the elections? Or as by courteous behavior, supplication, and submission, so by humbling themselves in nakedness, did they gain on the affections of the common people? Question 50. Why did the Flamen Dialis, Jupiter's priest, when his wife died, lay down his priestly dignity, as Ateus tells us? Solution. Is it not for this reason, because he that marries a wife and loses her after marriage is more unfortunate than he that never took a wife? For the family of a married man is completed, but the family of him that is married and loseth his wife is not only incomplete, but mutilated. Or is it because his wife joins with the husband in consecration, as there are many sacred rites that ought not to be performed unless the wife be present, but to marry another immediately after he hath lost the former wife is not perhaps easy to do, and besides is not convenient? Hence it was not lawful formerly to put away a wife, nor is it at this present lawful, except that Domitian in our remembrance, being petitioned, granted it. The priests were present at this dissolution of marriage, doing many terrible, strange, and uncouth actions. But thou wilt wonder less, if thou art informed by history that, when one of the censors died, his partner was required to lay down his place. When Livius Drusus died, Aemilius Scaurus, his colleague, would not abandon his government before one of the tribunes of the people committed him to prison. Question 51. Why is a dog set before the Lares, whom they properly call Praestites, while the Lares themselves are covered with dog skins? Solution. Is it that Praestites are they that preside, and it is fit that presidents should be keepers, and should be frightful to strangers, as dogs are, but mild and gentle to those of the family? Or is it rather what some Romans assert, that, as some philosophers who follow Chrysippus are of the opinion that evil spirits wander up and down, which the gods do use as public executioners of unholy and wicked men? So the Lares are a certain sort of furious and revengeful demons, that are observers of men's lives and families, and are here clothed with dog skins, and have a dog sitting by them, as being sagacious to hunt upon the foot and to prosecute wicked men. Question 52. Why do they sacrifice a dog at Manna Geneta, and pray that no home-born should become good? Solution. Is the reason that Geneta is a deity that is employed about the generation and purgation of corruptible things? For this word signifies a certain flux, i.e. manna from manare, and generation, or a flowing generation. For as the Greeks do sacrifice a dog to Hecate, so do the Romans to Geneta, on behalf of the natives of the house. Moreover, Socrates saith that the Argives do sacrifice a dog to Eleonia, Lucina, to procure a facility of delivery. But what if the prayer be not made for men, but for dogs puppied at home, that none of them should be good, for dogs ought to be currish and fierce? Or is it that they that are deceased are pleasantly called good, and hence, speaking mystically in their prayer, they signify their desire that no home-born should die? Neither ought this to seem strange, for Aristotle says that it is written in the treaty of the Arcadians with the Lacedaemonians that none of the Tijates should be made good on account of aid rendered to the party of the Lacedaemonians, for example, that none should be slain. Question 53. Why is it that to this very day, while they hold the games at the Capitol, they set Sardians to sail by a crier, and a certain old man goes before in way of derision, carrying a child's bauble about his neck, which they call bulla? Solution. Was it because a people of the Tuscans, called Veientes, maintained a fight a long time with Romulus, and he took this city last of all, and exposed them and their king to sail by an outcry, upbraiding him with his madness and folly? And since the Tuscans were Lydians at first, and Sardis was the metropolis of the Lydians, so they set the Veientes to sail under the name of Sardians, and to this day they keep up the custom in a way of pastime. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2 by Plutarch. Translated by several hands. Corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 18. Roman Questions, Part 3. Question 54. Why do they call the flesh market Macellum? Solution. Was it not by corrupting the word mageiros, a cook, as with many other words, that the custom hath prevailed? For C and G are nigh akin to one another, and G came more lately into use, being inserted among the other letters by Spurius Carbilius, and now by lispers and stammerers, L is pronounced instead of R. Or this matter may be made clear by a story. It is reported that at Rome there was a stout man, a robber, who had robbed many, and being taken with much difficulty, was brought to condign punishment. His name was Macellus, out of whose riches a public meat market was built, which bare his name. Question 55. Why are the minstrels allowed to go about the city on the Ides of January, wearing women's apparel? Solution. Is it for the reason here rehearsed? This sort of men, as it seems, had great privileges accruing to them from the grant of King Numa, by reason of his godly devotion, which things afterward being taken from them when the Decemviri managed the government, they forsook the city. Whereupon there was a search made for them, and one of the priests, offering sacrifice without music, made a superstitious scruple of so doing. And when they returned not upon invitation, but led their lives in Tibur, a certain freedman told the magistrates privately that he would undertake to bring them. And providing a plentiful feast, as if he had sacrificed to the gods, he invited the minstrels. Womenkind was present also, with whom they revelled all night, sporting and dancing. There on a sudden the man began a speech, and being surprised with affright, as if his patron had come in upon him, persuaded the pipers to ascend the caravans that were covered all over with skins, saying he would carry them back to Tibur. But this whole business was but a trepidation, for he wheeling about the caravan, and they perceiving nothing by reason of wine and darkness, he very cunningly brought them all into Rome by the morning. Most of them, by reason of the night revel and the drink that they were in, happened to be clothed in flowered women's robes. Whereupon, being prevailed upon by the magistrates and reconciled, it was decreed they should go up and down the city on that day, habited after this manner. Question 56. Why are they of opinion that matrons first built the temple of Carmenta, and at this day do they worship her the most? Solution. There is a certain tradition that, when the women were prohibited by the Senate from the use of chariots drawn by a pair of horses, they conspired together not to begot with child and breed children, and in this manner to be revenged on their husbands, until they revoked the decree and gratified them. Which being done, children were begot, and the women, becoming good breeders and very fruitful, built the temple of Carmenta. Some say that Carmenta was Evander's mother, and going into Italy was called Themis, but as some say, Nicostrata, who, when she sang forth oracles in verse, was called Carmenta by the Latins, for they call verses Carmina. There are some of opinion that Carmenta was a destiny, therefore the matrons sacrificed to her. But the etymology of the word is from Charon's mente, beside herself, by reason of divine raptures. Hence Carmenta had not her name from Carmina, but contrawise, her verses were called Carmina from her, because being inspired, she sang her oracles in verse. Question 57. What is the reason that, when the women do sacrifice to Rumina, they pour forth milk plentifully on the sacrifices, but offer no wine? Solution. Is it because the Latins call the breast ruma, and that tree, as they say, is called ruminalis, under which the she-wolf drew forth her breast to Romulus? And as we call those women that bring up children with milk from the breast women, so did Rumina, who was a wet nurse, a dry nurse, and a rearer of children, not permit wine, as being hurtful to infants. Question 58. Why do they call some senators patres conscripti, and others only patres? Solution. Is not this the reason, that those that were first constituted by Romulus they called patres and patricians, as being gentlemen who could show their pedigree, but those that were elected afterwards from among the commonalty they called patres conscripti? Question 59. Why was one altar common to Hercules and the Muses? Solution. Was it because Hercules taught letters first to Evander's people, as Juba tells us? And it was esteemed an honorable action of those that taught their friends and relations, for it was but of late that they began to teach for hire. The first that opened a grammar school was Spurius Carbilius, a freeman of Carbilius, the first that divorced his wife. Question 60. What is the reason that, of Hercules' 2 altars, the women do not partake or taste of the things offered on the greater? Solution. Is it not because Carmenta's women came too late for the sacrifice? The same thing happened also to the Pinari, whence they were excluded from the sacrificial feast, and fasting while others were feasting. They called them Pinari, from Painau. Or is it upon the account of that fabulous story of the coat and Dejanira? Question 61. What is the reason that it's forbidden to mention, inquire after, or name the chief tutelary and guardian god of Rome, whether male or female? which prohibition they confirmed with a superstitious tradition, reporting that Valerius Soranus perished miserably for uttering that name. Solution. Is this the reason, as some Roman histories tell us, that there are certain kinds of evocations and enchantments with which they are wont to entice away the gods of their enemies, and to cause theirs to come and dwell with them, and they feared lest this mischief should befall them from others? As the Tyrians are said to bind fast their images with cords, but others, when they will send any of them to washing or purifying, require sureties for their return, so did the Romans reckon they had their God in the most safe and secure custody, he being unexpressible and unknown. Or as Homer hath versified, the earth all gods is common have? That men might worship and reverence all gods that have the earth in common, so did the ancient Romans obscure the Lord of their salvation, requiring that not only this but all gods should be reverenced by the citizens? Question 62. Why among them that are called Fetialis, in Greek peacemakers, was he that was named Pater Patratus accounted the chiefest? But this must be one who hath his father living, and children of his own, and he hath even at this time a certain privilege and trust. For the praetors commit to those men's trust the persons of those who, by reason of comeliness and beauty, stand in need of an exact and chaste guardianship. Solution. Is this the reason, that they must be such whose children reverence them, and who reverence their parents? Or doth the name itself suggest a reason? For Patratum will have a thing to be complete and finished. For he whose lot it is to be a father whilst his father liveth, is, as it were, perfecter than others. Or is it that he ought to be overseer of oaths and peace, and, according to Homer, to see before and behind? Is he such a one especially, who hath a son for whom he consults, and a father with whom he consults? Question 63. Why is he that is called Rex Sacrorum, who is king of priests, forbid either to take upon him a civil office, or to make an oration to the people? Solution. Was it that of old the kings did perform the most and greatest sacred rites, and offered sacrifices together with the priests? But when they kept not within the bounds of moderation and became proud and insolent, most of the Grecians, depriving them of their authority, left to them only this part of their office, to sacrifice to the gods. But the Romans, casting out kings altogether, gave the charge of the sacrifice to another, enjoining him neither to meddle with public affairs nor to hold office, so that they might seem to be subject to royalty only in their sacrifices, and to endure the name of king only with respect to the gods? Hence there is a certain sacrifice kept by tradition in the marketplace near the Comitia, which as soon as the king, for example the chief priest, hath offered, he immediately withdraws himself by flight out of the marketplace. Question 64. Why do they not suffer the table to be quite voided when it's taken away, but will have something always to remain upon it? Solution. What if it be that they would intimate that something of our present enjoyments should be left for the future, and that today we should be mindful of tomorrow? Or that they reckon it a piece of manners to repress and restrain the appetite in our present fruitions? For they less desire absent things, who are accustomed to abstain from those that are present. Or was it a custom of courtesy towards household servants? For they do not love so much to take as to partake, deeming that they hold a kind of communion with their masters at the table. Or is it that no sacred thing ought to be suffered to be empty, and the table is a sacred thing? Question 65. Why doth not a man lie at first with a bride in the light, but when it is dark? Solution. Is it not for modesty's sake, for at the first congress he looks upon her as a stranger to him? Or is it that he may be inured to go into his own wife with modesty? Or, as Solon hath written, let the bride go into the bedchamber gnawing a quince, that the first salutation be not harsh and ungrateful? So did the Roman lawgiver command that, if there should be anything absurd and unpleasant in her body, she should hide it? Or was it intended to cast infamy upon the unlawful use of venery, by causing that the lawful should have certain signs of modesty attending it? Question 66. Why was one of the horse race rounds called Flaminia? Solution. Is it because, when Flaminius, one of the ancients, bestowed a field on the city, they employed its revenue on the horse races, and with the overplus money built the way which they call Flaminia? Question 67. Why do they call the rod bearers lictors? Solution. Is this the reason? Because these men were wont to bind desperate bullies, and they followed Romulus carrying thongs in their bosoms? The vulgar Romans say alligare, to bind, when the more refined in speech say ligare. Or is now C inserted, when formerly they called them litors, being liturgi, ministers for public service. For leiton until this day is writ for public in many of the Grecian laws, which scarce any is ignorant of. Question 68. Why do the Luperci sacrifice a dog? The Luperci are they that run up and down naked, saving only their girdles, in the Lupercal plays, and slash all that they meet with a whip. Solution. Is it not because these feats are done for the purification of the city? For they call the month February, and indeed the very day Februatus, and the habit of whipping with thongs they call Februare, the word signifying to cleanse. And to speak the truth, all the Grecians have used, and some do use to this very day, a slain dog for an expiatory sacrifice. And among other sacrifices of purification, they offer whelps to Hecate, and sprinkle those that need cleansing with the puppy's blood, calling this kind of purifying puppification. Or is it that lupus is lukos, a wolf, and Lupercalia are Lycaea, but a dog is at enmity with a wolf, therefore is sacrificed on the Lycaean festivals? Or is it because the dogs do bark at and perplex the Luperci as they scout about the city? Or is it that this sacrifice is offered to Pan, and Pan loves dogs because of his herds of goats? Question 69. Why, upon the festival called Septimonium, did they observe to abstain from the use of chariots drawn by a pair of horses, and even until now, do they that regard antiquity still abstain? They do observe the Septimonium feast in honor of the addition of the seventh hill to the city, upon which it became Septicolis, seven-hilled Rome. Solution. What if it be, as some of the Romans conjecture, because the parts of the city are not as yet everywhere connected? Or if this conceit be nothing to the purpose, what if it be that, when the great work of building the city was finished, and they determined to cease the increasing of the city and farther, they rested themselves, and rested the cattle that bore a share in the labor with them, and provided accordingly that they might participate in the holiday by rest from labor? Or was it that they would have all the citizens always present for the solemnity and return of the festival, especially that which was observed in remembrance of the compact uniting the parts of the city, and that none should desert the city for whose sake the feast is kept? They were not allowed to use their yoked chariots that day. Question 70. Why do they call those furciferi which are convict of thefts, or any other of those slavish crimes? Solution. Was it this, which was an argument of the severity of the ancients, that whenever any convicted his servant of any villainy, he enjoined him to carry the forked piece of timber that is under the cart, the tongue of the cart, and to go with it through the next villages and neighborhood, to be seen of all, that they might distrust him, and be aware of him for the future? This piece of wood we call a prop. The Romans call it furca, a fork. Hence he that carries it about is called a furcifer, a fork bearer. Question 71. Why do they bind hay about the horns of oxen that are wont to push, that they may be shunned by him that meets them? Solution. Is it that, by reason of gormandizing and stuffing their guts, oxen, asses, horses, and men become mischievous, as Sophocles somewhere saith, like full-fed colt thou kickest up heels, from stuffed paunch, cheeks, and full meals? Therefore the Romans say that Marcus Crassus had hay about his horns, for they that were turbulent men in the commonwealth were wont to stand in awe of him as a revengeful man, and one scarce to be meddled with. Although afterwards it was said again that Caesar had taken away Crassus's hay, being the first man of the republic that withstood and affronted him. Question 72. Why would they have the lanthorns of the soothsaying priests, which formerly they called auspices and now augurs, to be always open at top, and no cover to be put upon them? Solution. Is it as the Pythagoreans do, who make little things symbols of great matters, as forbidding to sit down upon a bushel and to stir up the fire with a sword, so that the ancients used many enigmatical ceremonies, especially about their priests, and such was this of the lanthorn? For the lanthorn is like the body encompassing the soul being the light within side, and the understanding and judgment ought to be always open and quick-sighted, and never to be shut up or blown out. And when the winds blow, the birds are unsettled, and do not afford sound prognostics, by reason of their wandering and irregularity in flying. By this usage, therefore, they teach that their soothsayers must not prognosticate when there are high winds, but in still and calm weather, when they can use their open lanthorns. Question 73. Why were priests that had sores about them forbid to use divination? Solution. Is not this a significant sign that, whilst they are employed about divine matters, they ought not to be in any pain, nor have any sore or passion in their minds, but to be cheerful, sincere, and without distraction? Or is it but rational, if no man may offer a victim that hath a sore, nor use such birds for soothsaying, that much more they should themselves be free from these blemishes, and be clean, sincere, and sound, when they go about to inspect divine prodigies, for an ulcer seems to be a mutilation and defilement of the body. Question 74. Why did Servius Tullius build a temple of small fortune, whom they call Brevis? Solution. Was it because he was of a mean original and a low condition, being born of a captive woman, and by fortune came to be king of Rome? Or did not that change of his condition manifest the greatness rather than the smallness of his fortune? But Servius, most of all of them, seems to ascribe divine influence to fortune, giving thereby a reputation to all his enterprises. For he did not only build temples of hopeful fortune, of fortune that averteth evil, of mild, primogenial, and masculine fortune, but there is a temple also of private fortune, another a regardful fortune, another of hopeful fortune, and the fourth of virgin fortune. But why should any one mention any more names, seeing there is a temple also of ensnaring fortune, which they call Viscata, as it were ensnaring us when we are as yet afar off, and enforcing us upon business? Consider this now, whether it be that Servius found that great matters are effected by a small piece of fortune, and that it often falls out that great things are effected by some and do come to naught by a small thing being done or not done. He built therefore a temple of small fortune, teaching us to take care of our business, and not contemn things that happen by reason of their smallness. Question 75. Why did they not extinguish a candle, but suffer it to burn of its own accord? Solution. Is this the reason, that they adore it as being related and akin to unquenchable and eternal fire? Or is it a significant ceremony, teaching us that we are not to kill and destroy any animated creature that is harmless, fire being as it were an animal? For if both needs nourishment and moves itself, and when it is extinguished, it makes a noise as if it were then slain. Or doth this usage instruct us that we ought not to make waste of fire or water, or any other necessary thing that we have a superabundance of, but suffer those to have need to use them, leaving them to others when we ourselves have no further use for them? Question 76. Why do they that would be preferred before others in gentility wear little moons on their shoes? Solution. Is this the reason, as Castor saith, that this is a symbol of the place of habitation that is said to be in the moon, signifying that after death souls should have the moon under their feet again? Or was this a fashion of renown among families of greatest antiquity, as were the Arcadians of Evander's posterity, that were called men born before the moon, proselenoi? Or is it this, like many other customs, to put men who are lofty and high-minded in mind of the mutability of human affairs to either side, setting the moon before them as an example? When first she comes from dark to light, trimming, her face becomes fair bright, increasing till she's full in sight, declining then, leaves naught but night? Or was this a doctrine of obedience to authority, that they would have us not discontented under it, but, as the moon doth willingly obey her superior and conform unto him, always vamping after the rays of the sun, as Parmenides hath it, so they that are subjects to any prince should be contented with their lower station, in the enjoyment of power and dignity derived from him? Question 77. Why are they of an opinion that the year is Jupiter's, but the months Juno's? Solution. Is it because Jupiter and Juno reign over the invisible gods, who are no otherwise seen but by the eyes of our understanding, but the sun and moon over the visible? And the sun verily causeth the year, and the moon the months. Neither ought we to think that they are bare images of them, but the sun is Jupiter himself materially, and the moon Juno herself materially. Therefore they name her Juno, adjuvenescendo, the name signifying a thing that is new or grows young, from the nature of the moon. And they call her Lucina, as it were bright or shining. And they are of opinion that she helps women in their travail pains. Whence is that of the poets, by azure heaven beset with stars, by the moon that hastens births. For they suppose that women have the easiest travail at the full moon. Question 78. What is the reason that a bird called sinister in soothsaying is fortunate? Solution. What if this be not true, but the dialect deludes so many? For they render aristoron sinistrum, but to permit a thing is sinere, and they say sine when they desire a thing to be permitted. Therefore a prognostic permitting an action, being sinisterium, the vulgar do understand and call amiss sinistrum. Or is it as Dionysius saith, that when Ascanius, the son of Aeneas, had pitched battle against Mezentius, a flash of lightning portending victory, as they prognosticated, came on his left hand, and for the future they observed it so? Or, as some others say, that this happened to Aeneas? Moreover, the Thebans routing and conquering their enemies by the left wing of the army at Leuctra, they continued in all battles to give the left wing the preeminence. Or is it rather as Juba thinks, that to those that look toward the east, the north is on the left hand, which verily some make the right hand and superior part of the world? Consider whether the soothsayers do not, as it were, corroborate left-hand things as the weaker by nature, and do imitate as if they introduced a supply of that defect of power that is in them? Or is it that they think that things terrestrial and mortal stand directly over against heavenly and divine things, and do conjecture that the things to us are on the left hand the gods send down from their right hand? Question 79. Why is it lawful to bring the bones of one that had triumphed after he was dead and burnt into the city and lay them there, as Pyrrho the Liparian hath told us? Solution. Was it for the honor they had for the deceased? For they granted that not only generals and other eminent persons, but also their offspring, should be buried in the marketplace, for example, Valerius and Fabricius. And they say, when the posterity of these persons died, they were brought into the marketplace, and a burning firebrand was put under them and immediately taken away, and thus all that might have caused envy was avoided, and the right to the honor was fully confirmed. Question 80. Why did they that publicly feasted the triumphers humbly request the consuls, and by messengers sent beseech them, not to come to their supper? Solution. Was it that it was necessary to give the supreme place and most honorable entertainment to the triumpher, and wait upon him home after supper, whereas the consuls being present, they might do such things to none other but them? Question 81. Why did not the tribune of the people wear a purple garment, whenas each of the other magistrates wore one? Solution. What if the tribune is not a magistrate at all? For he neither hath lictors, nor sitting in tribunal doth he determine causes. Neither do the tribunes, as the rest, enter upon their office at the beginning of the year, nor do they cease when a dictator is chosen. But as if they translated all magistratic power to themselves, they continue still, being as it were no magistrates, but holding another kind of rank. And as some rhetoricians will not have a prohibition to be judicial proceeding, seeing it doth something contrary to judicial proceeding, for the one brings in an action at law and gives judgment upon it, but the other non-suits it and dismisseth the cause. After the like manner they are of opinion that tribuneship is rather a curb to magistracy, and that it is an order standing in opposition to government, rather than a piece of government itself. For the tribune's office and authority is to withstand the magistrate's authority, even to curtail his extravagant power. Perhaps these and similar reasons may be mere ingenious devices. But in truth, since tribuneship takes its original from the people, popularity is its stronghold, and it is a great thing not to carry it above the rest of the people, but to be like the citizens they have to do with in gesture, habit, and diet. State indeed becomes a consul and a praetor, but as for a tribune, as Caius Curio saith, he must be one that even is trampled upon, not grave in countenance, nor difficult of access, nor harsh to the rabble, but more tractable to them than to others. Hence it was decreed that the tribune's doors should not be shut, but be open night and day as a haven and place of refuge for distressed people. And the more condescending his outward deportment is, by so much the more doth he increase his power, for they dignify him as one of public use, and to be restored to of all sorts even as an altar. Therefore by the reverence they give him, he is sacred, holy, and inviolable, and when he makes a public progress, it is a law that everyone should cleanse and purify the body as defiled. Question 82. Why before the chief officers are rods carried bound together, with the axes fastened to them? Solution. What if it be a significant ceremony to show that a magistrate's anger ought not to be rash and ungrounded? Or is it that, while the rods are leisurely unloosing, they make deliberation and delay in their anger, so that oftentimes they change their sentence as to the punishment? Now whereas some sort of crimes are curable, some incurable, rods correct the corrigible, but the axes are to cut off the incorrigible. Question 83. What is the reason that the Romans, when they were informed that the barbarians called Blatanesians had sacrificed a man to the gods, sent for their magistrates to punish them? But when they made it appear that they did it in obedience to a certain law, they dismissed them, but prohibited the like action for the future. Whenas they themselves, not many years preceding, buried 2 men and 2 women alive in the Forum Borarum, 2 of whom were Greeks and 2 Gauls. For it seems absurd to do this themselves, and yet to reprimand the barbarians as if they were committing profaneness. Solution. What if this be the reason, that they reckoned it profane to sacrifice a man to the gods, but necessary to do so to the demons? Or were they of opinion that they sinned that did such things by custom or law, but as for themselves, they did it being enjoined to it by the Sibylline books? For it is reported that one Elvia, a virgin, riding on horseback, was struck with lightning and cast from her horse, and the horse was found lying uncovered and she naked, as if set on purpose. Her clothes had been turned up from her secret parts, also her shoes, rings, and headgear all lay scattered up and down, here and there. Her tongue also was hanging out of her mouth. And when the diviners declared that it was an intolerable disgrace to the holy virgins that it should be published, and that some part of the abuse did touch the cavaliers, a servant of a certain barbarian cavalier informed that 3 Vestal virgins, Aemilia, Lucinia, and Marcia, about the same time had been deflowered, and for a long time played the whores with some men, among whom was Butatius, the said informer's master. The virgins being convicted were punished, and the fact appearing heinous, it was thought meet that the priests should consult the Sibylline books, where there were oracles found foretelling these things would come to pass for mischief to the republic, and enjoining them, in order to avert the impending calamity, to provide 2 Grecians and 2 Gauls, and bury them alive in that place, in order to the appeasing some alien and foreign demons. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Morals, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Morals, Volume 2, by Plutarch, translated by several hands, corrected and revised by William W. Goodwin. Section 19. Roman Questions, Part 4. Question 84. Why do they take the beginning of the day from midnight? Solution. Is the reason that the commonweal had a military constitution at the first? For many matters of concern on military expeditions are managed by night. Or did they make sunrising the beginning of business, and the night the preparation for it? For men ought to come prepared to action, and not to be in preparation when they should be doing, as Miso is reported to have said to Chilo the wise, when he was making a fan in winter. Or as the noontide to many is the time for finishing public and weighty affairs, so did it seem meet to make midnight the beginning? This hath this confirmation, that a Roman governor would make no league or confederation in the afternoon. Or is it impossible to take the beginning and end of the day from sunrising to sunsetting? For, as the vulgar measure the beginning of the day by sense to the first appearance of the sun, and take the first beginning of the night to be the complete withdrawment of the sun from sight, we shall thus have no equinoctial day. But the night which we suppose comes nearest in quality to the day will be manifestly shorter than the day by the diameter of the sun. Which absurdity the mathematicians, going about to solve, have determined that, where the center of the sun toucheth the horizon, there is the true parting point between day and night. But this contradicts sense, for it must follow that whilst there is much light above the earth, yea, the sun illuminating us, we will not for all this confess it to be day, but must say that it is still night. Whereas then it is hard to take the beginning of the day from the rising and setting of the sun, by reason of the forementioned absurdities, it remains to take the zenith and the nadir for the beginning. The last is best, for the sun's course from noon is by way of declination from us, but from midnight he takes his course towards us as sunrising comes on. Question 85. Wherefore did they not in ancient times suffer women to grind or play the cook? Solution. Haply, because they remembered the covenant that they made with the Sabines, for after they had robbed them of their daughters, and fighting many battles became reconciled, among other articles of agreement this was recorded, that a wife was not to grind nor play the cook for a Roman husband. Question 86. Why do they not marry wives in the month of May? Solution. Is this the reason, that because May is between April and June, concerning which months they have an opinion that it is sacred to Venus, this to Juno, both of them being nuptial gods, they either take an opportunity a little before May, or tarry till it be over? Or is it that in this month they offer the greatest expiatory sacrifice, now casting the images of men from a bridge into the river, and formerly men themselves? Moreover, it is required by law that the Flaminica, the reputed priestess of Juno, should be most sourly sullen during the time, and neither wash nor trim up herself. Or is it because many of the Latins in this month offer oblations unto the dead? And therefore perhaps they worship Mercury in this month, which from Maya derives its name? Or, as some say, is May derived from elder age, Maior, and Juno from younger, Junior? For youth is more sensible to matrimony, as Euripides hath said. Old age the Cyprian queen must ever shun, And Venus from old men in scorn doth run. Therefore they marry not in May, but tarry till June, which is presently after May. Question 87. Why do they part the hair of women when they are married with the point of a spear? Solution. What if it be a significant ceremony, showing that they took their first wives in marriage by force of arms and war? Or is it that they may instruct them that they are to dwell with husbands that are soldiers and warriors, and that they should put on such ornamental attire as is not luxurious or lascivious, but plain? So Lycurgus commanded that all the gates and tops of houses should be built with saw and hatchet, and no other sort of workman's instrument should be used about them. Yea, he rejected all gaiety and superfluity. Or doth this action parabolically imitate divorce, as that marriage can be dissolved only by the sword? Or is it that the most of these nuptial ceremonies relate to Juno? For a spear is decreed sacred to Juno, and most of her statues are supported by a spear, and she is surnamed Quiritius, and a spear of old was called Quiris, wherefore they surname Mars Quirinus? Question 88. Why do they call the money that is laid upon the public plays lucre? Solution. Is it because there are many groves consecrated to the gods about the city, which they call luci, and the revenue of these they expend upon the said plays? Question 89. Why do they call the Quirinalia the Feast of Fools? Solution. Was it because they set apart that day for those that were unacquainted with their own curia, as Juba saith? Or was it for them that did not sacrifice upon their tribes, as the rest did, in the Fornicalia, by reason of business or long journeys or ignorance, so that it was allowed to them to solemnize that feast upon this day? Question 90. What is the reason that, when there is a sacrifice to Hercules, they mention no other god, and no dog appears within the enclosure, as Varro saith? Solution. Is the reason of their naming no other god because they are of opinion that Hercules was but a half god? Or, as some say, Evander built an altar to him and brought him a sacrifice, whilst he was yet here among men. And of all creatures he had most enmity to a dog, for this creature always held him hard to it, as did Cerberus. And that which most of all prejudiced him was that, when Aeonus, the son of Lysimachus, was slain for a dog's sake by the Hippocunitae, he was necessitated to take up the cudgels, and lost many of his friends and his brother Iphicles. Question 91. Why was it unlawful for the patricians to dwell about the Capitol? Solution. Was it because Marcus Manlius, whilst he dwelt there, affected arbitrary government, upon whose account the family came under an oath of abjuration that no Manlius should for the future bear the name of Marcus? Or was this an ancient suspicion? For the potent men would never leave calumniating Publica, a most popular man, nor would the common people leave fearing him, till he had plucked down his house, which seemed to hang over the marketplace. Question 92. Why do they put a garland of oaken leaves on him that saves a citizen in battle? Solution. Is it because it is easy to find an oak everywhere in the military expeditions? Or is it because a crown is sacred to Jupiter and Juno, who in their opinion are the city guardians? Or was it an ancient custom among the Arcadians, who are something akin to the oak? For they repute themselves the first men produced of the earth, as the oak among the vegetables. Question 93. Why do they for the most part use vultures for soothsaying? Solution. Was this the reason, because 12 vultures appeared to Romulus upon the building of Rome? Or because of all birds this is least frequent and familiar? For it is not easy to meet with young vultures, but they fly to us unexpectedly from some remote parts. therefore the sight of them is portentous. Or haply they learned this from Hercules. If Herodotus speak true, that Hercules rejoiced most in the beginning of an enterprise at the sight of a vulture, being of opinion that a vulture was the justest of all birds of prey. First, he meddles not with any living creature, neither doth he destroy anything that hath breath in it, as eagles, hawks, and other fowls do that prey by night, but lives only upon dead carcasses. And next, he passeth by all those of his kind, for none ever saw a vulture feeding on a bird, as eagles and hawks do, which for the most part pursue birds like themselves, and slay them, even as a skilleth hath it. A bird that preys on birds, how can be clean? And verily this bird is not pernicious to men, for neither destroys fruit nor plants, nor is harmful to any tame animal. Moreover, if it be, as the Egyptians fabulously pretend, that the whole kind of them is of the female sex, and that they conceive by the reception of the east wind into their bodies, as the trees do by receiving the west wind, it is most probable that very certain and sound prognostics may be made from them, whereas in other birds, there being so many rapines, flights, and pursuits about copulation, there are great disturbances and uncertainties attending them. Question 94. For what reason is the temple of Aesculapius placed without the city? Solution. Was it because they reckoned it a wholesomer kind of living without the city than within? For the Greeks have placed the edifices belonging to Aesculapius for the most part on high places, where the air is pure and clear. Or is it that they suppose this god was fetched from Epidaurus? For the temple of Aesculapius is not close by that city, but at a great distance from it. Or is it that, by a serpent that went on shore out of a trireme galley into the island and disappeared, they think the god himself intimated to them the place of building his temple? Question 95. Why was it ordained that they that are to live chaste should abstain from pulse? Solution. Did they, like the Pythagoreans, abominate beans for the causes which are alleged, and the Lathyrus and Erebinthus, as being named for Lethe and Erebus? Or was it because they used pulse for the most part in their funeral feasts and invocations of the dead? Or rather was it because they should bring empty and slender bodies to their purifications and expiations? For pulse are windy, and cause a great deal of excrements that require purging off. Or is it because they irritate lechery, by reason of their flatulent and windy nature? Question 96. Why do they inflict no other punishment on Vestal virgins, when they are defiled, than burying them alive? Solution. Is this the reason? Because they burn the dead, and as to bury her by fire who hath not preserved sacred the divine fire would be unjust? Or was it that they judged it a wicked act to cut off a person sanctified by the greatest ceremonial purification, and to lay hands on a holy woman, and therefore they contrived a machine for her to die in of herself, and let her down into a vault made underground, where was placed a candle burning, also some bread and milk and water, and then the den was covered with earth on top? Neither by this execrable manner of devoting them are they exempt from superstition, but to this day the priests going to the place perform purgatory rites. Question 97. What is the reason that, at the horse race on the Ides of December, the lucky horse that beats is sacrificed as sacred to Mars, and a certain man, cutting off his tail, brings it to a place called Regia, and besmears the altar with the blood of it, but for the head, one party coming down from the way called Sacred, and others from the Subura, do fight? Solution. Whether it was, as some say, that, reckoning that Troy was taken by a horse, they punish a horse as being the renowned Trojan race commixed with Latin boys? Or is it because a horse is a fierce, warlike, and martial beast, therefore they do sacrifice to the gods the things that are most acceptable and suitable, and he that conquers is offered, because victory and prowess doth belong to that god? Or is it rather because to stand in battle is the work of God, And they that keep their ranks and files do conquer those that do not keep them but fly, and swiftness of foot is punished as the maintenance of cowardice, so that hereby it is significantly taught that there is no safety to them that run away. Question 98. What is the reason that the censors entering upon their office do nothing before they have contracted for providing meat for the sacred geese, and for polishing the statue? Solution. Is this the reason, that they begin with those things that savor of most frugality, and such things as want not much charge and trouble? Or is it in grateful commemoration of what these creatures did of old, when the Gauls invaded Rome, and the barbarians scaled the walls of the Capitol by night? For the geese were sensible of it when the dogs were asleep, and they with their gaggling awake the watch. Or, seeing the censors are the conservers of such things as are of greatest and most necessary concern, to oversee and narrowly inspect the public sacrifices, and the lives, manners, and diet of men, do they presently set before their consideration the most vigilant creature, and by the watchfulness of these instruct the citizens not to disregard or neglect sacred things? As for the polishing of the statue, it is necessary, for the minimum wherewith they of old colored the statues soon fades. Question 99. What is the reason that of the other priests they depose any one that is condemned or banished, and substitute another in his room, but remove not the augur from his priesthood so long as he lives, though he be convicted of the greatest crimes? They call them augurs who are employed in soothsaying. Solution. Is the reason, as some say, that they will have none to know the mysteries of the priest who is not a priest? Or that the augur is bound by oath to discover to none the management of sacred things, therefore they refuse to absolve him from his oath, when he is reduced to a private capacity? Or is it that the name of augur is not a title of honor and dignity, but of skill and art? It would therefore be the like case to depose a musician from being a musician, or a physician from being a physician, with that of prohibiting a diviner from being a diviner, seeing they cannot take away his faculty, though they deprive him of the title. Moreover, they do not substitute augurs, because they will keep to the number of augurs that were at the beginning. Question 100. What is the reason that in the Ides of August, which at first they called Sextilis, all the men servants and maid servants do feast, but the free women make it most of their business to wash and purge their heads? Solution. Was it that King Servius about this day was born of a captive maid servant, and hence the servants have a vacation time from work, and that rinsing the head was a thing that took its original from a custom of the maid servants upon the account of the feast, and finally passed also into the free women? Question 101. Why do they finify their boys with necklaces, which they call bullae? Solution. What if this were for the honor of the wives which were taken by force? For as many other things, so this might be one of the injunctions laid on their posterity. Or did they do it in honor of Tarquin's manhood? For it is reported of him that, whilst he was but a boy, being engaged in a battle against the Latins and Tuscans, charging his enemies, he fell from his horse. Yet animating those Romans which were engaged in the charge, he led them on courageously. The enemies were put to a remarkable rout, and 16,000 were slain. Whereupon he had this badge of honor bestowed upon him by his father the king. Or was it that by the ancients it was neither lewd nor dishonorable to love beautiful slaves, as now the comedies testify, but that they resolvedly abstained from free-born servants? And lest, by coming accidentally on naked boys, they should ignorantly transgress, the free boys wore this mark of distinction? Or was this a protector of good order, and after a manner a curb of incontinency, they being ashamed to pretend to manhood before they have put off the badge of children? That which they say who follow Varro is not probable, that baule by the Aeolians is called bola, and this is put about children as a teaching sign of good counsel. But consider whether they do not wear it for the moon's sake. For the visible face of the moon, when it is halved, is not spherical, but is shaped like a lentil or a quoit. And, as Empedocles supposeth, so is also the side that is turned away from us. Question 102. Why do they name boys when they are 9 days old, and the girls when they are 8? Solution. Perhaps it is a natural reason that girls are forwarder, for the female grows up and comes to full stature and perfection before the male. But they take the day after the 7th, because the 7th is dangerous to infants by reason of the navel string, for with many it falls off at 7 days, and until it falls off, an infant is more like a plant than an animal. Or is it, as the Pythagoreans reckon, that the even number is the feminine, and the odd number the masculine? For it is a fruitful number, and excels the even in respect of its composition. And if these numbers be divided into units, the even, like a female, hath an empty space in the middle. The odd always leaves a segment full in the middle. Wherefore this is fit to be compared to the male, that to the female. Or is it thus, that of all numbers 9 is the first square number made of 3, which is an odd and perfect number, but 8 is the first cube made of 2, an even number, whence a male ought to be square, super excelling and complete, but a woman, like a cube, constant, a good housewife, and no gadding gossip? This also may be added that, as 8 is a cube from the root 2, and 9 is square from the root 3, so the female makes use of 2 names, and the males of 3. Question 103. Why do they call those whose fathers are not known spurious? Solution. It is not verily, as the Grecians suppose and as the rhetoricians say in their determinations, because they are begot of some promiscuous and common seed, as the Greeks say sporus. But spurious is found among first names, as Sextus, Decimus, Caius. But the Romans do not write all the letters of the first name, but either one letter, as T for Titus, L for Lucius, M for Marcus, or 2 letters, as TI for Tiberius, CN for Cnaeus, or 3, as SEX for Sextus, and SER for Servius. Now spurious is of those that are written with 2 letters, SP. But with these same letters they write without father, S for Sine, and P for Patre, which truly hath caused the mistake. Moreover, we may meet with another reason, but it is more absurd. They say that the Sabines call the privities of a woman spurious, and therefore they call him so, by way of reproach, who is born of a woman, unmarried and unespoused. Question 104. Why did they call Bacchus liber pater? Solution. Was the reason because they make him, as it were, the father of liberty to tipplers? For most men become very audacious, and are filled with too much licentious prattle, by reason of too much drink. Or is this it, that he hath supplied them with a libamen, a drink offering? Or is it, as Alexander hath said, that Bacchus is called Eleutherius from his having his abode about Eleuthere, a city of Boeotia? Question 105. For what cause was it that on high holidays it was not a custom for virgins to marry, but widows did marry then? Solution. Is this the reason, as Varro saith, that virgins, forsooth, are married weeping, but women with joyful glee, and people are to do nothing of a holiday with a heavy heart nor by compulsion? Or rather is it because it is decent for virgins to marry with more than a few present, but for widows to marry with a great many present is indecent? For the first marriage is zealously affected, the second to be deprecated. Yea, they are ashamed to marry a second husband while their first lives, and they grieve at doing so even when he is dead. Hence they are pleased more with silence than with tumults and pompous things, and the feasts do attract the generality of people to them, so that they cannot be at leisure on holidays for such wedding solemnities. Or was it that they that robbed the Sabines of their daughters that were virgins on the feast day raised thereby a war, and looked therefore upon it as unlucky to marry virgins on holidays? Question 106. Why do the Romans worship Fortuna Primigenia? Solution. Was it because Servius, being by fortune born of a servant maid, came to rule king in Rome with great splendor? And this is the supposition of most Romans. Or rather is it that fortune hath bestowed on Rome itself its very origin and birth? Or may not this matter require a more natural and philosophical reason, even that fortune is the original of all things, and that nature itself is produced out of things that come by fortune, when events that come by chance fall into an order among themselves? Question 107. Why do the Romans call the artists who appear in the worship of Bacchus histriones? Solution. Is it for the reason which Caius Rufus tells us? For he says that in ancient time Caius Sulpicius and Licinius Stolo, being consuls, a pestilence raging in Rome, all the actors upon the stage were cut off. Wherefore, upon the request of the Romans, many and good artists come from Etruria, among whom he that excelled in fame and had been longest experienced on the public stages was called Histrus, and from him they named all the stage players. Question 108. Why do not men marry women that are near akin? Solution. Is this the reason, that they design by marriage to augment their family concerns and to procure many relations, by giving wives to strangers and marrying wives out of other families? Or do they suspect that the contentions that would happen among relations upon marriage would destroy even natural rights? Or is it that, considering that wives by reason of weakness stand in need of many helpers, they would not have near akin marry together, that their own kindred might stand by them when their husbands wrong them? Question 109. Why is it not lawful for the high priest of Jupiter, which they call Flamen Dialis, to touch meal or leaven? Solution. Is it because meal is imperfect and crude nourishment? For the wheat neither hath continued what it was, neither is it made into bread as it must be, but it hath lost the faculty of seed, and hath not attained to usefulness of food. Wherefore the poet hath named meal, by a metaphor, mill murdered, Molephaton, as if the corn were spoiled and destroyed by grinding. Leaven, as it is made by corruption, corrupts the mass that it is mingled with, for it is made thereby looser and weaker. And fermentation is a kind of corruption, which, if it be overmuch, makes the bread sour and spoils it. Question 110. Why is the same high priest forbid to touch raw flesh? Solution. Is it because custom makes them averse enough to eat raw flesh? Or is it that the same reason that makes them averse to meal doth also make them averse to flesh? For it is neither a living creature nor dressed food? Roasting or boiling, being an alteration and change, doth change its form. But fresh and raw flesh offers not a pure and unpolluted object to the eye, but such as is offensive to the eye, and like that of a raw wound. Question 111. Why do they require the priest to abstain from dog and goat, and neither to touch or name them? Solution. Was it that they abominated the lasciviousness and stink of a goat, or that they suspected it to be a diseased creature? For it seems this animal is more seized with the falling sickness than other creatures, and is contagious to them that eat or touch it while it hath this disease. They say, the cause is the straitness of the windpipe, often intercepting the breath, a sign of which they make the smallness of their voice to be. For it happens to men that are epileptical, that they utter a voice sounding much like that of the bleat of a goat. Now in a dog there may be less lasciviousness and of an ill scent. Although some say that dogs are not permitted to go into the high streets of Athens, no, not into the island of Delos, by reason of their open coition, as if kine, swine, and horses did use coition in bedchambers, and not openly and lawlessly. They do not know the true reason, that because a dog is a quarrelsome creature, they therefore expel dogs out of sanctuaries and sacred temples, giving safe access to suppliants for refuge. Wherefore it is very likely that the priest of Jupiter, being, as it were, an animated and sacred image, granted for refuge to petitioners and suppliants, doth banish or frighten away none. For which cause a couch was set for him in the porch of the house, and they that fell on their knees before him had indemnity from stripes or punishment that day. And if one in fetters came and addressed him, he was unloosed, and his fetters were not laid down by the door, but thrown from the roof. It would be therefore no advantage that he should carry himself so mild and courteous, if there were a dog at the door, scaring and frightening them that petition for sanctuary. Neither did the ancients at all repute this creature clean, for he is offered in sacrifice to none of the celestial gods, but being sent to Hecate, an infernal goddess, at the 3 crossways for a supper, takes a share in averting calamities and in expiations. In Lacedaemon they cut puppies in pieces to Mars, that most cruel god. In Boeotia, public expiation is made by passing between the parts of a dog divided in twain. But the Romans sacrifice a dog in the cleansing month, on the festival they call Lupercalia. Hence it was not without cause, to prohibit them whose charge it was to worship the highest and holiest God, from making a dog familiar and accustomed to them. Question 112. What is the reason that the priest of Jupiter is forbid to touch an ivy, or to pass over that way that is overspread with vine branches? Solution. Is it not of the like nature with those precepts of Pythagoras, not to eat in a chair, not to sit upon a measure called a kenix, and not to overstep a broom? For the Pythagoreans did not dread and refrain from these things, but they prohibited other things by these. Now to go under a vine hath reference to wine, because it is not lawful for a priest to be drunk, for the wine is above the heads of those that are drunk, and they are depraved and debased thereby. Whereas it is requisite that they should be above pleasure and conquer it, but not be subdued by it. As for the ivy, it is unfruitful and useless to men, as also infirm, and by reason of its infirmity standing in need of other trees to climb upon, though by its shadow and sight of its greenness it doth bewitch the vulgar. What if they judge it not convenient to nourish it about a house, because it bringeth no profit, or to suffer it to clasp about anything, seeing it is so hurtful to plants that bear it up, while it sticketh fast in the ground? Hence ivy is forbidden at the Olympic festivals, and neither at Athens in Juno's sacrifices, nor at Thebes in those belonging to Venus, can any wild ivy be seen, though in the Agrionia and Nyctalia, which are services to Bacchus, for the most part performed in the dark, it is to be found. Or was this a symbol of the prohibition of the revels and sports of Bacchus? For women that were addicted to bacchanal sports presently ran to the ivy and plucked it off, tearing it in pieces with their hands and gnawing it with their mouths, so that they are not altogether to be disbelieved that say it hath a spirit in it that stirreth and moveth to madness, transporting and bereaving of the senses, and that alone by itself it introduceth drunkenness without wine to those that have an easy inclination to enthusiasm. Question 113. Why are not these priests allowed to take upon them or attempt civil authority, while they have a lictor and a curule chair for honor's sake, and in some sort of consolation from their being excluded from magistracies? Solution. Was it because in some places of Greece the dignity of priesthood was equal with kingship, and therefore they designated not ordinary persons to be priests? Or was it rather, since they have appointed office employments, whereas the charge of kings is unmethodical and indefinite, that it would not be possible, if both fell out at the same time, that he should be able to attend both, but he must of necessity neglect one, both pressing together upon him, sometimes neglecting the worship of God, and sometimes injuring the subjects? Or else, seeing that there is no less necessity than power attending the administration of civil government, and that the ruler of the people, as Hippocrates saith of the physician, doth see weighty matters and hath to do with weighty matters, and from other men's calamities procures troubles peculiar to himself, did they think him not sacred enough to sacrifice to the gods, and manage the sacrifices who had been present at the condemnation and execution of citizens, and often of some of his own kindred and family, as happened to Brutus? Section 19.